Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second day of GDG CLOUD Islamabad DevFest 2020. We have all the tech talk sessions arranged for today. We'll be starting with a panel discussion with our CloudSeekho champions, Eqra Khattak and Raja Ahmed, who are DSC leads from Comsats University Islamabad campus, Attak, and UET Peshawar. Um, Iqra and Ahmed have been part of the CloudSeekho uh, season 1 and season 2 with their own tiers of quests completed. They'll be here to explain you the different aspects of CloudSeekho and the incentives and the benefits that you can receive from attending a program such as this. Hello there, Ahmed and Iqra. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Well, Ramesh, you're audible.
Okay, how are you guys?
That's super.
Extremely excited.
Exactly.
Right. I'm sure the audience are. So let's begin the session with a short introduction. I'll start with you, Ahmed. Tell us about yourself.
I'm Raja Ahmed, a sophomore pursuing computer engineering from UET Peshawar. I'm an extrovert type of guy who loves to interact and a social butterfly who loves to know what the society is going about. टेक्नोलॉजी की तरफ अगर हम चलते जाएं तो बीइंग ए टेक्नोलॉजी इवेंजलिस्ट आई एम ओपन सोर्स कंट्रीब्यूटर टेक्नोलॉजी स्टैक के हवाले से आई एम अ फुल स्टैक डेवलपर एंड अ मल्टी platform developer as well. I like to build desktop applications. Nowadays, I'm working on Electron, which is a framework of JavaScript for building desktop applications. I'm a hobbyist graphics designer as well and a content writer. As you people know, that hardware and software are each other's concomitants. So, a hardware logic design is also necessary for us. So, I love to design hardware, customized hardware. Apart from my technical side, let's dive into community. Uh, well, uh, Due to in this heavily inducted ecosystem of communities, I'm a community builder, and I love to speak on technology topics, which has evolved a technology public speaker in me. As far as my technology interests are I'm up to artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. My organizational affiliations ranges from UET Peshawar to KP and Pakistan, including all the major technical and social organizations. That's a small intro from our side.
Yeah, we'd love to hear from you now, Ikra.
That was great, Raja Ahmed. I'm Iqra Khattak and I'm a junior at BS Software Engineering in Comsats University Islamabad at a campus. And I have been in this my SAM society and I have been an anchor. I have organized many events, I have anchored many events, and I have hosted a TED talk on the platform of Can We Go Back in Time? And lastly, I'm a Flutter developer, and I love to Flutter. It's very interesting, and it's as Ramis can tell you that it's a bit tricky, but it's interesting.
Yes, I am a Flutter fan myself. I've been dealing with Flutter for the past year now. It's a good thing to get linked with this skill set and start developing it for personal and professional development. So,
Exactly.
Ikra, why don't you go ahead and tell us about your CloudSeekho journey?
Yes, I'd love to. Uh, when CloudSeekho first started, I didn't know it was a thing. So there was a DSC lead. As I'm a DSC lead myself, there was a DSC lead before me. So his name was Zain Ali Shah, and he loved technology and he is so into it. So he told me something about CloudSeekho and Quick Labs. So I just wanted to try it out because I was new and I wanted to be something. I wanted to do something. So I just said, why not give it a try? And I just went for it, and um, I did some research, and I found the CloudSeekho website. It was so good. I also sell some swag, so it built some incentive, and I thought, why not get them? Then I just started my CloudSeekho season 1. It was awesome because it was so basic. The quests were so good, and it just started from basic. Because if a beginner and if a noob even tried to do it, he could do it easily. And so then we started about our CloudSeekho season 2 when I became a DC lead, and it was so good. And I did so much work on it. I volunteered for it, and I shared it so much. So people like me, or people that are very, they want to do something, can do something, can learn something, and then ultimately do something. So that was my whole journey, and I loved it, all of it.
All right, I can understand the CloudSeekho importance for you guys as DSC leads. I was the DSC lead from last year, as I mentioned to you earlier, and it was a good journey. So let's hear about a success story featuring CloudSeekho. Ahmed, can you tell us about that?
वेल रामेश भाई, लिटरली अगर मैं ऑडियंस को बताता चलूँ तो यानी मेरा जर्नी जो क्लाउड के साथ था, इट वाज जस्ट अ मिराकुलस वन. Well, it all started back in early 2019. GDG Islamabad arranged a couple of cloud study jams at NIC Peshawar. Well, I was in just a second semester of my undergrad, and I used to attend technical workshops from Google communities. And truth be told, I have never used any of the cloud platforms yet. And my mind was just burst up by the new looks and UI of Google Cloud Platform and that nasty CLI. वेल बताता चलूँ, CLI यानी एक सिर्फ होप थी मेरे पास. जब मैं यानी वो वर्कशॉप हो रही थी, तो जो हमारे फेलोज थे, जो मेरे सीनियर्स थे, दे वर जस्ट कॉपीड एंड पेस्टिंग ऑल द थिंग्स. तो मैंने एक चीज ये समझ ली थी कि हाँ भाई, ऊपर इंस्ट्रक्शंस हैं और नीचे जस्ट कॉपी और पेस्ट करना है. तो उस वर्कशॉप से मुझे सिर्फ ये पता चला था कि हमने यानी कोड स्निपेट्स जो हैं वो कॉपी और पेस्ट कर देना. Then I started attending hands-on labs for the first time, and I took that event as a talk. और बाद में GDG इस्लामाबाद ने मेरा जो फीडबैक था वो फीचर भी किया था, और मैं ऑडियंस को सुनवाना चाहूंगा कि मेरा जो फीडबैक था वो ये था. I took it as a seminar or meetup-like thing, but when I entered the hall, there was a pin drop silence except the murmuring of keys. I even had hardly heard about these terms like compute engine, etc. But finally, I was much motivated. तो बस क्लाउड के साथ वहां से मेरा जर्नी स्टार्ट हुआ. और एट द एंड ऑफ दैट वर्कशॉप वी वर गिवन मंथली टियर, फ्री टियर ऑफ GCP credits. तो दैट एक्टेड एज अ गेम चेंजर फॉर मी. देन क्लाउड सीको सीजन 1 जब आया तो आई वाज यानी मेरा काफी इंटरेक्शन हो चुका था उस टाइम तक GCP के हवाले से. तो आई वाज गुड टू गो. I completed 12 quests, which was highest at that time. Or then I became the DSC lead as well, and our mentor, Mr. Saad Hamid, उन्होंने यानी मुझे एक अपॉर्चुनिटी दी कि मैं जो हूँ वो पूरे पाकिस्तान से क्लाउड सीको सीजन 1 का जो सक्सेस फीचर स्टोरी था वो बना. और देन द जर्नी कंटिन्यूड टिल क्लाउड सीको सीजन 2 आया. और माशाल्लाह उसमें हमने हमारे जो DSC चैप्टर्स थे, दे प्लेड अ पाइवटल रोल, आई मस्ट से. और यानी पहले बताता चलूं कि क्लाउड सीको सीजन 1 तक ये था कि सिर्फ हम सीख रहे थे, लेकिन क्लाउड सीको सीजन 2 हम ये कह सकते हैं कि क्लाउड सीको सीजन 2 जो था वो सीखने के साथ सिखाना भी था. तो दैट वाज एन आइकॉनोक्लास्ट एक्सपीरियंस एज वेल.
So let's hear about the technical terms behind CloudSeekho, the jargon, I would say, the seasons, tiers, credits, quests, and subscriptions. How are they all related, and what importance do they carry? Iqra?
Actually, I would like to start with quests, because a quest is the main thing you have to do. And quest is something that is based on labs. Okay, so it contains minimum of 3 labs and maximum of 6 labs. So we have to do a quest to earn a badge. And if we earn badges, at least, depends on the tiers. What are the tiers now? Tiers is something that is assigned by CloudSeekho team. So last time जब CloudSeekho season 2 हुआ था तो उसमें इन्होंने 2 tiers assign किए हुए थे. तो इन दो tiers में एक 6 labs का tier था और एक 12 labs का tier था. So अगर आप 6 labs quests complete करते हैं तो आपको एक set of swags मिलते हैं जिसमें एक bottle शामिल है, एक bag है, stickers हैं and something like that. So and secondly अगर आप 12 quests complete करते हैं तो आपको second tier complete हो जाता है. So it depends on the quests. So if you complete the quests and you just show it out to the world. So CloudSeekho season 2 acknowledges that and give you swags and incentives.
All right. Ahmed, what's a quest and what are the related labs? What type of labs do people complete and what resources do they use to obtain these labs?
Well, I use just a layman's term in order to have a better understanding कि यानी जिस तरह एक बुक में चैप्टर्स होते हैं, चैप्टर्स भी रिलेटेड होते हैं उस बुक से, उस तरह हमारे पास जो क्वेस्ट होती है तो यानी वो रिलेटेड हैंड्स ऑन लैब्स की एक प्रैक्टिस होती है. लेट्स टेक एन एग्जांपल, इंट्रोडक्शन टू मशीन लर्निंग, इमेज प्रोसेसिंग. तो इमेज प्रोसेसिंग की क्वेस्ट में जितने भी हमारे पास लैब्स होते हैं वो सारे एक प्रॉपर सीरीज में होते हैं, रेंजिंग फ्रॉम बिगिनर टू इंटरमीडिएट एंड देन एडवांस्ड. जब आप वो कर लेते हैं तो आपको एक इशूड होता है जीसीपी की तरफ से एक प्रॉपर बैच, और वो बैच यानी इस चीज की फाउंडेशन होता है और एक इस चीज का एविडेंस होता है कि यानी इस बंदे ने ये जो क्वेस्ट है ये प्रॉपर हैंड्स ऑन लैब के जरिए किया हुआ है. तो क्वेस्ट और यानी अगर आम तरीके से लैब रख दिए जाते जीसीपी में तो वो इतने इफेक्टिव ना होते, लेकिन क्वेस्ट की मदद से आपको एक कंप्लीट पाथ मिल जाती है जिसे आप फॉलो करते हैं. तो दैट्स इट.
Exactly.
Acha, so CloudSeekho, what's the future in CloudSeekho? Once you've done with the seasons, your quests, your labs, and your swags when you get them. So, what's the future as a CloudSeekho graduate? What are the opportunities you can avail? What are the other activities you can enlist yourself in? Iqra?
I would like to say कि सबसे पहले तो हमारे पास जॉब इंटरव्यूज़ और जॉब रेज्यूमेस की बात अगर हम करें तो उसमें हमारे पास हम क्लाउड सीखो हमारी जो लैब है या हम पूरी प्रोफाइल की एक लिंक दे सकते हैं. So if we give it in the resume, so at least we can say something about that we know this, we have learned this in quick labs and we have earned this badge, so we know about this field. So if अगर रेज्यूमे हमारा वो चेक करते हैं एटलीस्ट जॉब वाले तो वो ये देख सकते हैं कि हमें ये फील्ड्स आती हैं, हम उनको जो है परसू कर चुके हैं एंड वी कैन डू मच बेटर इन दैट. और सेकेंडली मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी कि बंदे को खुद एक्सपीरियंस हो जाता है और इन द सेंस कि अगर वो खुद अपना स्टार्टअप शुरू करना चाहे या अपने एक्सपीरियंस को एज इन द कोर्सेज ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटीज इसको डिप्लॉय करना चाहे तो दैट इज़ द बेस्ट.
All right. Ahmed, you mentioned swags as an incentive to the CloudSeekho students. So, what type of swags are we talking about?
वेल स्वैग्स मैं यानी अपनी कम्युनिटी में भी और इसके अलावा यानी जितनी भी हमारी ऑडियंस है उनको यही कहना चाहूँगा कि स्वैग्स यानी वो चीज़ होती है जो आपको मोटिवेशन देती है आपके नेक्स्ट टारगेट के लिए. तो दीज इंसेंटिव्स जस्ट प्ले अ पाइवटल रोल इन मोटिवेशन पर्पसेस. और जहाँ तक स्वैग्स की बात की जाए तो हमारे पास मुख्तलिफ गुडीज आती हैं जो कि गूगल ब्रांडेड होती हैं, गूगल क्लाउड ब्रांडेड. तो वो यानी अपने आप में एक जो होता है वो आपका एजाज होता है कि आपने यानी काफ़ी परसेवरेंस और हार्डवर्क के जरिए जो है ये सारी चीज़ें एक्सेस की होती हैं. इसके अलावा एक सेंस ऑफ मोटिवेशन भी होती है. जिस तरह इस बार हमारे पास 2 टीयर्स थे कि टीयर 1 जिसने 6 क्वेस्ट कंप्लीट किए तो वो टीयर 1 का एलिजिबल हो जाएगा, और जिसने 12 क्वेस्ट कर लिए तो वो टीयर 2 से एलिजिबल हो जाएगा. तो यानी इस तरह एक सेंस ऑफ कंपटीशन भी था हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स के बीच में, और एक अच्छा यानी इनके लिए लर्निंग पाथ क्रिएट की गई थी या कि यानी वो क्वेस्ट को जो है वो ज्यादा से ज्यादा इस पे टाइम ले सकें और दे आर गुड टू गो.
All right.
Yeah, I'd like to show a bottle. ये मेरे पास पड़ी हुई है. Like you can see that this thing. So it's
Sneak peek at
it's
this
one of those
Swikes
racks.
incentive for the
Yeah,
audience.
exactly.
So, audience, this is what you get when you enroll in CloudSeekho and complete one of the quests. And there's much more to it. So, please do avail the opportunity. Uh, Ahmed and Iqra, we have a question from the audience from Aftab Khan. He asked if it can I benefit from CloudSeekho being a machine learning engineer who applies for machine learning and deep learning to healthcare problems like computer aided diagnosis and prognosis.
वेल
Exactly.
राम
Go
रामेश
ahead,
भाई,
Ahmed.
इनका जो क्वेश्चन है वो यानी जीसीपी से बिल्कुल अलाइंड है ना. लेट मी गिव यू एन एग्जांपल, आफ्ताब, अगर आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं, कि गूगल क्लाउड प्लेटफॉर्म आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की जितनी भी डोमेन्स हैं हमारे पास, मशीन लर्निंग ले लें, डीप लर्निंग ले लें, कंप्यूटर विजन ले लें, तो इसके हवाले से जीसीपी का काफी अपर हैंड है बाकी पब्लिक क्लाउड प्लेटफॉर्म्स के हवाले से, बिकॉज जीसीपी इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं अपनी कस्टमाइज्ड हार्डवेयर के हवाले से. आप सबको पता होगा टेंसर फ्लो, जो कि यानी एक काफी बेहतरीन लाइब्रेरी है, और बल्कि एक प्रॉपर फ्रेमवर्क है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की डोमेन्स को हैंडल करने के लिए. मशीन लर्निंग, लेट्स टेक एन एग्जांपल. तो जीसीपी पे प्रॉपर इन्वेस्टमेंट की गई है कि कस्टमाइज्ड हार्डवेयर क्रिएट किया जाए जिस पे हमारे पास टेंसर फ्लो रन किया जा सके. हमारे पास टेंसर प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स हैं, यानी सीपीयूज और जीपीयूज से नेक्स्ट लेवल हमारे पास टीपीयूज हैं कि जो टेंसर प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स उस पर रन हो रही हैं. तो बीइंग अ मशीन लर्निंग इंजीनियर आप लोगों के लिए यानी ये एक मैं कहूंगा नेक्स्ट लेवल आ जाएगा, और आपके करियर को लेवरेज मिलेगा. बिकॉज आप सबको पता है कि ईच एंड एवरी एंटरप्राइज इज शिफ्टिंग टुवर्ड्स क्लाउड, मेकिंग क्लाउड अ पोटेंशियल स्किल. और अगर जब अगर आफ्ताब यानी कहीं पे आप किसी जॉब वगैरह में अप्लाई करते हैं या किसी बड़ी एंटरप्राइज लेवल की कंपनी पे आप काम करने जाते हैं, तो वहां पे आपके मशीन लर्निंग की स्किल्स को इन्हांस कर दिया जाएगा अगर आपको उसकी क्लाउड की इंटीग्रेशन आती है. तो होप सो आई आंसर्ड वेल.
All right.
Yes, exactly. I'd like to add a point.
Okay, yeah.
कि हमने जो लास्ट सीजन किया था, इट वाज टोटली बेस्ड ऑन एआई एंड एमएल, यू नो. सो अगर आप ये चाहते हैं कि आप एआई और एमएल को इंटीग्रेट करना चाहते हैं किसी भी चीज़ में, लास्ट टाइम जब हमने क्वेस्ट किए तो उसमें एक दो क्वेस्ट ऐसी थी कि बिग क्वेरी को एआई में और एमएल में इन्होंने इंटीग्रेट किया हुआ था, एंड दैट वाज एग्जैक्टली द थिंग यू वांट टू डू. So it was mind blowing, and you can do that. जैसे आप कह रहे हैं कि diagnostics and all that apps में add करना चाहते हैं, तो that is something you should pursue, and that is exactly the thing that you want.
I have a question for you, Ikra.
Yeah, sure.
What are the DSC activities related to CloudSeekho in your local domain or university?
Actually, I would like to say that DSC is the best part of our university because it, it clarifies and it, involves people in technology. So the whole point of DSC is to involve people in technology, in new technology that is coming towards their way, and they don't know about it. So DSC हमारे पास वो सारी technologies को लेके show करता है एक platform में, जो कि ताकि स्टूडेंट्स आ सकें और हमारे पास सीख सकें एंड ऑल दैट. सो जहाँ तक डीएससी का काम है, इवेंट्स हम हेड करवाते हैं इस बारे में. लास्ट टाइम हमने एक इवेंट किया था क्लाउड सीखो पे. उसमें हमने प्रदीप किसनानी को बुलवाया था. वो गूगल क्लाउड एक्सपर्ट हैं इस टाइम पे. तो उन्होंने हमारे साथ क्लाउड सीखो पे क्विक लैब्स भी हमें हैंड्स ऑन करके दिखाई, और उन्होंने क्लाउड के बारे में जो है बहुत सारा कुछ बताया, जीसीपी के बारे में, इवन क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग का इंट्रोडक्शन एंड all that things that we want to know about cloud. So it was a great event, and you can even check it out in our page. It was Facebook Live, and it had so good stats. So I think जहाँ तक DSC और cloud सीखो की बात है, तो we are taking it very good.
All right. As far as I've heard, Ahmed, you had a Cloud Fest in your university and you had like a podcast to explain the CloudSeekho experience to all of the users. Why don't you go ahead and tell us about what that is?
वेल इसको फिर पीछे से ही मैं लिंकेजेस का लेता चलूंगा. हमारी जब क्लाउड सीको सीजन 1 की ग्रेजुएशन सेरेमनी थी, तो एट दैट टाइम आई प्रोक्लेम दैट इंशाल्लाह आई विल बी गोइंग टू अरेंज अ क्लाउड फेस्ट एट माय कैंपस. सो कोविड की वजह से सब कुछ वर्चुअल था, तो क्लाउड सीको सीजन 2 जब स्टार्ट हुआ तो आई टुक इट एज एन अपॉर्चुनिटी और मेरी जो कोर टीम है और जितनी भी मेरी कम्युनिटी है एट माय कैंपस यूईटी पेशावर, दे रियली सपोर्टेड मी इन दिस कॉज। और इस हवाले से यानी हम लोगों ने प्रॉपर, हमारे असल में एम ये था कि हमारे जितने भी कंटेंट राइटर्स हैं, हमारे डेवलपर्स हैं, हमारे डिजाइनर्स हैं, वो यानी क्लाउड सीखो में अपना जो है वो कंट्रीब्यूशन दें। तो इस हवाले से अगर मेरी कंट्रीब्यूशन की बात की जाए तो मैंने एक पॉडकास्ट कंपाइल की, जो कि यानी एक लेमैन भी अगर सुने तो उससे क्लाउड सीखो के हवाले से सब कुछ पता चल जाएगा। यानी इट इंक्लूड्स बिगिनर्स से, यानी आप क्लाउड सीखो की एप्लीकेशन कैसे फिल करते हैं, और देन क्विक लैब्स तक, क्विक लैब्स से जीसीपी के कुछ फंडामेंटल से लेके टेंसर प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स तक मैंने उसमें बयान किया हुआ है। इसके अलावा हमारे कुछ जूनियर्स ने प्रॉपर आर्टिकल्स लिखे इस चीज पे। वी जस्ट वांटेड टू बूम दिस बिकॉज गूगल ने इतनी अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी दी है पाकिस्तानी स्टूडेंट डेवलपर्स के लिए कि यानी वो फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट इतने कॉस्टी क्लाउड प्लेटफॉर्म्स को यूज कर सकें। तो इन रिटर्न हमारा भी यानी कुछ हक बनता है कि हम कम्युनिटी को वापस करें। तो दैट्स ऑल।
Exactly.
All right, all right. I'd appreciate if you share the link to your podcast to the chat in the live stream. Meanwhile, I have a question for you, Ikra. What are the locales of CloudSeekho? By locales, I mean how is CloudSeekho in Pakistan compared to the other countries? What is the scope of CloudSeekho in other countries in the international world?
I think the CloudSeekho incentive is in Pakistan right now because of the developing countries and all that. So Pakistan is one of them, and you have to do something to initialize this concept of cloud in Pakistan. So we started a campaign. I mean, Google started a campaign that was named CloudSeekho, and I think it was so great because it went so well. And in Pakistan, there are at least more than 2,000 people who are benefited from this.
There's a question from the audience. Are these labs paid or free? I don't think we've clarified the concept of credits yet, so you'd like to highlight more about that, credits and subscriptions. Iqra,
Yeah,
please.
sure. I'd like to say कि जो हमारे पास क्लाउड सीखो से अगर हम रजिस्टर करते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे पास क्लाउड सीखो डिपेंड करता है कि किस टाइम आए। सो लास्ट टाइम हमारे पास पिछले ईयर में जून जुलाई में आया था, एंड इस दफ़ा हमारे पास सितंबर अक्टूबर का सीजन था। सो डिपेंड्स ऑन हाउ एंड व्हेन क्लाउड सीखो कम्स, एंड इफ़ यू रजिस्टर इन देयर वेबसाइट, अगर आप उनकी वेबसाइट पे रजिस्टर करें और उनके प्रोवाइडेड लिंक से आप क्विक लैब्स में लॉग इन करें, तो आपको एक 1 मंथ फ्री सब्सक्रिप्शन मिल जाता है। उसकी वजह से आप क्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं, हाउ मैनी क्वेस्ट यू वांट, यू कैन डू इट। सो मस्ट होता है कि जो लैब्स और क्वेस्ट आपको वहाँ पे क्लाउड सीखो वेबसाइट में या फिर ईमेल में मेंशन की गई हैं, आप वो लाजमी करनी होती हैं ताकि आपको स्वैग्स मिल सकें। और इसके अलावा अगर आपको कोई इंटरेस्ट है, इफ़ यू हैव इंटरेस्ट इन बिग क्वेरी, इफ़ यू हैव इंटरेस्ट इन मशीन लर्निंग, इफ़ यू हैव इंटरेस्ट इन एनीथिंग, so you can do it, and you can have hands-on experience in quick labs. So there is no restriction. आपको 1 मंथ जब फ्री सब्सक्रिप्शन मिल जाती है तो आप किसी भी टाइम पे कितने भी क्रेडिट्स के अगर हम क्रेडिट्स की बात करें तो एक लैब एटलीस्ट 1 से लेके 7 या 9 क्रेडिट्स तक की होती है। सो डिपेंड्स ऑन द लैब और डिपेंड्स ऑन द फोकस के उन्होंने किस चीज़ पे किया हुआ है। तो अगर आपको वो क्रेडिट्स सब्सक्रिप्शन नहीं है तो आपको क्रेडिट्स बाय करने पड़ते हैं, और अगर आपको क्रेडिट्स बाय नहीं करने तो आप जाहिर सी बात है क्लाउड सीखो में रजिस्टर करेंगे, एंड so that you can have मंथली सब्सक्रिप्शन, और उसके बाद आप जितने मर्जी क्वेस्ट करना चाहें आप कर सकते
वेल,
Um,
यहाँ पे ऐड करना चाहूँ रमेश भाई कि यानी क्लाउड सीखो की असल एसेंस ये है ना कि जो हमारे पास जितने भी पब्लिक क्लाउड हैं, जीसीपी को ले लें, एज्योर को ले लें, एडब्ल्यूएस को ले लें, तो दीज क्लाउड प्लेटफॉर्म्स आर टू कॉस्टली। मैं अगर आपको बताता चलूँ कि हमारे पास 1,000 क्रेडिट्स जो जीसीपी के हैं वो तकरीबन $850 कॉस्ट करते हैं, जो कि यानी एक पाकिस्तानी स्टूडेंट या पाकिस्तानी स्टूडेंट डेवलपर के लिए अफोर्ड करना आई थिंक इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल, इट्स नॉट
हैं। बहुत
अफोर्डेबल।
मुश्किल
तो
है।
इस चीज को यानी समझना चाहिए और इन अपॉर्चुनिटीज से फायदा उठाना चाहिए। दैट्स ऑल।
एग्जैक्टली।
another question from the audience from Danish Irfan. He asks, will there be a Cloud Seekers season 3?
we are very hopeful, very because CloudSeekho season 2 was a success. It was a great success, and we are hoping CloudSeekho season 3 is on its way.
And another
Uh,
question from Abdullah Naul. He asks, what are the benefits a WordPress developer can take from Quick Labs or CloudSeekho?
वेल अब्दुल्ला का क्वेश्चन आंसर करता चलूं तो क्लाउड पे प्रॉपर डिप्लॉयमेंट होती है. लेट्स टेक एन एग्जांपल. मेरी एक एप्लीकेशन है जो कि उसका फ्रंट एंड जावास्क्रिप्ट में बेस्ड है और बैक एंड पीएचपी या नोड जेएस कुछ भी है. तो यानी आपको आप जिस तरह लोकली चीजें बिल्ड करते हैं उसी तरह डिप्लॉयमेंट जो होती है वो क्लाउड पे बहुत अच्छे तरीके से होती है. इवन क्लाउड पे आपको यानी साथ काफी ज्यादा इन्हांसमेंट्स मिलती हैं, जिस तरह सर्वरलेस आर्किटेक्चर जो कि यानी लोकली एक इम्पॉसिबल सी बात लगती है, लेकिन सर्वरलेस आर्किटेक्चर और इस तरह के बेहतरीन फंक्शंस और स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट टेक्नोलॉजीज मिलती हैं जिससे जो है का आपका डेवलपमेंट वाली साइड जो है वो बहुत इन्हांस होती है. तो होप सो आई आंसर्ड बैक.
Acha, I'd like to ask this from you, Ahmed. What are the academic advantages and the relationship with the academics while at university that you gain from participating in CloudSeekho seasons?
वेल जहाँ तक एकेडेमिया की बात है तो इस तरह के जो प्रोग्राम्स होते हैं वो होते ही इस वजह से हैं कि यानी दे ब्रिज द गैप बिटवीन एकेडेमिया एंड इंडस्ट्री. तो आपको यानी एक इंडस्ट्री का आउटलुक मिलता है. इसके अलावा यानी बहुत कम ही होता है कि हमारे कोर्सेज में क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग को इंक्लूड किया जाए. अगर होता भी है तो एक इलेक्टिव होता है. तो यानी जो आप थ्योरी पढ़ते हैं और अगर आप ये क्वेस्ट करते हैं और जीसीपी पे आपकी थोड़ी सी कमांड होती है तो उसका ये फायदा होता है कि आपकी थ्योरी को एक प्रॉपर प्रैक्टिकल फाउंडेशन मिल जाती है. और अगर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की एग्जांपल में लेता चलूं तो बहुत सी यूनिवर्सिटीज में पाकिस्तानी हमारे पास जो है पाकिस्तानी अल्मा मैटर्स में एज एन इलेक्टिव हम यूज करते हैं, वो भी फाइनल ईयर में जाके आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को. तो ज्यादा बेहतर ये है कि उस कोर्स के अलावा बंदा ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटीज से फायदा उठाए और अपने जो है वो प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज को एनहांस करे.
Bilkul. So I've seen many questions about CloudSeekho Season 3. Again, we do not have an update on when the CloudSeekho Season 3 will begin, but let me assure you that whenever we have any details, it will be shared to the DSC pages, to the GDG Cloud Islamabad pages, and to all the Google community pages where you can hopefully get the information.
वेल रामेश भाई यहाँ पे एक चीज कन्वे करना चाहूंगा कि हमारे कम्युनिटी मैनेजर हैं डीएससी के साथ हामिद, तो वो यही कह रहे हैं कि हम लोग यानी जितना इन अपॉर्चुनिटीज से फायदा उठाएंगे और जितना इनको यानी इन्हांस करेंगे अपनी कम्युनिटीज में पाकिस्तान में, तो हमारे पास जितनी भी यानी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी है या जो गूगल है, तो यानी वो इस चीज को देखेगा कि हाँ भाई यहाँ पे हमारी ब्रांडिंग हो रही है, हमारी चीजों की जो है वो प्रचार हो रहा है, तो यानी दे आर मोर लाइकली टू इन्वेस्ट इन पाकिस्तान. तो इस चीज का एक यानी पहलू ये भी है कि हमें CS2 जो हमने किया वो काफी अच्छा किया है. तो वी आर होपिंग फॉर द बेस्ट कि इंशाल्लाह सीजन 3 जो है वो इसी जो है वो आबोताब के साथ दोबारा कंटिन्यू होगा सून.
Eqra, you've mentioned that BigQuery implementation in AI was a game changer, a mind blower. What exactly
Exactly.
is BigQuery with AI, and what difference does it make for you and us?
I'd say कि जहाँ तक एआई की बात है, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और मशीन लर्निंग, हम काफ़ी देखते हैं रहते हैं. एटलीस्ट जब हमने फर्स्ट क्वेस्ट की थी तो उसमें हमने विजन एपीआई के बारे में देखा था. विजन एपीआई क्या करती है, हम एक उनको एक नोटबुक बनाते हैं, उसका इंस्टेंस बनाते हैं, एंड देन वी अपलोड अ फाइल, एटलीस्ट फॉर एग्जांपल एन इमेज. So we uploaded an image of a dog, and it told us that it was a dog. And then I tried more images, and it was telling us literally everything. So for this is an example of AI and ML. So अगर आप इस AI और ML को integrate करें BigQuery में, BigQuery is big data, and अगर आप पूरी दुनिया से globalize कर दें और उस डेटा को उठा के एक एक रिपोजिटरी में रख दें, और उस रिपोजिटरी को, उस प्रोजेक्ट को हम AI और ML में इंटीग्रेट कर दें, तो उस ML का काम ही यही है कि वो लर्न करे और उसके बाद हमें रिजल्ट्स दे. तो वो उस बिग डेटा से लर्न करेगा, और जाहिर सी बात है हमें फिर जो हम नया डाटा देंगे जो हमारे पास पहले से मौजूद नहीं होगा, उसमें हमें वो रिजल्ट्स इस तरह बताएगा जैसे वो खुद लर्न करके रिजल्ट्स बता रहा है। तो जिस तरह अभी डायग्नोस्टिक्स की बात की मेरे ख्याल में किसी ने यहाँ पे, तो उनकी उनकी जिस तरह एक ऐप बना रहे हैं वो, अगर वो यूज़ करते हैं इस चीज़ को, तो अगर हम पूरी दुनिया से डायग्नोस्टिक्स की बात करते हैं, तो फॉर एग्जांपल किसी एक बीमारी के बारे में बात हो रही है, या किसी प्लांट इन्फेक्शन के बारे में बात हो रही है, तो उस चीज़ को लेके अगर हम आगे बढ़ते हैं और उसके बारे में डाटा उठा के, पूरा बिग क्वेरी का डाटा उठा के हम रख देते हैं एमएल के अंदर, उसको इंटीग्रेट जब करते हैं, तो इन द सेंस के आप उस पिछले वाले जितना भी डाटा था उससे लर्न करके एमएल हमें वो वाला डाटा प्रोवाइड करेगा जो हमारे पास पहले से मौजूद नहीं होगा। अगर हम उसको अब कोई नई क्यूरी देंगे तो वो हमें बता सकता है कि ये कौन सा ऐसा प्रॉब्लम है जो इस वक्त डायग्नोज हुआ है, और ऐसी कौन सी बीमारी है जो अब इस टाइम पे आपको नजर आ रही है इस किसी भी स्पेसिफिक इंडिविजुअल में। सो दिस इज रियली अ गेम चेंजर आई थिंक।
There's a question in the audience: how to become a GDG Cloud member? GDG Cloud Islamabad community dev page has the link to the community dev page has been shared with you. You can log into community dev and to create a profile and join the community on its page on the community dev platform. Uh, Ahmed, there's also another question from the audience. I'd like if you can answer this. Kamran Ahmed asked that he has subscribed to the Quick Lab for 1 month, but after the expiry of that subscription, the CloudSeekho Season 3 is up. Will he be eligible for access for Quick Labs after that month?
वेल एग्जैक्टली जब यानी कोई क्लाउड सीखो के लिंक से एक बार रजिस्टर करता है तो उसे 1 मंथ का एडवांटेज सब्सक्रिप्शन मिलता है, जिसे हम फ्री टीयर कहते हैं। तो 1 मंथ, लेट्स टेक एन एग्जांपल, अगर किसी बंदे ने 30th of September को अपना एक्टिवेशन की, तो 30th of October तक जो है वो उसकी एक्टिवेशन जो है वो प्रॉपर रहेगी। देन जो जितने भी इंस्टेंसेस होंगे वो पॉज कर दिए जाएंगे, और अगर फिर क्लाउड सीको सीजन 3 आता है इंशाल्लाह, तो देन अगर वो फिर अप्लाई करते हैं तो इट विल यानी कंटिन्यू, ये ऐसे ही होता रहेगा फिर।
Iqra Hamza Khan has a question. Can we complete Google Cloud from these quests? If yes, please mention which quest should one do for it. I'd like to know what quests you've completed in season 1 and 2, and what you would recommend others to complete when they start doing these quests.
एग्जैक्टली आई वुड लाइक टू टेल यू फर्स्ट माई क्वेस्ट। जब मैंने सीजन 1 स्टार्ट हुआ था जब, तो it was literally I didn't know even a thing, so I just started with basics. So if I tell you the basics, the first quest I did was baseline infrastructure, and it all matlab consisted of the basics of cloud and all that. So after that I did security and identity fundamentals, and it was based on security and how can we secure ourselves with cloud. And the next was networking, and then cloud SQL was one quest that was not mentioned in the website or on the in the email, CloudSeekho email. But I did it anyway because I was learning SQL and all that in our courses, university courses. So I wanted to learn more about it, and I just had idea that if I have this subscription, why not use it? So I just use it, and I did cloud SQL, and it was literally something that taught me something, because it was totally related with my core subjects, and it was literally help. So that was something. And then I did understanding your cloud, Google Cloud costs. How can we how can we integrate BigQuery and costs for something. For example, we did something about I guess football team and something. So how can we how can we do something that is related to costs and the BigQuery? So how can we get the cost? How can we prepare ourselves for the cost and all that? So it was totally good. And then there were Kubernetes engines and clusters, and and then it all was just going on like that. So I did those quests. uh, the second part of your question was, I guess, how can I'm sorry, you have to repeat that.
I asked you which quests you would recommend to a new person who is trying to learn how to complete these quests.
Yes, I would totally recommend the baseline infrastructure and the security and identity fundamentals, because it is something that is started from the base, and you have to know what the basis of CloudSeekho is or cloud computing is. So you just have to go with the basics. And if you are interested in ML and AI, then you have to go towards AI and ML fundamentals and all that. So that's the thing.
Ahmed, I'd like to rewind a little. We were talking about subscriptions, credits, quests, and tiers. We missed out on tiers, I believe. Would you like to explain the audience what tiers are in the CloudSeekho journey?
वेल टीयर्स हमारे पास दो किस्म के हैं ना. एक जो टीयर्स हमारे पास गूगल क्लाउड प्लेटफॉर्म और क्विक लैब्स की तरफ से ऑफिशियली तौर पे जो टीयर्स हैं वो सब्सक्रिप्शंस के हवाले से हैं, यानी हमारे पास प्राइसिंग और क्रेडिट्स के हवाले से टीयर्स हैं. लेकिन क्लाउड सीखो टीम के जो टीयर्स हैं हमारे पास वो ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ क्वेस्ट सेग्रीगेशन की गई है कि यानी जो बंदा 6 क्वेस्ट करेगा वो टीयर 1 से एलिजिबल हो जाएगा और उसको टीयर 1 के स्वैग्स मिलेंगे. और अगर कोई बंदा 12 क्वेस्ट कर लेता है या उससे ज्यादा तो वो बंदा टीयर 2 से एलिजिबल हो जाएगा जिसमें टीयर 1 के सब स्वैग्स प्लस अ यूएसपी एंड कप एज वेल. तो दैट्स सिंपल.
What are the additional benefits you get from tiering up when you're in the CloudSeekho journey, apart from these swags?
Learning, of course, and experience, hands-on experience. Yes, I'd like to say that.
Yes,
If
hands-on
we,
experience is
वेल
quite important.
yep, exactly.
वेल दे आल्सो यानी जो बंदा काफी कनेक्टेड रहता है इन चीजों से तो प्रॉपर अब जिस तरह यानी गूगल का एक फ्लैगशिप इवेंट था गूगल क्लाउड नेक्स्ट ऑन एयर, तो यानी उसकी ऑफिशियल ईमेल्स भी आपको जाती हैं सब्सक्रिप्शन के हवाले से. और इसके अलावा यानी दे गिव यू बोनस एडवांटेज सब्सक्रिप्शंस, यानी वो कुछ क्रेडिट्स के होते हैं और स्पैन करता है उनका टेन्योर 2 to 3 months पे. तो यानी ये कुछ आपके पास अपॉर्चुनिटीज होती हैं अगर आप इस चीज से कनेक्टेड रहें और क्वेस्ट जो है वो आप करते रहें. बिकॉज मोस्टली ये होता है कि जिस तरह क्लाउड सीखो की डेडलाइन आती है तो लोग कहते हैं बस यार अब जीसीपी खत्म तो अब क्लाउड सीखो भी खत्म. तो यानी मैं सबको यही कहना चाहूंगा कि अगर किसी ने क्लाउड में करियर बनाना है तो उस पूरे मंथ में आप इतना कुछ कर सकते हैं कि सोच नहीं है. अभी एक ऑडियंस में क्वेश्चन था कि यानी हम गूगल क्लाउड सीख सकते हैं, तो मैं थोड़ा क्लियर करता चलूं कि जीसीपी जो है या जो जितने भी क्लाउड प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं these are amalgam of all the technologies. जितनी भी हमारे पास टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं बी इट आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस साइबर सिक्योरिटी और यानी जितने भी हमारे पास डोमेन्स आती हैं उन सब की अमेलगम है डेवलपमेंट की. तो यानी ये सारी चीजें क्लाउड में होती हैं, सिर्फ स्टोरेज नहीं होती, प्रॉपर प्रोसेसिंग होती है, इसके पीछे डेटा सेंटर्स हैं जिसपे यानी गूगल इतना ज्यादा इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है. और गूगल बीइंग एन इनकॉर्पोरेशन, जो गूगल क्लाउड प्लेटफॉर्म है ये बिल्कुल इलादा इंटरप्राइज है, इनके सीईओ इलादा है, इनके यानी प्रॉपर जो टेक्निकल स्टाफ है वो इलादा रिक्रूट होता है. तो इस चीज को यानी थोड़ा समझ लेना चाहिए.
So we have some passionate enthusiast audience here who are asking some real questions. Let me help you out. GDG Cloud Islamabad like communities. If anyone wants to open a branch of GDG in another city, what do we need to do? Saad, I'll advise you contact Saad Hamid, who is the regional community manager of Cloud and GDG and DSC communities. He'll explain to you the process of having a GDG in your area. Uh, GDGs are mainly promoted in the tier 1 cities like Islamabad, Karachi, and Lahore. But if there is a tier 2 or tier 3 exception with a good standing, he'll obviously accommodate you with anything. I think. This is a question you guys can help me out with, Iqra and Ahmed. I'd like to ask you first, Iqra. How can I develop and lead DSC in my university's campus?
I'd like to say, okay, if you want to be a DSC lead, you have to first of all, apply for it. and you just go out and search in the Google how to become a DSC lead, and a whole website will be shown, and all the things that you want to know will be there. So if there's anything that is not, I would tell you, okay, it is something based on how you do things. So how many people you can influence, how many people you have already influenced. And it's something that it's a whole chapter in your university, like IEEE and all that. So it's something that it's community building. So there's if you can build a community, if you have connections, and if you have the leadership quality, you can lead a DSC, of course.
And what's your advice on this question, Ahmed?
वेल मैं तो एक शॉर्टकट ही बताना चाहूँगा कि पाकिस्तान में इस टाइम 43 DSCs एक्टिव हैं, तो यानी यू हैव द अपॉर्चुनिटी ऑफ 43 पॉइंट ऑफ कॉन्टैक्ट्स ऑल अराउंड पाकिस्तान. तो जो भी आपके नेबरहुड में है, जस्ट डू कांटेक्ट और उनके साथ कनेक्ट हो जाएं. और ये पूरा साल जो है आप उनकी एक्टिविटीज और जो है इनको नोट करें, इसको ऑब्जर्व करें, और देन आप भी यानी माशाल्लाह अगर बनने के काबिल हैं और एक प्रॉपर यानी कैंपस लीडर और इन्फ्लुएंसर हैं, देन यू आर गुड टू गो. और इंशाल्लाह वी आर हियर टू गाइड यू ऑल. और इंशाल्लाह हम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि नेक्स्ट ईयर जो डीएससी की यहाँ पे पॉपुलेशन होगी वो इंशाल्लाह काफी ज्यादा होगी.
Inshallah. And I hope listening to your CloudSeekho journey has motivated the audience to pursue such opportunities and to pick and grow interested towards DSC campaigns and DSC events. I mentioned Ahmed is from UAT Peshawar. He's the DSC lead there. So all the UAT Peshawar audience joined us live on stream can always contact him, attend his events. Same case for Eqra with the ComStats University Islamabad Khattak campus. Am I right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So the at a campus audience can always reach out to Eqra, attend her events and her DSC discussions and all the campaigns she hosting at her university. That's the end of time for our session. I'd like to thank you both, Ahmed and Eqra, for being here, for guiding us about CloudSeekho, and I wish the best to both of you for your future endeavors and experiences. Thank you, and we'll be moving on to the next session now.
Thank you, Ramis. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
It's been an honor. Allah Hafiz.
Allah Hafiz. So, audience, our next session is Dialogue Flow with Karanpareet Singh. He is the product manager at Google. He'll be joining. And he'll be talking about the Dialogue Flow chatbot conversations and callbots and more. We'll come back to the session with a short interval from our video. That's a catchy video that I'll never be bored from. Welcome back, beautiful audience, to our event, which you and I both love, Cloud DevFest 2020. On next, we have Karanpareet Singh, who is the most awaited speaker for with the topic of smart conversations with dialogue flow, chatbots, callbots, and more. He was raised in the city of Amritsar in Punjab, India, and he's a graduate in the Bachelor of Technology from Indian Institute of Technology, Ropar. He loves working with the teams at the intersection of engineering, products, and business. Having around 6 years of experience in technology and education industry, he's always passionate about learning new things and teaching and mentoring. He's here to teach about chatbots and callbots, so let's listen to what he has to say.
Hi. Thanks, Ramis. Thanks for the introduction. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, you are audible. I can hear you well.
Okay, got it. So I think, as you mentioned, I'll just do a brief introduction about myself and then I'll start with the presentation. So I'm working currently with Google as a program manager, and I am working with conversational IVR program. So Dialogflow is the day in and day out of my work life, where I use, and I actually do a lot of training sessions as well on Dialogflow, and which is where I thought to actually do a training session on Dialogflow, because that's a very useful platform for anybody, even they are from a computer science background or they are not from a computer science background, or if somebody who is not into coding but they want to build chatbots or any different types of bots which we'll study today. I think that's the best platform where you can actually build. So we'll actually learn about what are bots, what are different types of chatbots, or let's say call bots or different other bots, and then we'll actually create a bot ourselves in this session, right? So I'll actually share the screen. I just wanted to confirm, and you can let me know if everybody can see my screen, right?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, and is it full screen, right? The presentation
Yeah.
is in full screen, I hope. Okay, got it. Just the other thing is, uh, uh, I
Okay,
just want.
I'll leave this over to you, and you can have the session.
Yeah, the only thing is, I just wanted to check if, let's say, I want to look at the comments along with this screen sharing. How can I do that? So that I want to make it more interactive, where I can actually interact with the viewers
I'll
and.
highlight them for you. I'll highlight them for you whenever something relevant comes up.
Got it. Got it. I think there just I need a few inputs for me to plan do this session better, right? In terms of, I think I'm going to before I start with the agenda, I just wanted to check and sort of just gauge the audience in terms of what do they prefer in terms of language. I can speak Hindi or English and Punjabi as well. So just
This is
wanted
a
to check.
universal platform. You see, we're multicultural people. We're okay with anything.
Okay, got it. I
Do
because
bear
I
in mind
actually
though that there is the delay in the streams going on the platform, so there'll be a delay when the question answers when you're keeping it interactive.
got it. Whenever you get something, some activity, you can let me know in terms of what are the people preferring. The only thing, the other thing is, can I open this on another tab and just look at the comments as they come along also?
I'll highlight it for you in the same tab.
Okay, got it. Yeah, it would be great if I think in the side you can highlight, because I think that will be very useful for me to look at those. Right.
All right,
So
over to
yes,
you.
I think let's start with the topic of today, which is smart conversations with dialogue flow, which is chatbots, call bots, and more. Right. So that's the theme, and I'm moving next. Next, so the agenda for today is that we'll be covering like we'll be actually looking at what are bots. I'm sure everybody has looked and like wondered and even sort of maybe used different types of bots earlier, which are deployed on different platforms. Let me give you an example. Let's say whenever you open a travel booking website or some website of any product or service, you actually get a pop-up, a very small pop-up from the bottom, that what do you need help with, or let's say, what do you want to do, right? uh, Sometimes traditionally there is a person who is actually sitting on the back end who is actually asking you that question. But I think now in the age of like artificial intelligence and machine learning, most probably you are going to talk to a bot who is going to greet you, ask you what do you need help, what do you want to buy, whether you have any purchase query, or let's say any service query or any product query, and then he's going to help you accordingly in terms of either routing that conversation to a actual human or anybody else, right? So I think that's how the bots are working. And I'm sure you would have also experienced bots sometimes on, let's say, messaging applications like Facebook Messenger or Google Chat or your Slack or different. Or you would have also observed sometimes on WhatsApp that there are a lot of bots built by different banks, right? So that you can get your status of transaction, or let's say the account balance on WhatsApp itself. So all these bots are deployed. So we'll actually see what are the different types of bots, right? Like, and I'm not going to talk much because I think later on the slides will probably speak. The second point is where I'll actually talk briefly about how bots work. And I mean, how do they actually detect what you are saying, and they actually give you a smart reply with the help of the Dialogflow platform. So we'll get introduced to how the platform works, what is a very basic architecture, and I think that's just going to be for probably first 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll jump directly onto the Dialogflow platform to actually build a bot for ourselves. So in this session, that's the most exciting thing, that we'll build a very small bot, which is going to be, let's say, a travel help desk, right? Where you can actually, which can be deployed on a travel website, or which can be also be deployed on a, let's say, WhatsApp or Messenger. So let's say you want to come up with your own travel agency, or let's say a travel booking website where you want to help customers with flight booking, or let's say a train booking. So we'll actually see that how you can deploy a bot to make your life easier, and obviously the customer experience also better in terms of giving them a good experience of booking something quickly and passing whatever information they want to pass very quickly. I think a quick tip here is that a lot of you who are watching this session on the mobile, if you want to actually do a hands-on practice with me on Dialogflow, I'm going to go very slow, which is where I think there's a good opportunity that you should open up your laptops or desktops or home PCs, and you can actually watch this session from the mobile, but continue working. Uh, continue going through this session on, continue building the bot with me on your laptop, right? That's the advantage, where you can actually build a bot by the end of the session yourself, and you can continue building on that. Even if you're mobile, you can, if you're not having a laptop, you can actually continue watching on mobile. You might not be able to build on Dialogflow from your mobile, but then you can note down the steps and you can do the practice later on, right? So that's probably the agenda for today. So let's start with bots, but I think I'll just pause here for a while to check if there are any questions around from the viewers, any preferences in terms of language or anything. You can hear me? Yeah, just display on the on my tab itself whosoever is the moderator, so that I get to know in terms of if there is anything coming from the users, right? So I think let's start directly with what are the different types of bots. And I think the most traditional one, which I just talked about, and I'm sure you would have observed a lot, is the chatbot, where I think you actually chat. The medium of the interaction is chat, right? So if you see the different types of bots are, why I'm saying that these are different types, because they are basically categorized into different mediums of interaction with the bot, right? You can actually type and like do like a chat, or you can also talk to a bot with the help of, let's say, a voice assistant or a call. So that's, I think, the next type of bot, which is the voice assistant one, where what you're going to do is, I'm sure you would have used Google Assistant, or let's say Alexa or Siri for Apple devices, and I'm sure nowadays you know a lot of smart devices, like we have smart bulb, or let's say a smart television, or let's say a Chromecast, Nest audio devices, Google Home devices, or let's say Alexa devices at our place, where we actually interact with them, right? So what you see is just a bot, but a different type of bot, which is a voice interactive bot is deployed for these hardware devices. But the platform or the bot which is running at the background is probably the same, which is already there in a chatbot, or let's say already in other mediums, right? So it's just a different medium. Let's quickly jump on to the next one, and the next one is call bots. So I'm sure I'm if you have used call bots earlier, or have come across any bot earlier, whenever you call a number and you are actually greeted by a bot, and they ask you what do you need help with. So call bots are very common with a lot of customer support and customer service platforms, and a lot of products use it. And I'll actually show you a very real demo which I just recorded today, in terms of I wanted to web check in for a flight ticket, and I called one of the airlines, which is SpiceJet, and I asked them to like actually web check in, and I was not greeted by a call center or a contact center human, but rather a agent, which is a virtual agent, right? And the last one is ad bots, right? So the ad bots are basically the ones which are like, I'm sure you would have observed a lot of times on Facebook or on different blog websites, there are ads, and then within the ads there is a option for you to actually type something, and you can pass any information, or you can ask anything about what is the price of the car, or let's say what is the mileage, or anything, if it's a car ad. And then obviously you can get more information. With this means, what the bot is doing is basically taking your information, noting down that you are interested towards buying a new car, and that all information data is going to pass to a sales team representative, who is going to contact you soon for pitching, right? Or a demo session. So that's how a lot of ad bots are deployed, and we'll actually even see a more few examples of how these bots are integrated with different platforms. And I'm actually going to show a very interesting demo of a call bot as well. So just be with me. Yeah. So the first one is chatbot, right? And I think I probably talked about it. This can be integrated with Google Chat or Slack or Facebook Messenger or WhatsApp as well, right? So you can type whatever you want, and you can talk to a bot. The next one, Alexa, which is like assistance bot, which is, let's say, Google Assistant or Alexa or Siri, and there are probably a lot of hardware devices where you can also integrate these and interact with them. Right. And I think this is the most interesting one, which is the call bots. So these are integrated with, let's say, the IVR systems or contact centers. So I'm sure that a lot of times you have interacted with a traditional kind of, I would not call it as a bot, but because it's not not smart, but it's more of a voice interactive system, where you actually get options like press 1 for this, press 2 for this, press 3 for this, and all these options, right? So this is what is called a very traditional DTMF IVR bot. But nowadays you actually get call bot, so you don't have to actually go through all the irritating options of press 1 for this, press 2 for this, and press 3 for this. Rather, they are smart bots where you can actually interact with bot reservation systems, and I'm going to actually show one of them to you very soon, right? So let's play a call recording. Just I'm going to play it from my computer. So if anybody cannot hear me, just let me know so that I can change the medium. So I'm going to play it right now.
This is Steffa. How may I help you today?
I want to book my flight and I cannot book it.
That's about making a new booking. Is that right?
No.
Maybe a little differently. Please tell me the reason for your call.
Actually, I want to web check-in, not a new booking.
That's about online check-in. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, one moment, please. Your call is being transferred. Please stay on the line. Or our customer.
Yeah. So I hope you can kind of see, and yeah, you could hear this thing. You could hear the demo of a call bot where I am actually not talking to a agent, or a real human or a person, but rather a bot who is asking me that whether I need help with a new booking or a let's say web checking or changing my seats, and based on that they actually pass my call to a representative who can help me quickly, right? So which means that the customer experience is better, and obviously the agent talk time has reduced in terms of they don't have to pass calls between different people who can help me out with that issue. The bot has figured out what I need help with, and then they have uh, helped me around in that. So I think that's uh, how the call bot works. I'll just see if there are any questions or anything. Yes. I Okay, great. I think a few people are mentioning that I can speak Hindi or Punjabi as well. So I'll maybe kind of try to mix both of these. So अभी तक I am sure everybody knows that I जो मैं बोल रहा था अभी तक I just rephrase in Hindi as well, and kind of before going next. तो डिफरेंट तरह के बॉट्स होते हैं, जैसे कि कॉल बॉट्स एंड चैट बॉट्स और एड बॉट्स और वॉइस असिस्टेंट्स, एंड और अभी जो है हम इनको डिफरेंट डिफरेंट प्लेटफॉर्म्स में डिप्लॉय कर सकते हैं, राइट? तो अभी हम देखते हैं कि बॉट्स वर्क कैसे करते हैं, हाउ डू दीज आर वर्किंग. सो लेट्स से हम एक बॉट से बात कर रहे हैं एंड वी से द बॉट what is the weather right now, right? So you can see that all these training phrases go to a agent, right? And what is a agent here? Agent is actually represented, or kind of a dialog flow or a Google dialog flow word for a bot, right? So anywhere I'm mentioning the word agent, you can understand that that's a bot. So if there's a what's the forecast and what is the weather right now, or what's the temperature, all these three sentences are similar, right? Which means these are similar ways of saying the same thing, right? uh, for example, even let's say I'm interacting in another language, and I can interact with a bot like कल मौसम कैसा होगा, या कल बारिश होगी या नहीं, right? So all these are different ways. So what we do is we actually train our bot on all the training phrases. So we actually call all of these user utterances as training phrases, which means that we actually feed some of the phrases from our side to the bot so that uh, it can train on, let's say, the first 10 sentences, and then it can obviously it can try to figure out what the user is saying at the in the next turn, right? So that's how a bot works. I'm sure like you can even imagine how we actually teach a new language to a child, right? We actually try teaching them a few sentences so that the child can make the new sentences or themselves, right? So that's how we actually learn. और अगर हमें मैथ्स के क्वेश्चन करने होते हैं तो हम कुछ अराउंड लेट्स से प्लस के 10 सम्स और माइनस के 10 सम्स करते हैं, ताकि एग्जाम में कोई भी नया सम आ जाए तो हम उसको सॉल्व कर पाए, राइट, प्लस और माइनस का। सिमिलरली बॉट्स को भी हम ऐसे ही ट्रेन करते हैं, हम कुछ फ्रेजेस उन्हें दे देते हैं सो दैट बॉट गेट्स ट्रेन एंड इट कैन आइडेंटिफाई व्हाट इज द इंटेंट। इंटेंट मतलब वो बॉट करना क्या चाहता है या हम क्या पूछना चाहते हैं बॉट से, वो फिगर आउट कर पाए। हो सकता है हम उससे टेम्परेचर पूछ रहे हो, या ये भी हो सकता है हम बॉट से पूछ रहे हो कि इस कंट्री में अभी टाइम क्या हुआ है, फॉर एग्जांपल सिंगापुर में टाइम क्या है या फिर यूएस में टाइम क्या है, राइट। सो वी कैन ask the bot anything, and based on what we say, bot is going to recognize that I need this or I need this, and based on what they recognize, they are going to extract some information from us, right? Let's say they are going to extract time and location. If we are asking about the temperature, they are just going to ask location if we are asking about the time or anything, right? So they ask all these parameters, and then they try to like pass on the information to the backend, get that information, and then pass it on to the user. So that's how it works, but I'll show you a better graphic to learn. So let's say now we see that the first step is end user expression. सो एंड यूजर एक्सप्रेशन इज जो यूजर बोल रहा है बॉट को, राइट। अब बॉट को यूजर ने कुछ बोला, अब बॉट के पास मान लो 3 इंटेंट्स ऑलरेडी सेव्ड हैं जिसपे हमने बॉट को ट्रेन करा हुआ है। मान लो हमने बॉट को ट्रेन करा हुआ है कि टाइम क्या है इस कंट्री में, टेम्परेचर क्या है इस कंट्री में, और लेट्स से द थर्ड ऑप्शन इज कि इस पर्टिकुलर कंट्री में इलेक्शंस कब होने हैं, राइट, नेक्स्ट इलेक्शंस कब होने हैं। सो और लेट्स से इस कंट्री में अर्थक्वेक्स कब आए थे लास्ट टाइम, एंड या अर्थक्वेक्स का क्या रिकॉर्ड है, राइट। सो लेट्स से हम डिफरेंट चीजों पे हम ये सारी चीजें अपने बॉट में इंटेंट की तरह सेव कर देते हैं हम उनको, और हम वो करेंगे भी अभी। जस्ट इन आफ्टर अ फ्यू स्लाइड्स we'll actually create a bot and we'll save some intents, and each intent, for each intent, let's say there is an intent of location, weather, मौसम का इंटेंट है तो हम उसमें डिफरेंट फ्रेजेस डालेंगे कि कल मौसम क्या होगा, या कल बारिश होगी या नहीं होगी, या कल कितना टेम्परेचर होगा, कितनी ह्यूमिडिटी होगी। ये सारे फ्रेजेस हम सेव कर देते हैं सो दैट whenever user says something based on the keywords which the bot is going to detect, the bot figure out the right intent. Let's say the agent which is a bot here, they find the right intent, and for each intent we have some training phrases as I mentioned. So I'll actually show you. Let's say for weather application we have the intent called forecast intent, for let's say any bot which is going to help the queries with the weather. And then there are some training phrases. Right now there are 3, but ideally we would add at least 6 to 7 training phrases for each intent. And then you get some parameters from the user, right? So हम यूजर से कुछ पैरामीटर्स ले लेते हैं। मान लो हमने बोला कि कल टाइम क्या, कल टेम्परेचर क्या होगा, तो ऑब्वियसली द date, time, and location are the 3 parameters which the bot needs to take. Sometimes we don't say the parameter. Let's say हम बोलते हैं कि uh, what is the weather, right, or what's the forecast. Then the bot is going to take some pre-default values, right. Let's say मैं उसको लोकेशन नहीं बताता तो बॉट मेरी करंट लोकेशन, अगर उसके पास परमिशन है लोकेशन डिटेक्ट करने की, तो वो डिटेक्ट करके दैट इज गोइंग टू pass me on the temperature, let's say temperature of that location, or they will ask me for permission, or they'll ask me a location question, right, that what is your location. So they actually try to get some parameters. If the parameter values are not there, they actually take the default values, and what the next is happening is that uske baad the bot takes the action, right. And the action can be, let's say in this case the intent is forecast weather intent. Then the action is that the bot sends your query to the backend API, or let's say it's just a Google search, or maybe a API of a private website, whatever information you need. Let's say it's a travel booking website, they'll probably send the information about when do you want to travel, which is your date, your uh, uh, arriving, and the destination city and the source city. These 3 things they'll pass on to the travel website so that they can show you different options of flights or train tickets available, right? So that's the action. And once they get the reply from the API, then there is a response, right? So what is the response? The response is, let's say in this case, it's going to rain tomorrow, or whatever response they get from this thing. We all, these responses we actually feed in a particular format to the intent कि अगर ये इंटेंट हो तो ये रिस्पॉन्स देना है, लेकिन उस रिस्पॉन्स में जो भी पैरामीटर्स की वैल्यू है या फिर जो भी वैल्यू हमें बाहर से एक्सटर्नल एपीआई से आने वाली है, हम उसको उसकी जगह सिर्फ एक एम्प्टी एंटिटी फिल करते हैं सो दैट द वैल्यूज कैन बी फिल्ड एंड इट इज गोइंग टू पास ऑन टू the user, right? So let's say if it is a temperature, the response will be that the temperature at XYZ location is n degree Celsius, right? So n we will probably get from the backend call, and XYZ location we'll get from the user, right? So that's how a very basic flow of a bot work. And how we do all these things, like where do everything works? It works on the Dialogflow platform, which is, and we'll just like probably look at uh, what is kind of the architecture of bot creation of Dialogflow, and then we'll jump to the bot creation directly, right? So I'll just pause here and see if there are any questions, anything. Yes, I think so. There are few questions on uh, how can someone create a chatbot? I think probably after 5 minutes you will get the answer of this, and you will actually create a chatbot with me if you are having a laptop and you can log in along with me. Is there any language specified? So the good answer is that I'm not going to actually create a bot from scratch. Let's say without using any platform, using any languages like Java or Python, but rather what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a Dialogflow platform, which is more of a configurational platform. And this is, I think, the slide also represents the Dialogflow is a natural language understanding platform that helps to design and integrate smart bots. Right? What does this mean? Is that you can actually design and integrate bots pre and it's more of a configuration rather than a coding activity, right? So you actually configure a bot, not rather code it using any programming language. And that's the best thing. I'll tell you that uh, I have seen a few people who have even created bots on Dialogflow who are not even engineers or not from engineering background, right? So they are doing their own business and they want to actually deploy a small bot on their messenger application so that if anybody is actually reaching out to their business Facebook page, they can actually message and the bot can reply to them because they generally receive a lot of queries, right? So that's the best thing about Dialogflow. And I think the next one is there's a question on create chatbot in Google Cloud platform. Yeah, so Dialogflow, as I mentioned, that is a platform which is powered by which is powered by Google Cloud, right? So you can, whenever you work on Dialogflow, you will see that everything on the backend works with Google Cloud only, right? Is there, is it having any drawback in terms of drawback? I'm just there's no drawbacks as such. It's just that how complex a bot you are going to make and how you are taking care of the security and the privacy issues, because I think particularly the organization I come from, which is Google, we actually take a lot of security and privacy things with utmost care. And what we do is every application, let's say it's a bot or it's anything, any other application, you need to make sure that you are respecting the user privacy and data, and you making sure that whatever information is going to pass on to the user is going to pass on, you're sort of storing it on the back end. Obviously everything is taken care of by Google Cloud, but it's just that you should make sure that that is always taken care of, right? So I think a lot of people are mentioning that I should talk in Punjabi as well, so I'll just try. Uh, and but I think speaking three languages slightly difficult. But yeah, let's move next. Uh, let's see what the dialog flow agent architecture is, right? And that's the last slide before we actually go to the hands-on session. So just be with me for a few more minutes, and then we'll build a bot uh, very quickly. So that's how a user agent actually works on Dialogflow, and that's how a end-to-end conversation happens. Rather, I should say. So let's say there's a user which is in the first step. He is saying a expression. वो कुछ expression बोल रहा है, that is going to that is he's going to pass through a input channel, which is, let's say, a phone call or a computer, laptop, or via a voice assistant, and that utterance, user utterance, is going to be passed to the Dialogflow platform, and Dialogflow platform के पास वो intent चला जाएगा कि that expression चला जाएगा, and based on whatever intents you have created, the agent will try to match कि क्या intent हमें हम क्या हमारा क्या intent है conversation का, यानी कि हम क्या चाहते हैं. Let's say it's a train booking conversation. I want to book a flight or a train. They will identify, and based on it, it will interact with me to get whatever information the bot needs, which they need to pass to the backend. So you can see this is the dialog flow interface, and this is the fulfillment part. What does fulfillment means is that whatever interaction is there with external APIs or database is called fulfillment, that interaction activity, right? So Dialogflow is just going to pass on that request to the fulfillment through Google Cloud or any external, let's say, APIs or cloud platform, and then whatever like information is passed, and there are some actions which are taken, and whatever the response is, that webhook response is going to be passed on to the Dialogflow through its API, and that response is going to be given out to the user, and then the interaction happens, right? So that's how probably a agent works. A lot of bots are very basic, जिसमें fulfillment होता ही नहीं है बिल्कुल भी, राइट? उसमें सिर्फ एंड यूजर होता है और एक डायलॉग फ्लो इंटेंट मैचिंग होता है, और वी ट्राई टू हेल्प विदाउट ए फुलफिलमेंट. फॉर एग्जांपल, let's say you just want to interact with the customer and help them with how to do anything, right? Let's say you have a website, but the customer still interacts and asks ki, how can I cancel my service, or how can I return my product, and you can actually save responses in terms of ki you need to go on this link, and you need to say this, or you need to go on this menu, go on this item, and you can click there and return it, right? Which means that you don't need to take any information and pass it on to the backend, or let's say interact with the APIs. And this is how I think you can create your own chatbots also in the starting, where you can actually just create basic chatbots and deploy them on, let's say, Google Assistant, because that's the most easiest thing to do while working on Dialogflow. So I'll just not talk a lot and come to this stage where we are actually going to build a bot, right? So I hope everybody is there, and I think they're excited to start off with the hands-on thing as well. So I think this is the link all of you need to open, which is dialogflow.cloud.google.com, and then let's start off with the hands-on stuff, right? Which is after you are opening with this. I think I would appreciate if people can actually write on the chat in terms of whosoever is using a laptop and working along with me on the Dialogflow platform, so that I can go slow, and you can actually let me know if I should move ahead while doing this. So I think that's something everybody can do. So yes, so I think just say a yes, or say something like I am going to build with you on the chat, so that I get to know that everybody has opened their laptops and they have opened this link, which is dialogflow.cloud.google.com, and I'm also going to open the same link and logging with a new account so that you can follow my steps, right? So that's, I think, how I'm going to do. So dialogflow.cloud.google.com. I have received, I think, one or two comments along around working with you. I think, yeah. So I think there are few more. So I'm just waiting and waiting for all of you to open this so that next, I think, whatever time we have in terms of around 50 minutes, we'll spend creating a bot by ourselves. Right? Yes. Great. I think a lot of comments are in, so I'll rather stop sharing this presentation, and I'll share my real screen and ask the moderators also to share this screen with everybody, where everybody can actually build, see the screen and build with me. I'm right now sharing the entire screen, so I hope everybody is able to see this page, which is dialogflow.cloud.google.com. If you cannot see, can you please uh, comment, or just, it would be great if moderators can tell me if they can see this, if this is like, this is streamed on the live channel, right? So I'm going to sign in, click on sign in. You will see the different options of login via any Gmail ID. Since it's a Dialogflow platform which is powered by Google Cloud, so the only option you have is to sign in with your Gmail account. So you can sign in with any Gmail account. I'm going to use a new account so that everybody can see how a new platform, I mean, how to follow the steps. Okay, I think there I opened with a previous account. Let me, give me a second.
ऑडियो ऑन कर दे यहाँ पे. Karan, I can only see your desktop. We're not able to see your browser window or whatever it is you're viewing.
Okay, you cannot see my browser window.
No.
I'm uh, I'm actually sharing the full screen, so you can see it now. Okay,
Not
let
yet.
me just remove this. Give me a second and let me try. You can see now.
Yes, now it's visible.
Okay, got it. So just give me a second and let me configure it from the start for each one of you so that you can look at from the starting. Give me a few seconds. And I think meanwhile everybody can open and try to log in with their Gmail accounts. Right. Just give me a few seconds. Yes. So we are, I think, back, and let me actually share my screen again so that everybody can see it. Yes. So just confirm if you can see this now. And I'm going to log in, but I hope everybody is able to see this screen. Can someone confirm so that I can move ahead? Yes, I am hoping that this is working. So I'm just moving ahead. Just let me know if you cannot see this. And if you see, I can right now sign in via Google, and this is the platform, this is a page you will see whenever you log in from a new account, and if you have not used Dialogflow before, so you will see this terms and conditions, which are standard terms and conditions for Google Cloud and Dialogflow for any new Dialogflow project. Right, and you can accept the terms and conditions, and you can see this page where you will see this option of create an agent, or let's say you have an option here as well, which is creating a agent. What make sure that whatever you are using Dialogflow Essentials version. Right now, there's a new version which is also launched, which is Dialogflow Customer Experience or CX, but I think Dialogflow Experience is something you can use because and you can later on explore Dialogflow CX as well, right? Once you are used to creating a bot, and you can create a new agent and just name it. Let me name it as Travel Help Desk. So that's the name of the agent, or you can say a bot here, which I'm creating, and I'm clicking on the saving link, right? Which means that your and you will probably see that it takes some time to save. It will show you working. What it does is that in the background, each cloud agent, whenever each Dialogflow agent, whenever you create a new agent, it is linked with a Google Cloud account, right? So a new cloud project is created on Google Cloud, and I'll actually show you how you can see this. So once your agent is created, you will probably see this page of intents, and you can see this, and you will see a settings button here. So if you click on settings, you will see that this is the project ID, right? And this project ID, if you click the link, also you will see this goes to the Google Cloud platform of that particular project, which kind of supports your Dialogflow agent, right? So you don't need to work on the cloud console. That's just for, let's say, billing purposes, or just for uh, kind of deploying your application, or integrating your application, or billing purposes, but you need to work on the Dialogflow platform itself. So let me just move ahead and go back to the intents page and start creating new intents. But I think what you can do is you can see there are two intents which are automatically configured. So I hope you can see the intent names, which is welcome, default welcome intent. What does this means is that whenever you start any new conversation, this is the intent which is going to come, or let's say matched, right? Which means that the you actually start off with the welcome intent, and based on whatever the intent response is, you can continue your discussion and create your own new intents with this option. But what I will do is right now just open off the default welcome intent page, and I'll show you what all these things are. But just I'll ask the moderators if there are any questions till now, anything. If the people want to ask, uh, give me a second. And yes, so yes, I think people are asking about the link. There's nothing else. Please, from which option you opened Cloud Console? I think that's a question Ayman asked. So I'll just show you as well. Yeah, give me a second. Yes. So the if you see, I went to this settings button, which is here, right? And when you go to settings button, you will see a project ID here, which is a Google project ID, and you can click here, and that's where it takes you to the Google Cloud Console platform, right? Probably, and since if you are there for the first time, you need to accept the terms and conditions, and you can look at the project ID or project name or project number, and all these is basically supported is basically supports the Dialogflow agent and you can see different options. You can add more people to this cloud project if you are building this bot with someone else and you want to co-build the same bot. You can add people on this project from the Google Cloud platform, or you can also share your bot from this option, which is share, and you can share that as a developer or a reviewer, right? So you can add anybody as a developer or a reviewer to a bot. So let me just go back and quickly start building the bot. So I think that's the most exciting phase for everybody. Let's go to the default welcome intent, and you can see a lot of train. Let's right now there are, if you see, there are there are 4 to 5 options. Yes, and I have already explained a few of them, which is what are training phrases, where we train a bot on how to like write something, and there are responses in terms of what to reply back to the customer or a user if if this intent is matched. Fulfillment is where you interact with the APIs, how what information you need to pass. I will not mostly go to the fulfillment part for this demonstration, but I think actions and parameters is what the parameters the bot needs to collect and what are the actions the bot needs to take. That's the one. And then I think the next thing is events, right? And the context. So right now I'm not going into that, but and you don't need to change that whatever default values are there, but rather what you need to just do is work on the training phrases and change the response and see how bot works, how agent works. This is the live console where you can actually try how your bot is responding, right? So you can actually see different things. So let me just open right now just training phrases and bots and responses, nothing else you need to change, right? You see there are different starting options we have already trained out the bot on, right? So Dialogflow has already trained the bot and created this default welcome intent, which means whenever we start a conversation, most probably we'll start a conversation with this these words, and the bot is going to reply accordingly. What the replies are, they can be any of these, right? So if you see what this is, a text response, and these are the different variants. And what does variants means? Ki what any one of them will get select automatically by the bot and pass to the user just for the change of, just for the variance, right? So let's say मैं hello बोलूंगा bot को, और bot मेरे को इन चारों में से कुछ भी reply कर सकता है. वो बोल सकता है hi how are you doing, और hello how can I help you, right? So ये variants है. Variants का मतलब वो कुछ भी reply मुझे इन चारों में करेगा, and I can add as many variants as I can, right? So you can see this, and let's actually test this out, right? So like whenever you are building something, you need to save, because whenever you save, then only you can test it, because you will see this option of intent saved here. And let's test something. So let's write hello. So you can write hello on the console, and you will see this default response, which is greetings, how can I assist you, right? So that's the response which is given because I have mentioned it here. Let's try it again. So hello, and now the response has changed, right? So you can see whatever I say, the response is changed. You can see the text response, but let me let me do a very interesting activity in terms of you can actually hear your response in speech as well, right? So you need to go to the settings button, which is the this thing, and you need to click on speech, settings and speech. And when you click, once you click on speech, you will see this option of text to speech. Once you click on text to speech, you have to mark this enable. What does it represent is enable automatic text to speech, and you need to save this. Yeah, let's save this. You have saved this. Now let's try it again. Yes. So I'm sure you can see this interesting thing here, which is a new element, which is output audio. Let me play this for you.
Hi, how are you doing? Hello, How can I help you?
So you can see it's just the text to speech converter is like shown on the panel, on the test panel, so that you can actually see how the bot is speaking in terms of whatever the response is. If you are going to deploy this bot on, let's say, a Google Assistant or a call bot, right? You can actually change different things in terms of, you can have speaking rate, like you can change the speed, you can change the pitch and the volume, and you can even add your own voice effects using different cloud options as well. So I think you can do all these things from this speech option. Let me just go back to the intents page right now and go back to the welcome intent, right? And I'll just stop sharing and see if there any questions till now. Right. So I think there are questions that web page is little blurry. We can't read on the phone. What I'll try is, I think, Saad, I'll actually try to in zoom my page so that you can look from the mobile screen, because that's the smaller screen, and I think this is a big screen on my desktop here, which is why I hope you can see this. Yes, so let me share the screen again and try to zoom, and let me know if this is working for you or not. Uh, Give me a second. Yes, I think probably this is a better version. So I hope you can see this, whosoever is on mobile, but I think this is sort of zoomed my screen so you can see less things at a time. But I'll do this for everybody, for all the viewers. So you can see I have the training phrases are already configured, and I'll not maybe add more, but yes. So what I'll do is I'll add, you can see there's a response, but now we are actually customizing it for our own travel help desk, right? So let me delete this. So you can see the delete option here probably. I think let me actually delete this. I've removed this sidebar for everybody so that they can see the full screen, a better screen. So yes, and you can delete one by one training phrases also, and you can delete all the training phrases as well. So you can see I have deleted all the training phrases, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on add responses here and add a new response, and you will see this option of agent training completed whenever you make a change, which means that the bot is actually training whatever responses I am adding. So you'll probably see this option very soon again. So you don't need to click on this plus icon, because this is directly for the response. If you are integrating with any of these particular channels, you can see there are a lot of channels here, which is Hangout, Skype, Viber, Telegram, Slack, WhatsApp, Facebook, Google Assistant, Dialogflow, anything, right? But right now I'm not clicking on this, but rather adding it here, because that's the standard option, and you can rather integrate your bot later on with the other platforms. So let's write this, which is, you can write the response, hello, welcome to travel help desk, right? This is one response, and let me write a few more responses, which is, hi, welcome to travel help desk. And we can write the other line, next line here only, but right now what I'll do is I'll actually save it, and let's see if this is working. So you need to save this, wait for a few seconds, because you will see this option of intent saved, and then you will see an option of agent training started and agent training completed. So I hope everybody can see this, which means that agent has trained on the new response. So let's try this. Hello, and you can see response has changed.
Hello, welcome to Travel Help Desk.
Right. And that's how your bot is responding. Let's add a new line by adding a new response here and clicking on text. Make sure you are clicking on text and not on custom payload, because that's for a different purpose, and let's not go into that. Let's write a different response, which is, how can I help you today? I think we have a few minutes, only 30 minutes left, so I'll just move ahead more quickly. I think, how can I help you today? And if now let's save this and see if it is running. So we will see, and let me run it again. Let's the agent training be completed. So yes, hello, uh, hello. So you can see the response is hello, welcome to help desk, which is one of these, and then the next line, which means that if you add two different boxes of responses, all of them are going to get displayed. But if you add just below this, that's just a different variant, which means one of them is going to show. मैं I'll repeat again. अगर ये यहाँ पे दोनों बॉक्सेस हैं तो दोनों शो होंगे, दोनों का रिस्पॉन्स यूजर को जाएगा, लेकिन अगर हम एक ही बॉक्स में डिफरेंट वेरिएंट्स डाल रहे हैं तो उन दोनों में से कोई एक जाएगा, राइट? सो राइट नाउ यू कैन सी देयर इज हेलो, एंड लेट्स ट्राई इट अगेन, and you can see again the same response. Let's see if there is a, yeah, you can see probably it's the same response. This one is not selected right now, but that's how I think. Let's add here, how can I help you today? And let's see, oh, it's same. How may I assist you today? So these are variants. And let's see if this gets played or not. So let's just quickly let the training be completed. You'll see agent training started and completed. Make sure that you are clicking the save button every time, otherwise it won't work. Let's write hello and see, and you can see there's a different response here. Hi, welcome to the help desk, how may I assist you today? Right, let's run it again, and there is a different response. Hi, welcome to help desk, how can I help you today, not assist you. So any of these two will get saved, right? So probably I hope everybody is with me till now. So I'll just take again a break and stop sharing, yes, and see if there are any questions. I think the question I main asked is, where did you enable the speech button? The I have enabled it by going to the settings button, and by clicking the settings button, you will see different options in the top bar. You will have an option of speech. Whenever you click on speech, you will see an option of automatic text to speech conversion. That's probably the third toggle, and you need to toggle it around to see it again. And I hope if there are any questions, just ask, and I'm happy to answer again for each one of you. And let's just go back. I'm going back to the intents page, and now I'm going to create more intents. So let me zoom this again. Yes, and you will see I'm clicking on create intent here. Yes, and this is the new page you will see, and you will see all of the options are empty here. For the new page, everybody is empty there, no training phrases, no responses, and you have to add those yourself, right? And that's where now your work starts, and you need to train your bot yourself. Let's create a new bot, new intent, which is book a train, right? And let's save this, which is book a train. let me actually write it, book train ticket, because booking the entire train is like slightly funny and weird expression, intent name. So book train ticket. That's the intent name I'm giving. Don't put spaces in between. Because that's kind of a better way to write it, and I think that's what their platform accepts. I'm going to add training phrases now. So ideally you should add at least 6 to 7 training phrases, but I'll just add 2 3 maybe. But later on you can go and add as many training phrases as you want. So you can just think what the user will say अगर उसको train book करनी है, right? वो बहुत से क्या बोलेगा? He will say I want to book a train ticket, right? Or I want to check different options of train tickets. Can you please book a train for me? Right. Let's say need help with train ticket booking. Let's write it differently. Let's think differently. What will they say? And maybe someone says, I want a railway ticket reservation, right? So that's probably a different way to say the same thing. Railway ticket reservation, reserve a train ticket, train seat, let's say, reserve a train seat. Anything else? Anything you can add? I have already added 6 to 7 training phases, and now what I'll do is I'll just save. Make sure that you are saving continuously, so that I mean you don't lose the information, and your bot is getting trained automatically as you are creating. So you will see this button, which is like whenever you the bot is training, it will sort of go, and you don't need to add anything in the context, events or actions and parameters. What you need to just do is you need to write the response, right? And let's write the response. So let's say bot को बोला कि we want to book a train ticket, so what will the bot reply, right? Most probably what bot is going to ask the date, or ask for the information on when do you want to travel. So let's quickly go and write that. I'm going to that. So thanks for choosing travel desk for booking a train ticket. Can you please help me with, can you please tell me your travel, tell me your travel date? Can you please tell me when do you want to travel? I think that's a better response. Please let me know when do you want to travel. Yes. So can you please let me know when do you want to travel? And what I'll do is I'll save this, and let's run the bot again. So now I'm going to, once the agent training gets completed, I'll, yes, let's run it. Hello. Hi, welcome to Travel Desk. That's the response. Let me say it again. Write something else. I want to book. I want. I need a train ticket. Let's write something which is not in the X training phases. So now you can see something very interesting, which is a user is saying that I need a train ticket, and the response is thanks for choosing travel desk or booking a train ticket. Can you please let me know? Can you please let me know when do you want to travel? Right. So I think that's the response, and let me play this response for you.
Thanks for choosing Travel Desk for booking a train ticket. Can you please let me know when do you want to travel?
And you will see this intent, which means book train ticket intent. What does this means is that like the right intent is matched, so you can always see if the right intent is matched or not, right? So I think that's how you can actually create a first step. What you can, what I'll do is I'll just go back and create one more intent very quickly. The intent name is book flight ticket. Right. I'm going to save this. I think there are few training phrases I need to add, but still I'll just add two. I want to book a flight ticket. I need to and book a ticket with airlines. I want to fly from whatever Islamabad to Peshawar. Right. I don't know there's an airline service between these two cities or not, but I've just mentioned I want to fly from Islamabad to Peshawar. These are the three training phrases. You can see something interesting, which is the dialog flow agent bot itself has automatically detected one of the parameter values, which is let's say Peshawar. But right now we are not saving these parameters because we'll save these in the next step in another intent. And let me give out the response, which is thanks for choosing travel desk for booking a flight ticket. And let's not write anything else, and let's just test this out. And I hope this is working. This works. So let me now write something else. Hello. So the question, this is a welcome intent. Hello, welcome. How can I help you? Now I just say, let's say flight booking, nothing else. So you can see, okay, so this is not getting detected, maybe because the training phrases are not enough. Yes, because yes, I have not mentioned booking word, let's say in this conversation. So what you need, and I've just mentioned flight only once, which means you need to add more training phrases. And whenever your intent doesn't get matched, you will see that it goes to default fallback, right? Which means now the bot wants you to say, sorry, I cannot get that. Can you rephrase? So let me rephrase. I want to book a flight, and you can see now the intent is recognized and it is asking me book flight ticket, right? So that's a very interesting thing where you can see there is a default fallback intent above of the welcome intent. And let me add a few more training phrases so that it works for each one of you. Let's say flight ticket. Let me save this and let's go to the intent page, and you will see fallback, right? So that's the intent which will trigger whenever the bot doesn't understand something, right? And you can see all these are, the bot will ask you, can you please say it again, so that you can rephrase it in a different way and the bot understands. You can see there are no training phrases to it, which means bot, and this intent doesn't require any training phrases. This can be configured automatically. So let me just stop sharing now and see if there are any questions uh, around, and let me close this off. Yes. So it worked. I think it's very interesting that it is working for a lot of you, and there are no questions. So I'll not save much time. I'll not like waste much time, and rather just continue with this. So let's, because I want you to build as much as you can right now in this session. We have around 20 minutes where we'll build more for 15 minutes. I'll go back to this intent page and let's complete one intent, which is book train ticket. Let's do this. So you know now the customer wants to book a train ticket, and what you are asking is, you are asking when do you want to travel. So can you please tell me what will be the reply? The reply most probably will be that the date that I want to travel on 9th October or 9th November, or I want to travel tomorrow, I want to travel day after tomorrow, I want to travel after 10 days. So that the reply can be anything, right? But I think that these are how would you train a bot on different dates? So let's do that. What you need to do is go to the intent page, and you will see that you need to look at this book train ticket, and if you go hover your mouse on this, you will see an option of add follow-up intent, right? Add follow-up intent. You need to click on this. Again, I will say book train ticket, add follow up intent. Follow up means that's the intent which you are creating as a follow up to book train. फॉलो अप का मतलब जो उसके बाद होगा, मान लो मेरी ट्रेन वाली बात चल रही है, बॉट बॉट ने या एजेंट ने डिटेक्ट कर लिया कि मुझे ट्रेन टिकट बुक करनी है। अब ट्रेन टिकट बुक करनी है तो उसके बाद मैं क्या करूंगा, दैट्स what the question is, right? So which is why I will add a follow up intent कि इसके बाद, let's say there are different options, yes, no, sometimes you need to confirm from the customer that is it, do you want to book a really a train ticket. You can also do a, you can click yes no intents, but I will create a custom intent, which is you need to click on custom, and now you will see after book train ticket you will see this option of default ticket train ticket custom, right? So let's quickly go inside this custom intent and create it. So let's first name this, right? So this is the intent where you need to ask date from the customer or a user, right? So let's write, let's name it as date, default train ticket date, and let's save this. And you need to add training phrases now. So whenever the response is that what date you need to book a train ticket, what will you probably say? You will say, let's add a date and let's see what happens. 3rd November. And you will see a very interesting thing, that the dialog flow itself has detected this as a date time parameter, and value is 3rd November, and you can see that one of the parameter automatically gets detected here, and you can click on required option here, so that uh, you can actually say that what is the date which is when you need to book a train ticket, right? You can click here, which means it's a required, it's a compulsory option. Let's add a few more training phrases. I want to travel on 9th December, and you will see that is also detected. Let's do something else. I want to book for tomorrow. Okay, so that's interesting that the bot has detected tomorrow as a date time entity, and it is going to take today's date, because bot obviously knows what is the date today for your time zone, and then for your country, for your location, your time zone, it is going to automatically calculate what is going to be the date tomorrow. It you can also say after 10 days. Let's see if this works. Yes. So interestingly, this is also working. And let's just quickly add a training phrase, a response, uh, and then see uh, if, like, we can ask whatever response is. So let's ask the destination city, or where the person wants to go, right? Where the person wants to reach. So let's write okay. Let me write a second response, that when, okay, let me ask from which station you want to book a train ticket. From which station you want to book a train ticket, right? And let's add another interesting response, which is let's confirm if the date is correct, right? So let's write okay, so you want to travel on, and now the date you want to mention which the customer has said. So you can see this value, which is, you can see this option, which is value is dollar date time. So you need to mention the same here, which is dollar, and you will see this option date time. So you want to travel on date on this date, and the bot will automatically confirm with you, right? So let's save this. I hope everybody is able to figure out. So okay, if you want, so you want to travel on this date, which is the value here. You just need to mention this and from which station you want to book a train ticket. Let's save this and go quickly to the next option. Agent training started. Very interesting. And then I'm hoping the agent training gets completed soon. You can also see that there are other options like context, but you don't need to add those right now. Here you can probably learn about it later. You don't need to add any events. Everything will be configured. What you need to just do is add training phrases, add response parameters will most probably automatically detected, but you can add your own parameters also. For example, these are all system generated parameter, system saved parameters. But if I see here, if you click at the rate, you can see different options like country code, age, URL, artist, weight, airport, time, phone number, email ID, zip code, given name, last name. So you can ask, you can save anything which is automatically there, but I'll not save here. And let's run this bot and see. Hello, how I can I assist you? And just write on the chat if you have any questions, or if you're not able to do. If you're able to do, then also write so that I can move ahead quickly. I'll just test this out right now. Hello, and then I'll say, let's just say train ticket. Right. So book train ticket intent. Can you please let me know what is the date you want to travel? Let's write something else. 1st January. So you can see the reply, very interesting. It has automatically detected the date 1st January 2021, from which station you want to book the train ticket. Let's hear this out.
Okay, you want to travel on the 1st of January 2021. From which station you want to book a train ticket?
Interesting. I'll try again. I'll reset the context. Resetting means you are testing a new conversation from scratch. So make sure you are resetting it from here, and let's try it again. Hello, I want to travel. I want to let yeah. Let me just write train. Ca- Can you let me know when do you want to travel? Let's write today or tomorrow. Let's see if this works. Ah,
Okay, so you
so
want to
today is
travel on the
18th,
19th of
and then
October 2020. From which station you want to book a train ticket?
you can see the reply, which is 19th of October. Let's try again. Reset the context and add hello. Say again hello. How may I assist you? Train ticket. Can you? Thanks for choosing Travel Desk. Can you please let me know when do you want to travel? After, let me write. Let me say it actually. After 5 days. Yes, I think so. If you see what the bot has detected is, I need to say after 5 days, but let's say I say 5 days. So bot is assuming that I want to travel in next 5 days. So it has detected a date range, right? Which is they will look for options in next 5 days. But let me reset it and try again. But you can see something interesting that a range can also be selected. So hello, chain after 5 days, not just 5 days. Yes. So today is 18th. So the response is, when do you want to travel? On just so you want to travel on 23rd 10 2020, right? So I hope you can you can do this till now. Uh, Let me write something again after 4 days, and let's see what happens. Yes, so response has changed. So now you have added a confirmation message also. So let's say the bot identifies a wrong date and you want to say it again. You want to say no, not 5 days, but rather 10 days, right? So let's say after 10 days, and you will see the so right now what happened was, like, the I had tried it once, so the second time it actually went to the default fallback. So I'll just reset and try it again, but you will see that whenever you change your response, the bot will automatically detect. I'll just stop sharing, and I think there's a very small portion left because we have just 10 minutes. But I'll just, the question is, Usman is asking, where can I deploy these flows? Will it work on the messenger and e-commerce website? Usman, yes, you can do it. I'll just show it at the end, towards the end of the discussion, how you can deploy it. But for deployment, the only thing is you need to kind of complete your Google Cloud account, and you can also get a trial account. You can also sort of get a trial student account where you can get free credits, free, let's say $100 or $50 of credit from the student account. Or for trial version, you generally get 1 month free, because there is obviously a billing involved with this. But then without billing also, you can deploy it for your own messenger or own messaging application. The only thing is you cannot deploy it for customers. If you are deploying it for customers, there is some billing associated, but that is very small, like some pences or some passes for each conversation. So I think you don't need to like worry more about that. The question from Hassan is, does Dialogflow work on languages other than English? Yes, that's the interesting thing, that it works on other languages as well. You can change the language, and then you have to train your bot accordingly in other languages. You will see language options there on the settings thing, and you can even add like Hindi or English or Punjabi, Hindi, or maybe Urdu words, and you can add whatever you want to add. You can add namaste, or let's say Sat Shri Akal, which is Punjabi way of greeting, right? And you will see a bot replying. Right, and you need to add your custom recorded voices as well. Neelu is asking, can you please share your slides? I'm not sure, but I think you can check with the GDG Cloud Islamabad team. I think that whosoever are the organizers, and I'm okay to share the slides. If they can share it forward, I'll share with them. Right, but I'm also going to share a few resources at the end. So just be with me, and let's complete the last part of the bot. Right, let's just try one more thing. Let's save the city as well, right? So what you will do is, you can see I'm going back to intents thing, and after book train ticket date, I'm going to add another follow-up intent to this one, which is book train ticket date. I'll add another custom intent, which is book train ticket date custom, and now I will ask book train ticket source station, right? And I'll save this, and I'm going to say different stations. Let's say, where do we want to travel? I want to book from Islamabad. Let's write some few city names: Lahore, Delhi, Amritsar, Peshawar, and I want to I want to book I want to travel from Karachi, right? So and now you can see this has detected. But if it is not detecting, right, let's say this is not getting detected, the city name is not getting detected automatically, what you just need to do is, you need to select one of the city names, and you will see this option. You need to search here as city. If that's the entity which is automatically saved on Dialogflow, I'll select geo city, uh, and you will see that's automatically selected. Again, here if you select this, and you can select the same thing, which is geo city. Let's select more. And yeah, so if you see now, GeoCity is one of the option which is parameter which is created. You can create this as this thing, and let me write this also, and you will see Karachi. You can select Karachi and select that as a GeoCity. You don't need to add like a lot of city names, so that's okay. And then you can save. You don't need to. If you can add more training phrases if you want, let's say you can write the railway station name, that this particular station you want to travel from. So I want to travel. Let's not write, and let's just quickly go next because we have very few minutes left. The response will be okay. So you want to travel from, and you can write this value which is at the rate geo city. Can you please let me know your destination city? Right, and let's just quickly save and try this out. So, and similarly you can do collect all these parameters. Let's say hello. I'm not sure. I hope bot agent training has completed. So train ticket today, which station you want to book from? I want to book from Islamabad. And you can see the city is also selected, which is Islamabad. Right, that's the parameter value which is saved. Now you can actually, what happens is that you collect all these parameters. Let's say destination city, travel date, source city, how many people they want to travel, and say all these parameters are automatically get saved after, like later. Like you, what you can do is you can click enable here, enable webhook call. And what does this mean is that or let's say enable webhook call for slot filling. You can enable all of these which where you can save these parameters to the backend or pass these parameters to a backend API call and call your APIs. You can complete the you can also go, let's say, let me save this and go to the fulfillment page, where you can now see is you can see this. You can write a code for fulfillment where you can interact with APIs. But the only thing is you can complete your, you can see, yeah, I've enabling these. But to enable the webhook you need to like add a credit card, and let's say enable your billing for this cloud project to interact with to, let's say, post request or let's say receive a request. But you can obviously interact or get information from APIs for free. So you can enable this and write code, or you can interact with different things. But I think for this you need to add billing account. But I think fulfillment is not required in every bot. You can just create bot for fun, and from fun it takes me to something interesting, which is small talk. What is it? You can actually like enable this small talk for your bot if it's just a fun bot, not a commercial bot, and you can try different interesting things. So let's see. Hello, how are you doing? I'm doing very well, thanks. Oh, you are so sweet. I hope this works. Likewise. So you can see that there are different things which are automatically saved here, and the bot is trained. So let's say your emotions or your user expressions, or you just want to chat with someone as a friend, you can enable this small talk and save this, and you can like just interact with the bot for the fun sake, right? The next question was, how do we integrate this bot? So you can see this. I hope you can see this. From the integrations page, you can directly deploy your bot to different platforms. You can deploy to telephony platforms for call bots. You can deploy to different messaging platforms for chatbots like Facebook Messenger, Slack, Telegram. You can deploy to other platforms like Facebook, Skype, Twitter, Google Hangouts, Google Chat, wherever you want to do. For Google Assistant, that's the most easiest one. You need to go here, which is try out the Actions Builder, and something interesting you need to do is you need to go on this Actions project. Uh, and if you go down you will see an option of create a project, and if you create a project it will open a actions for Google Cloud, and once you create this project you can integrate that with your Dialogflow cloud Dialogflow agent, and then you can see that your actually agent is working on Google Assistant also for you yourself, right? So you can actually create a bot for yourself and deploy it uh, on Google Assistant, which just you are using, and you don't need to add any billing details or credit card details for that. So, for example, I'll tell you, I have created a bot for myself, and what does it do is that I have created a custom alarm button where I have like saved a few links to different songs, and I have mentioned that in the morning like it should play these songs particularly for different bots, or like whenever I ask my bot to, let's say, remind me, it reminds me of. So you can create reminder applications on the bot itself, right? Now I think we have already over time, but yes, I think I'll just present the screen presentation for my last slide, which is resources. But yes, I
Okay,
think
that
these
was
are the
a
topics.
well done session, Karan. We really liked. I especially got everything I was hoping to find in your session, and sure the
Okay.
audience must have enjoyed as well. One thing I'd like you to do is share the presentation slides with us so we can send them to our audience. Um,
Okay.
and I'm sure, and all the resources and links that you were showing during the
Yes.
demos.
Yes. So I think these are the resources. So I think whosoever like this, want to learn more, I think these are the quick links where I think cloud.google.com has a Dialogflow documentation. If you search Dialogflow ES documentation, enterprise version documentation, you can go through basics videos and learn new concepts around like different concepts around what are context and what are events, where context actually gives memory to your bot, right? The bot is going to remember everything if you are enabling context. And then I think there are few code labs by Google developers which are already there, where you can create very basic bots like appointment scheduler bot, or let's say how to deploy your bot on Google Assistant. I think there are very basic bots which you can code labs which you can do. So I hope, I think I'll pass on these links, but you can actually continue working on these, and I think probably the team will post these links on the chat very soon after this session, and you can save this for future for learning Dialogflow. And I think that's all from the session. You can connect with me on LinkedIn if you want to, and if you have any further questions on Dialogflow or on bot creation. But I think these are the topics we have covered, and that's the resources section which all of you need to look. I think we are already over time, but just I think the
Yes,
last
definitely.
one or two questions I'll just answer. There is a question around, can we use Dialogflow in terminal or in any language? Terminal, as in, yes, you can work with Dialogflow when you actually are creating fulfillment. You can work with Google Cloud account and your terminal and write your fulfillment in any language. But I think for that you need to converse and get introduced with Google Cloud, and I hope DevFest is offering you a session on Google Cloud as well. Admin is saying it's an interesting session. Thanks for your feedback, and I think you can let me know how did you find the session on the comment in the comments or on my LinkedIn profile. So I think that's all from my
Well, I
side.
can certainly tell you now that your session was outstanding. I've certainly got everything I was looking for, and I really enjoyed the session. It was to the point, and I really enjoyed how you using all these tools and demonstrating it. And it was really nice having you here, and I really appreciate your contribution to our DevFest Islamabad 2020. And I hope all of us have learned from you, have good luck in their future endeavors and struggles, and they can obviously use what you have explained here for their personal benefit or for their professional uses. So thank you, Karan. Thank you so much for
Thanks,
joining us,
thanks,
and
Ramis.
it was lovely
Thanks
to
for
have you
having me
here.
here. Thanks, everybody. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, with that session ended, we had a blast. Really, I'm shocked. I'm really Dialogflow is such a simple thing. It's such a useful tool for all our applications. Really, and in the now in the modern age, the day now and time, who wouldn't want to use a service which they could automate with just speech and variables? So let's just move on to the next session, which is the TensorFlow in Artificial Intelligence, presented by Aqsa Kausar, who is a GDE in machine learning and a curious machine learning engineer who is passionate about technology, learning new things, and sharing ideas with others. As an ML engineer, she has hands on experience with a diverse set of projects ranging from NLP and object detection to forecasting and recommender systems. She strongly believes in the power of ideas to shape a better world, and in that spirit, actively contributes her knowledge through blogs, tech talks, and workshops. She was also a mentor or twice in Google's Women Developer Academy. She holds a BS Electrical Engineering and currently works for Red Buffer, a machine learning and AI software services company based in Islamabad, Pakistan. She will help you dive into the potential of TensorFlow in artificial intelligence, ranging from building models and transfer learning to visualizing, running models on embedded devices and web browsers. Aksa, good to have you here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Happy to be here. Thank you for having me. And just let me share my screen and we can get started.
Sure, on to you, Aksa.
I hope my screen is visible. Yes, I guess I'm in. So today's session is on TensorFlow. It's on giving an overview of how TensorFlow can be used to build applications for artificial intelligence. But before we dive into that, even though I've already been given a very nice introduction, I'll still repeat myself pretty quick. So I'm currently working as a machine learning engineer at Red Buffer. I am also a tech blogger on Medium, and I'm a Google developer expert in machine learning. So before we dive into TensorFlow, I'd like to take a step back and start from really the beginning of how artificial intelligence basically started to change our lives. So going back to 1943, that's when the first mathematical model of biological neuron was built. And this is how a neuron looks like, right? So you have dendrites, you have a soma, axon, synapse. The neuron basically receives information through the dendrites, it processes that information, and then it passes on the output or that processed information to other neurons that it is connected to. And this is what basically inspired the neurons that we currently use in neural networks in machine learning. And right after 1943, when the mathematical models were all being built and were in place, in 1950, Alan Turing basically wrote the first ever paper to question, can machines think? And in that paper, he introduced a test called the Turing test, which said that a person should not be able to distinguish between a computer and another person that it's talking to. So the Turing test, looking at the diagram, suggested that if there's person C and person C is talking to someone and behind a wall, right, and person C has no idea, should have no idea that whether it's talking to another computer or it's talking to another human being. So as to say that the computer should be performing so well in conversations or whatever basically it is doing, it should be so intelligently performing that task that the person should not be able to distinguish between a computer and a human. The person should not be able to basically say, no, I know that's a computer, etc. And following that, in 1958, the first ever modern neural network was built, right, using the building blocks of neuron in neural networks, right? The first ever neural network algorithm was built in 1958. And we've all heard the famous name Geoffrey Hinton, the person that we call as the godfather of machine learning. So he started to work on this idea of computers can think as well as humans. And he worked on this idea for 30 years, irrespective of what other scientists thought. And his struggle actually bore fruit in 2012. And since 2012, the advancement in AI has been exponentially sped up, right? So you just saw that dialog flow can be used to very easily build chatbot, right? That was a very nice session though. But how far chatbots date back is actually very interesting. The first ever chatbot was built in 1966 by MIT. It was called Eliza. It had no voice like an audio, but you could chat with it through a terminal. And this is, so the idea of having chatbots, having this conversational AI, having computers talk to you like humans do, that idea has been in development since 1966, right? And it's only just recently that we have been able to have systems like Dialogflow, IBM Watson, etc. in place to build these things pretty quickly. And then in 2016, AlphaGo goes where no machine has gone before. The computer performed really well in AlphaGo. In 2017, the Stanford algorithm was built to diagnose different diseases using X-rays. And although it performed well on diagnosing all of the different 14 diseases using X-rays, it performed exceptionally well in diagnosing pneumonia. So well that it performed better than the radiologists themselves. In 2018, we had the first self-driving cars hit the roads. And just recently, we had OpenAI bots defeat the championship team in Dota. And in 2018, Google Assistant basically passed the Turing test that I mentioned a while ago. So it performed so well in its conversational AI that a person talking to the Google Assistant could not differentiate whether it is talking to another human or it's talking to actually a computer program. So even in Pakistan, we have a lot of companies who are working in AI and have started to adapt it and use it in building applications for artificial intelligence. And so I'll share two of these examples to show the scope of artificial intelligence, not just around the globe, but also in Pakistan itself. So the first one is language independent segmentation of different areas based on vision. So if you want to, so the goal is to extract important information, text information, and images from PDFs, right? So manually you would basically read that PDF, and someone would read that PDF and highlight the important information, etc. or you'd have some rule-based things in place. And another way of doing it is through AI, where you can first split it up into logical sections using visions, and then you can extract important information using natural language processing from each of those segmented pieces of segmented logical sections, right? So if a person manually does all of this, it'll take about like roughly 7 to 8 minutes for a 10-page PDF. But for a system built, for an AI system that's built for this purpose, would probably take 30 to 40 seconds for that same PDF. So it's a single PDF versus 15 PDFs through artificial intelligence, right? Another example is installing solar panels on rooftops, right? So normally you have a team of people who come to your house, they look at, they analyze your rooftop, they look at the trees that are surrounding your house, they look at the sun direction, etc. And then they basically figure out the best place for the installation of solar panels, right? If you do this through an AI system, you'd ideally basically take the images and try to split or segment the rooftop into logical areas. You'd identify trees around the house. You'd use the location of the house to understand the sun directions at different times. And you'd use your AI system would, as a result, basically the output would be to give you the best or the most optimal place that the system believes is best for the solar panel installations, right? So if you want to do this for one house, you would have a team of people going to that house doing it. It roughly takes about, like, the whole process takes about like 2 weeks to and then you have a team of people coming in, right? So you have labor, you have time cost. But if you're doing this through the AI system, you can probably process a lot of those house images through the system in a day, a lot of those house images, right? So if I want to have solar panels installed for houses in an entire zip code, it kind of seems very impossible for a team of people going to each of those houses in that entire zip code area and finding out the optimal locations for the solar panels, right? It would take a lots of time, right? Given that you just have one team of people going in or two teams of people going in. So you have labor and you have time cost. And so AI becomes extraordinary, and it appears extraordinary for the reason that it seems to solve problems that otherwise seem impossible, right? And it's AI appears extraordinary because it achieves speed that is not humanly possible, right? So it appears, and that's what makes it appear more intelligent, because it is so fast in its system that it would process, for example, 2,880 PDF documents per day, but a human in comparison would not be able to do those many PDFs, right? And the same for solar panels. It would be able to process the entire zip code, houses in the entire zip code using just the satellite imagery. But if that has to be done manually, then you'd need a team of people going to each of those houses in the entire zip code, which kind of seems impossible, right? So AI achieves speed not humanly possible and tends to solve problems that seem impossible, and that's what makes it to appear extraordinary, right? Now coming to TensorFlow. There are a lot of frameworks in place now which are being used to build AI applications. So you have the amazing PyTorch by Facebook, you have Cafe, you have TensorFlow, and all of these can be built, can be used to build AI applications. But today I'd focus on what TensorFlow basically brings on the table. So TensorFlow is a powerful machine learning framework. It's by Google. It comes with a lot of other tools, and it's expanding. It has a huge community of developers using it, adding more features to it. So the team of TensorFlow and the developers who are using TensorFlow are building things to make it easier for people to build AI applications using TensorFlow. So for example, introducing TF GANs library to easily build GANs, and TF Lite for mobile, etc. TensorFlow can be used for both. So it's good for production models, and it's also great for scalability. It's used in both research and in production, and it gives good speed. It is well documented, and the documentation keeps improving. Google itself uses TensorFlow in a lot of its applications, in a lot of its products. So for example, Gmail uses TensorFlow, Google Photos uses TensorFlow. Even Google RankBrain algorithm uses TensorFlow. So Google RankBrain is the algorithm that when you query something on Google search, so you have an algorithm that runs to give the most relevant links at the top right. So it ranks the relevant links based on which one is most related to your query, right? And that's the RankBrain algorithm, which uses TensorFlow. Now we also have customized and focused hardwares to run TensorFlow models, and that's the Cloud TPU. This is basically a summary of what TensorFlow brings to the table. So you have APIs for data design to design your data pipelines, to pre-process your data, to use data science directly from the TensorFlow libraries. And then you have APIs to build your models. You have TensorBoard to analyze your models. You can save your models. You have TensorFlow Hub, where you have a lot of models that other people have built and you can use them. You have TensorFlow JS for running TensorFlow in your browser. You have TensorFlow Lite for your mobile applications. And you have TensorFlow 7 for cloud. So starting off with model building. So TensorFlow gives you flexibility in the sense that it can be used by both people who are completely new to machine learning, and they can just use Kera's API, where you already have all the layers built in, you already have all the functions in place to train, fit, test the dataset, predict on the datasets, etc., and test the model, train the model. You already have all of those functions in place, and all of those layers, different layers and different that can be used in different models in place, and you can just simply use them to build your model and to test it, predict it, save it, put it in a pipeline, even use it in production. So Keras is greatly used in production as well, and not just for new users and learning. Then you can use the functional API alongside the built-in layers, and you can and if you want to go into building custom layers, like you want to build your own layer, you want to have your own loss function, you want to have your own matrices, you can do all of that as well using TensorFlow. And this way you have more control over the solution that you're trying to build, right? In case you feel that the other solutions that are already in place do not fit in for your problem. Then you can also use it for research, and you can build literally everything from scratch. So so you have functions in TensorFlow the way you have functions in NumPy as well, right? Where you are just to the level of multiplying arrays, etc., right? Multiplying matrices, etc., loading, rotating images, etc. So you have functions to that level as well, and then you have functions which are encapsulated functions where you just have to call a model layer, or you just have to directly call a model. So for example, I want to build an application for catch recognition. So I have the data set that looks something like this on the screen. So I have 10 rupee notes and I have 100 rupee notes, and I collect the data set first, right? And TensorFlow has a image generator API, which you can simply use to instead of loading each of the images from the dataset, pre-processing them separately, combining them up, stacking them up in arrays, and then processing them so that you can input them to your model, there's something very simple that you can use, image generator in TensorFlow. So all that you have to give to image generator is a directory that a structured directory, right? So in this case, for example, I would have a folder images, and I would have 2 folders inside it, training and testing. And then I'd have further folders inside my training and testing. So the folders inside my training and testing would basically be treated as classes. So my model would treat 10 as one class and 100 as one class, and all the images inside the folder 10 would then be linked to that particular class. So all I'd have to do is basically pass on to my image generator function the path to the training directory. And it would understand automatically that the folders inside are the separate classes and would treat them accordingly. And similarly, when I'm testing it, I would just pass on the testing, and when I'm performing predictions on my testing data, I would just pass on to the image generator the directory for my testing folder, and it would automatically separate out each folder as a separate class. So image generator can also be used. It's a function that you can directly call and when you're building your models, right? You can call this, you can import image generator, and then you can pass on the directories to it. At the same time, you can also use image generator to do data augmentation on the fly, right? So you can pass set parameters when you're calling that function. So not just passing the path of the directory, but also setting, for example, the zoom level, the rotation level, the scaling, if there's rescaling, if there's any, if you want to do rescaling, etc. So you can pass on these and a lot of shear values, zoom value, resize value, etc., etc. You can just set all of these parameters, and when the image generator would load images from these folders, it would side by side also augment those images using the parameters that you have set. And then there's another way. So for cases where, especially in image classification, when there's one good way of starting off with to solving such problems, right? And that is using the data that transformed AI research, which is the ImageNet dataset. So the ImageNet dataset basically has a lot of images, lots and lots of images. So that's 3.2 million images and thousands of classes, right? So you have classes like dog, sailboat, vehicle, craft, etc. You have classes for all the fruits, all the vegetables, or you have classes for all animals, etc., etc. So when, especially with image classification, when we're trying to build simple applications like cache recognition or cache classification into 10 rupee note and 100 rupee note, what would be the best way to do it is to use transfer learning. So the concept of transfer learning is that you transfer knowledge from one model to another, right? So when you have a model that's trained on ImageNet to classify the different classes in ImageNet, it has obviously stored some, it has learned some knowledge, right? By looking at all of those images. So it has a knowledge, so the model has that knowledge, right? So it knows what a dog looks like, what a cat looks like, etc., etc. Obviously, this exact knowledge is not directly transferable. What's transferable is the knowledge that the model has gained about, for example, what's a background and what's a foreground in an image, right? So that's a valuable knowledge to transfer to another model, right? Because for the other model, you're not classifying cats and dogs or trees, you're classifying notes, 100 rupee note and 10 rupee note. So when we use transfer learning, we basically take a model that's pre-trained on another larger, very larger data set, and then we retrain that model for the new data set that we have. So we transfer that initial knowledge that it has learned from the larger data set, and we tweak that knowledge according to the new data set that we're providing it, right? So in that case, it looks something like this, that you have a pre-trained model, you add few more layers to that model, then you have your images directory, you have image generator that gives images to your model, you perform training, and then you perform evaluation. So there are a few major benefits to this, to transfer learning. The first one is that since you're using a model, a pre-trained model, right? So you're using that the knowledge that it already has from a larger data set. So you need less computational resources when you're training it on the newer data set, right? Because it already has some knowledge and it needs to tweak that knowledge and add basically more new knowledge to that, right? To be able to perform on the custom problem. The second one is, so the training is faster, you use less computational resources, and at the same time, you also can use lesser data, right? So for example, in case of this cache recognition problem, if I had less data, I obviously did not have 3.2 million images or a million images or thousands of images. Maybe I just had like a few hundred images. So even in these cases, this transfer learning concept performs well for problems like these, where you, for your specific custom problem, you have lesser data. So you can then obviously plot the graphs, confusion matrices, accuracy loss graphs, and analyze your model. Now this is where TensorBoard basically comes into place. So it's an analysis tool that you can import. You can use it in Colab or Jupyter Notebooks, etc. And what TensorFlow, or you can use the TensorBoard dashboard, right? So what TensorBoard does is it gives you graphs for your accuracy, for your loss. It would also displays your model architecture for you. You can also use it to display the images in your dataset instead of displaying them or writing code in your Colabs or notebooks to display images, etc. You can directly use TensorBoard for that. TensorFlow also has recently introduced DFGANs, which is a library which can be used to build GANs much more easily, right? So you have training data, which are the first two images. As you can say that the first two images are, for example, from the training set. So the model, basically the GANs, generative adversarial networks, would basically learn to associate the different structures in the drawing to how they should be in an image, right? So for example, it learned that something like this is definitely a door, and something like these 3 bars is definitely a window. Then when you would basically pass these images for predictions, so it would create from the knowledge that it has learned, it would create these images all by itself. So these places buildings do not exist. These were created entirely by the network themselves. Similarly, another example of GANs is to a digit generator. And then you can also use TensorFlow to build interesting applications like neural style transfer, which is basically transferring style from one image to another. So you start off with a noisy image, and then you take content and style from 2 different images. So when I say content, content would be the high level features, for example, the Eiffel Tower in an image. And when we say style is more like the colors of the image, the edges, the style in the edges of the images, and these are the low level features. And you're basically combining the lower level features from the style image, and these go into the edges, the colors, and the lower level features of the images, basically. And you take content from your content image. So the content are basically the higher level features, the objects, etc. And those come as the higher level features in your output image as well. Here's another example. So you can see that using the content image, you're basically retaining the higher level features, for example, the woman here, the door, the mosque, etc. And the style goes into the lower level features. So the style goes into the colors and the edges of the images, etc. So TensorFlow also has TensorFlow Lite. So you can run the machine learning models on mobile and the embedded devices. So it's not just iOS or Android. It's also, for example, Arduino, etc. So the steps to these are simple. You train the model, you use TensorFlow Lite converter to convert your model to TensorFlow Lite, and then you basically run it on the applications that you have built in Android, integrate them basically in your Android app or your iOS app. And in that case, you're not basically, when you're running the model directly on your mobile device, right? You're not you're not putting in that extra computation where you're taking a picture, for example, from your mobile, then sending it to the server where an inference or prediction is performed and the return is result to the mobile, and you see the results, etc. And for this, you whatever Wi-Fi internet connections you'll be needing will be required as well. But when you're using TensorFlow Lite, you can basically do all of that. You can run the model predictions right on your mobile instead of sending them out to a server or to cloud. Here's a simple example of running TensorFlow Lite on Arduino. So you basically have sensory data that you're using to predict gestures, and the model runs on the device when it's predicting. So here the model is running on the device and not on your laptop. You're just seeing the output on the laptop, but it's running right on your device using the sensory data. You can also use TensorFlow to build applications and run them right in your browser. An interesting application of that is PoseNet. So PoseNet is an algorithm that predicts poses using an image. So in simple terms, these are basically the stick figures that you can see in the images, right? So so the model basically outputs these poses, these stick figures for the images that it's analyzing, predicting on, right? And there was an interesting application built using this, which is called Move Mirror. So Move Mirror is basically, so what they did is they had, they built an entire database of images of different people with predicted poses. So you would so every time you'd move, right? So you have your webcam on and you're moving. So every time you would move, the model would first predict the pose and then match it against something from the database, and bring out basically the closest image from the database that your pose is matching against, right? And every time you basically change your movement, you'll be matched again. So the image from the database that you're matched against will change. And that would sort of give you this dancing output as you move in front of your webcam. So as you move, your pose would change. You'll be matched against a different image, and the images would change side by side as you move. So this is something, an interesting application that you can try out as well. It's called Move Mirror. And that's really about it on how TensorFlow can be used and has been used to build interesting applications using artificial intelligence. And I am open to questions if there are any. You can also send me questions on LinkedIn. Feel free. Does TensorFlow supports machine learning plus natural language plus? Yes, it does. It supports all three of these. I'm not sure if you're asking or telling me. If you're asking, I am not sure if the dataset is easily available or not.
I think there's no more questions from the QA session.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure.
Okay, Aqsa, thank you so much for your talk, and I really hope that all the audience have made something of this. And thank you for sharing all your resources. We have another question before we leave.
Yes, please. Roadmap to learn AI. It really starts with basic programming first. It depends whether, since I have worked more in Python, and I think most people start off with Python programming, and since all the machine learning libraries and everything is easily available for Python language, so it starts with that basic Python programming. Then you should have basic knowledge of what machine learning is, etc. For that, you can take simple courses from Coursera. So you could take Introduction to Machine Learning, or so simple courses to basically understand the different algorithms in machine learning, to understand what deep learning is, what natural language processing is, etc. And when you feel you know those basics well, then you basically jump onto the frameworks, for example, whether it's TensorFlow or PyTorch or any else. Could be either of the two, PyTorch or TensorFlow. They're both great frameworks. So you could start working using those frameworks to basically build applications. You can use datasets from Kaggle, practice on your own, or you can take courses specific to TensorFlow or specific to PyTorch, etc. And side by side, read blogs, read new research papers, and I guess that should go. Some best models to start working with for transfer learning. So models, I think you should, for transfer learning, maybe you should start with image classifications. So you would be able to find pre-trained models on ImageNet very easily. MobileNet, VGG 19, these are all, for both of these you can find them pre-trained with ImageNet, and then use them basically for classification of images for any datasets from Kaggle, for example, or your own. Thank you.
All right, we have no more questions. Thank you so much, Aqsa, for being in the session and telling us about TensorFlow and artificial intelligence. And thank you for contributing to DevFest 2020 with GDG CLOUD Islamabad. We'll
Thank you
be
for
moving
having
on.
me.
No problem. We'll be moving on to our next speaker in line, which is none other than our very own Imran Salam. Currently working as a senior machine learning engineer at Red Buffer, he's a Google developer's expert GDE in machine learning. His expertise also include computer vision and natural language processing. He's enthusiastic and self-driven for research and development in artificial intelligence, and with a strong background of deep learning and its major frameworks, we're sure you have an insightful session on how TensorFlow on cloud works and serving TensorFlow models on GCP with Imran. Imran, over to you.
Hey everyone, how's it going? So, thank you for the introduction, Ramis. My name is Imran Salamia, and as Ramis introduced, I work as a senior machine learning engineer at Red Buffer. I'm also a GD in machine learning, and I have been an AI scholar at PySchool in 2018. So let me share my screen to start with the presentation and the lab. Good. Okay. So basically, my talk today is going to be on serving TensorFlow models on Google Cloud Platform. This is relatively an intermediate level topic, not really advanced and not really beginner level. The reason behind that is I think Aqsa has covered most of the TensorFlow basics, and I think we can now move on to how to serve these models and basically also train these models on Google Cloud Platform. So I'm just going to start ahead and move on with my presentation. Then I'm going to do a quick lab of training and serving these models on GCP. And there's a particular platform of GCP that we're going to use, which is called AI platform, right? Again, my introduction, as I've already said, machine learning graduate of UDML and AI Scholar High School. So there's a note. The presentation assumes that the viewer is already familiar with the basic machine learning concepts, right? And I'm assuming that you've already taken the TensorFlow basics from and the AI introduction from Aqsa, and I'm going to continue from that, and then I'm going to also take the questions along the way, right? Okay. So basically, what is TensorFlow? As Aqsa has already mentioned, TensorFlow is basically a framework for machine learning applications and machine learning research. It's a community which is mostly developed by Google community, and it has a lot of libraries and tools, right? So basically, what we do is we don't use the TensorFlow basics. What we do use is the TensorFlow higher level APIs, which include the TensorFlow estimators and the Keras. Now, TensorFlow has a lot of higher level APIs, but for training and serving, these two are used. There are other high level APIs like data, TensorFlow data, but we're not going to use them as much because our goal is to sort of give an introduction of how to serve models and not how to manage data, right? So we're going to use the TensorFlow estimators or the Keras. And particularly in the lab, I use the estimators, and I have a reason for that, and I will explain that while we're doing the lab, right? Okay. Now, when we train our machine learning models, I could be on TensorFlow, it could be on Keras or PyTorch or any other framework of your choice. Now, once we've trained those models, we also need to serve these models somewhere so they can be used for inference, right? For predictions. Now, there are a couple of ways to do that. One simple way is to make an instance and create a service or create could be any service, could be a RESTful API service, and you could just put your input through it and run the inference and get the output, right? But Google Cloud Platform provides a very simple and a very scalable way of doing that. Now, what Google Cloud Platform is basically a set of computing services, cloud computing services offered by Google, just like Amazon's web services. But this one is by Google, and it has a lot of applications like IoTs, the AI platform, the compute engine, the storage, and all the cloud platform services, cloud computing services that usually is done by historically mostly it's done by Amazon, but now Google has launched its Google Web Platform, and we're going to use that. Since when you're using TensorFlow, it's a good idea to also use Google Web Platform because they're both actually TensorFlow is made by the Google community, so it's a good practice. You can also serve these models on AWS, and they also have a very good way of serving these models. Now, As I've mentioned that as a very simple way of serving models on GCP. Now there's another way of serving models. It's basically using the Kubernetes engine, right? So what you do is you make a Kubernetes cluster and lot of instances, and you serve your TensorFlow models over this compute engine, and you install a load balancer over it. Now the reason behind that is you could have, for example, your application could have thousands of or millions of, or you don't know how many inference per second or per minute. So you want it to be scalable, right? So what you do is that you install a load balancer with on the overall Kubernetes engine, right? Uh, and then you serve your TensorFlow models, right? But this particular method is sort of how do I put it? It's a little complicated. It's not very complicated. It's a little complicated. So what Google platform has done is that it has introduced us with with a service. It's called AI platform. Now AI platform provides a lot of tools, right? A lot of services under its umbrella. Uh, One of them is prepare, build, validate, and deploy. Now, in prepare, you can label your data. You have your BigQuery. So BigQuery is basically the service that with which you can query your data sets like a normal with a normal SQL language. SQL. You can also train your models, which we will also do on the notebooks. We have AutoML and the training pipelines for those for the trainings, and then we have the validate, which have the AI explanation, which is a relatively newer tool by AI platform. We have Vertif tool and Visual. And the other one that is our main focus today is the prediction, which comes under the umbrella of deploy, right? So we have to train our models and then deploy on them the Google Cloud platform, right? And we have a lab for that, and we're going to go to that lab, right? I'm going to stop this presentation, and I'm going to start doing my lab. And while I'm doing the lab, I'll explain the code and the basics of Google Cloud Platform and how to set up your training and deploying pipeline over the Google Cloud Platform, Google Cloud GCP AI platform, right? I'm going to stop my presentation now, and I'm going to move to my lab. Now, this particular lab is also provided by Google. It's basically a lab on predicting house prices. It's a regression problem. I'm assuming that all of you are familiar with machine learning basics. So it's a regression problem where we're going to predict house prices. We're going to have a data set provided by the TensorFlow. We're going to train our model on the Google Cloud, on the AI platform, and then also serve that model on the AI platform as well. And we're going to see how we can do that on the Google Cloud platform, right? I'm going to start my lab now. I'm assuming that you can see my screen. Let me just close all the other tabs, and okay. So I'm going to, so this is a quick lab. Usually what happens is that while doing our sessions, we give quick lab promo codes to the users, to you guys. But the problem here is that you sort of, people usually run with problems while doing that. And since it's my job to correct these problems, but since it's an online meet, so I won't be able to do that. So I prefer you guys, instead of doing the lab, if you have GCP, instead of doing the lab, you guys can just focus on the on what I'm doing here, and then you can do that later. And if you have any questions while doing that, you can post them on the Facebook page or the YouTube link, and I'll look into those problems, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start the lab. Okay. So Quick Lab basically provides you with a with a temporary Google Cloud account, which is here, which is given here. So I'm going to open the console.cloud.google, and I have to use another account because this particular lab has provided me with a username, password, and a GCP project ID, right? Okay. Now, when you're doing the lab, these are the steps you're going to follow. So you have to see them very carefully. I'm using an account given to me by QuickLab, but you will have to use your own account for that. So as you can see, I have created my Google Cloud account, a temporary account, but you will use your own personal account. So this particular page is the GCP homepage. Right. Now here you have your project name, your project ID, and your resources. Currently, since this is a new temporary account, this has no resource assigned to it, and all of your services are listed here, which have the app engine, the compute engine, Kubernetes engine, cloud functions. Cloud functions are basically the replica of the AWS Lambda, and you have your storage, the replica of S3. We're going to use that too because we have to save our model somewhere, right? So let's see what that lab tells us to do next, right? Okay. Now we're going to activate our shell. Now Google provides us with a console, so you can so it's basically like a VM. It's a VM with which you can access your Google Cloud platform, and it's browser based, so you can actually do that over the browser as well, right? So it's this particular button. When you click on it, the shell activates, and it's on the lower part of your screen. I'm going to wait for it to activate. All right, it's activated. Now let's see if gcloud is enabled. Gcloud is a service which you can install with apt install or any service or any particular tool you use. Let's check. Okay, so it means the Google Cloud is actually installed. Let's see my project name. There is a command to check that, and it's given here. Let's see. First off, let's see the username which I'm logged in with. This one. Yes. Authorize. Okay, so the active account is student-01 with this particular ID. Now I have to check. So each Google console has some projects, right? And in each, so look at it this way: there's an organization. Let's assume there's an organization X, and that particular organization X has a couple of projects, right? Now, for each project, you can create another cloud console and another cloud platform under the umbrella of one organization. I'm going to check which particular project I am working on right now. Now, to do that, there's also another command called cloud Okay, next, projects. I think the command is wrong. Project, it's project, not projects. Sorry. So the project I'm currently working on is called QuickLab GCP-01 457 and the ID of that particular project. Okay. Now, since I've done that already, okay, the next step is to create a storage bucket. Now, the reason we need to create a storage bucket, as we do in the Amazon S3, it's basically the S3 replica in Google Cloud Platform. It's basically a storage bucket that we're going to create, and we're going to set the region to US Central 1. The reason behind creating a storage bucket is because we have to store our models somewhere, and we also have to and we're going to basically store those models on a bucket, and we're going to inference those models from to that bucket, right? So we're going to create a storage. Now let's see how to create a storage. We go to the storage and the browser. Just minimize that so we can see the whole screen. Okay, let's create a bucket. You can name your bucket anything. I'm going to name it, for example, GDG CLOUD DevFest. And I'm going to select a region, US Central 1. You can select any region you want, but the lab suggests that you select the Central 1 region. Continue, fine grained, and create. Now I have created an empty bucket called GDG CLOUD DevFest 2020. Okay, and this basically is the bucket that we're going to use when we're going to train our models and store them. Okay. Now I'm going to check my progress if I've done everything right along the way, and yes. So we have completed the first part of the lab. Now, as I've mentioned, Google Cloud Platform provides a service called AI Platform, right? And under this service, we have a lot of tools that we can use. Particularly, what we're going to use is the notebooks tool on which we're going to train our models. And then we're going to use the deploy tool to run the inference on our models, basically. And we're going to basically serve those models, right, that we're going to train. So under the umbrella of artificial intelligence, there is an AI platform. Now, from the AI platform, I have selected the notebooks that we're going to use. Right. Okay. Let's create a new notebook of TensorFlow 1.15. We're not going to use any GPUs right now, right? Without GPUs. Now this notebook will already have the TensorFlow 1.15 installed on it. We can use TensorFlow 2.0 as well, but there is a particular reason we're going to use TensorFlow 1.15. One particular reason is that the lab suggests that we use the TensorFlow 1.15, and the other reason is that in TensorFlow 2.0 and 2.x, we usually use the Keras higher level API, but we're going to use the estimated level API, and I have a reason for that as well. Once we see the code, I'll show you why we specifically use the estimated API instead of the Keras API. Now, this particular notebook is going to take 3 to 4 minutes to start. It's still running. Once it's started, we're going to log into that notebook, right? Okay. I'm going to see if you guys have any questions. I'm going to just log into my Facebook and check if you have any questions. Or we can do that after the session, but let's see if you have any questions along the way right now. Okay. Let me just okay. I'm going to wait for the uh, for the notebook to start. Okay. So while we do that, can anyone tell me uh, the difference between the graphs and the sessions in the TensorFlow? Because we're going to actually, well, we're not going to cover that, but I would like to know because we're using a high level API, and we should know the uh, the the basics on which TensorFlow has built itself, right? So if you have, if you know the answer, you can comment that on our Facebook page or on YouTube. Hmm. I'm going to refresh that. Okay, notebook has been created. I don't think so. Let me check. No, it's still being no. Okay, so while the notebook is loading, I have to show you some stuff. The overview of the TensorFlow API, which is the TensorFlow estimator. Now the TensorFlow estimator has a lot of power, and one particular is you can train, evaluate, predict, and export for serving. Now what we're going to do is that we're going to use the training part, the prediction part, and the export for serving, right? Which is basically our main goal. Uh, and you can also use in one NVIDIA Tesla K80, or you can use any particular GPU you want, and the CUDA will be already be enabled on the notebook itself, right? Okay, so let's see if it's okay. So our notebook has been, our Jupyter Lab has been created, and now we're going to open the terminal of that particular lab. Now as you can see, this is very basic stuff. GCP has provided a very intuitive layout, of very intuitive UI for the beginners to start on AI platform. This is like very basic stuff. I haven't done anything unusual. This is very simple stuff, and anyone can do that, right? Okay. Now let's see if what I've been doing right till now is correct or wrong. I'll check my progress. Yes. Okay. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to clone a repo which has the notebooks and the has notebooks of the particular problem that we're going to solve, which is the housing prices, right? And you can see I am cloning the repo here on my Jupyter lab and using the Jupyter Labs terminal that they have given me, right? Okay, let's. Okay. You can see that over here as well. Inside the blocks, they have given me housing prices demo. I'm going to open that now. I've opened a notebook of Cloud ML housing prices demo. Okay. All right. So we're going to start off with two libraries that we're going to be using: the Pandas library and the TensorFlow framework that we've discovered. What the Pandas library does is that it is a framework on which you can handle, manipulate, transform, and do stuff with your data frame, just like in the R language. But in Python, we use the Pandas library for that, right? And TensorFlow is a machine learning framework that we use. Okay. The next step is we're going to check the version of the TensorFlow we're using, which is the 1.15.3. Now, this particular diagram is very important for us, right? What you have to realize is that we're using the estimators API, the higher level API, and not the lower level Python API of TensorFlow, right? The mid-level APIs include layers, datasets, and metrics, and the estimators API has all of those combined. So it is basically a toned down version or simpler version to use TensorFlow, right? And these are the steps that we're going to be using in our particular notebook. The first step is loading the raw data. We're going to load the data using the Pandas library, the data frame library, and then write the TensorFlow code, which will have the columns. We're going to define the columns that we're going to be using, the features that or the attributes that we're going to be training on, the estimator, we're going to cover that, and the input function. The input function and the serving function, they're very important. The input function defines the type of input that we're going to get, and the serving function is basically a function on which you're going to inference on, right? We're going to send your request on. And we're going to also define a training and evaluation loop, the training and evaluation function, and we're going to package the whole code together, the train and then train it and deploy it and then get predictions, right? So the first step is we're going to read the data set. We're going to read a CSV from this particular URL, right? And we're going to use these particular features. Now I'm going to show what these features mean. We're going to load two types of dataset: the training dataset and the testing dataset. Okay. Okay. We have loaded those datasets. Right. These are the first 5 rows of the training dataset. Now, these are the features that we're going to be using. The CRIM is the per capita crime rate by town. The ZN is proportion of residential land zone for lots over 25,000 square feet. Proportion of non-retail business acres per town. Now, these all features, they tell you the value of the house. They tell you the attributes of the house, the neighborhood, all those features that contribute in predicting a price of the house. If we can see that over in Pakistan as well, that there are some neighborhoods that are more expensive than the others, and there are particular reasons for that. Now, these reasons we're going to be using as our features, right? Now, what we're going to do next is basically tell the estimator in which format we should be expecting the data, right? So for training and for inference as well. The label is the MEDV, which is median value of owner occupied homes, basically the price of the house, right? And we're going to be using the TensorFlow feature column, numeric column. We're going to be making the list of these feature columns. Right? Now the estimator has these four main functions. The fit function is used for training, the eval function for the evaluation, the predict for the prediction, and exports a model to write or model to a disk. Now these models can be saved to a disk or a bucket as well. We're going to be saving those models on the bucket and on the disk as well, right? Okay. Now, as I've mentioned, uh, in the previous TensorFlow, what we had to do when we had to make a model or a deep neural network model, we had to define two particular basics. One was the graph, and the other one was the session. Now, the graph had all the model basics, all the model architecture. It's basically the input layer, the hidden layers, and we basically had to provide the placeholders and the variables were basically the uh, the data holders whose values are going to be changing when the graph is optimizing. The placeholders would be your inputs. Now the estimator function, it provides you a very high level API, and you just have to make a DNN regressor. You have, since it's a regression problem, we exported a DNN regressor. We tell them the number of the columns that the columns that we're going to be using, and the hidden units. So the hidden units is basically a list which tells us there are two layers, two hidden layers, and each one has 10 neurons, right? And we also define the model directory where the output is going to be saved. Okay. Then we have defined our input function. Now, what does the input function do? The input function will have two particular uh, uh, inputs. The features, or it returns two particular outputs: the features and the labels, right? So once we have given it our input, it will convert them to the features and labels, and it will return the input function, right? The features is a dictionary. Okay. So it's a dictionary of the key, basically a key value pair, where the key is the feature and the value are the values for those particular feature, and labels is basically a simple I wouldn't say list. It's a TF constant of the label values. Now the serving input function. We have to now assume that we have to deploy that model somewhere, right? We have to serve that model somewhere. Now, this particular model will need to cater for some input that we're going to be providing with our HTTP with our RESTful API, and the serving input function is going to cater for that, right? Now, what does the serving input function has? It also returns a features a tuple of features and the inputs, a dictionary of inputs the prediction server should expect from the user, right? Now let's run that cell. Now, as you can see, we're using the export module of the estimator, and specifically the serving input receiver. And inside that, we've sent our features and the feature placeholders that we're going to be using. Placeholders are basically the types on which you don't specifically assign values, but you tell them the values that it should be expecting, right? And then we have, so basically this particular cell does nothing, it just combines all of that what we're doing into one particular cell. Okay. So this, all of this code is basically this code combined into one cell. So this is nothing new here. Okay. Now remember that we've created a bucket. We're going to assign the name that bucket here. Let's see. I don't remember the bucket name. Let's see the bucket name. Okay, our bucket name was GDG CLOUD DevFest 2020. Our project ID was this one, and the region was US Central one. Yes. We've added those variables to the environment, like in the terminal you do with export. We do that with os.environ in Python. So basically, instead of first assigning these tasks to the AI platform, what we do is we first try to run it locally to see if we have any errors, and then we're going to train those models on the AI platform. So this one actually does nothing; it just tries to train the model locally. Now, basically, this what we've covered till now is not part of our really part of our object of our presentation. What we're going to do now is basically the whole crux of what we're doing. Right now, this is very important. Now, this here is a bash command. We're going to run it through our cell. It doesn't matter. You can run it through your terminal as well. Anyways, so this is the command with which you submit a training job to the AI platform, and you give some variables to it. Now, the first name is the job name. You can use any job name. I've particularly used housing underscore the time format. So every time I run a job, it's with a unique name. The region that we're going to be using for that particular job, and now GCP computes on multiple regions. We're going to specify a particular region we're going to be using for our job. The module name is trainer because we're going to train that task, and the package is the trainer that we have saved here. We have saved here using this cell, this particular cell. All right. And the job directory on which our models will be saved is this GCS bucket. This GCS bucket within the bucket called GDG CLOUD DevFest 2020. And inside that bucket, we've created a folder of the job name, and we're going to store our models there. And the output directory is also a local directory, which is here, output. And we're going to run that cell. Now, one particular thing to notice is that Google Cloud Platform or the AI platform also allows you to check the jobs, the status of the jobs. Now, we've submitted a job on the AI platform, the training job, and we can see the status of these jobs. Okay, you can see there's a job running which I have just submitted, and if once I open that job, it's a training job, and it's going to take around 3 to 4 minutes to run that job. Currently, it's only been 48 seconds, so it's going to take around 3 to 4 minutes to complete that training job, right? And you can also view your logs here. You can also view your logs. For example, the train for some reason your training does not complete. You can also see the logs and the failure point where your training stops. So I've already tested this lab, and there are no particular errors that we need to fix. Some warnings maybe, but no errors. And you can see that over here. These are the logs of your basically of your job, right? Okay. Another thing. Now there's this particular thing called the ML unit. Now the ML unit is, or the cloud ML units are basically what defines how much you're going to be spending on your particular task, right? Now this particular task that I've submitted uses one cloud ML unit. Now what if I want to run this job on a scale tier which is not standard, which is not basic, but is standard? Now, what is a basic? What is the difference between a scale tier? A basic scale tier will be just one instance running, and a standard one scale tier will have a distributed training, will have a distributed set of engines on which your training is going to be performed, right? Now this scale tier is very easy to manage. You just have to provide this particular line, the scale tier standard one, or any scale tier you want, and you can tell your job to run parallel in a distributed fashion, in a distributed computing way, right? And you don't have to write any particular code in any different way. The TensorFlow estimator is going to take care of that. It's going to parallelize your code, and let's also submit this job as well. Another scale tier is the GPU scale tier. Now I can also submit my job and tell it to run on a GPU. And estimator is also going to take care of that. You don't have to write extra code for that. Estimator is going to just let the AI platform know, and it's going to train your model on a GPU. Submitted that job as well. You can also run your code on now these scales are defined, right? But you can also write your own custom scale. Now in this particular way, I've defined a scale tier which is called custom, and I've tell it to use the M GPUs. For example, in this case, I'm telling it to use 8 GPUs. Right? I've also submitted that job. Now let's see how many jobs I have running right now. All right, I have 3 major jobs. The first one has been completed. I have 3 jobs running, and 2 of them, one of them is a parallel job. No, 2 of them are parallel job. One of these parallel jobs is running on CPU, and the other one is running on GPUs. The other one is just a job which is using one GPU. Okay, so let's see. Let's wait for these jobs to end. It's only going to take 3 to 4 minutes. You can refresh for the latest time. Usually one of them I think is going to take a little more time than the usual. It's going to take 5 minutes, but we're not going to wait for that much longer, right? Okay, Uh, in this particular cell, what we're doing is we're deploying our model for predictions. Now, as I've mentioned earlier, the AI platform also has a prediction tool, right? So what we've done is we've saved our models in the output, and now we're going to be uploading those models on the GCS bucket that we have created, so we can query those models or we can run inference through those models. All right, it's still running. Let's see the status of the jobs. Okay, they're still running. Now you can see that they all have the same dates. The only difference is probably the seconds, and in this particular one, the minute as well. Because we have ran them almost the same time, so the only difference is the second one. Now usually these tasks should take less time, but they don't, which tells us distributed training is not the answer to ML problems, but instead it's the GPUs. And there's a reason for that, and I'll let you answer that yourself. You can, if you know, you can also write that as a comment on Facebook. That's a great question. Why distributed training is taking longer than the usual one? That's a great question. If you know the answer, you can comment that. Somehow it's still running. Okay, this usually takes around 3 to 4 minutes as well. Once it's done, our models will also be trained, I'm assuming. Okay. Okay, it's done. So what we've done is we've uploaded our models on the GCS, on the GCS bucket, on the Google Cloud Storage bucket. We have created, now this is the command to use. Google Cloud G-Cloud AI platform versions, create model version, model name, the model location, and the bucket on which we're going to be uploading it, right? And it takes around a few minutes. Okay. Before we go into the predictions, we'll wait for one of the jobs to end. Okay, one of them is completed. The other ones are going to complete in almost the same time. Okay. Okay. So in the predictions, we've created a JSON of records. Now in this particular JSON, what we've done is that we've taken a key value pair of each feature. So basically there are two rows, and each feature has a value, and we're going to send that value to our model to get the required predictions, right? And we're going to use that. We're going to use the G-Cloud AI platform predict function, the predict umbrella of the AI platform, and we're going to specify in the model we're going to be using, which is the housing prices, and the input, basically the input. Now the input is in the JSON instances, which we have saved as regular stored JSON here, which is this one, this particular one. Okay, we cannot show that. Okay. If you want to run your terminal commands through the notebook, you have to specify an exclamation mark before running them. Let's run them. Right. So we have used the endpoint Google APIs, ML, the AI platform API, and for these two rows, the output were these two particular values. So for the first row, the price of the house is $25,048, and for the second set of features, the price of the house is $19,894, right? And let's see if our models have been trained. No, they have not yet, apparently. Okay. So basically, this is the very basic idea of how to train and deploy your models on the Google Cloud platform. What we've covered is we've covered the TensorFlow high-level API called Estimator API, and we've also covered how to deploy TensorFlow code for distributed training in the cloud, but we've noticed that distributed training does not work well. Instead, we have to use a GPU if we want to run it faster, and how to deploy the resulting model to the cloud for online prediction. This is the part that we actually had to cover, right? Which is our goal. We have to serve our models somewhere on the cloud so it can be scaled, and we don't have to take care of that. Now, for example, you send millions of requests at one time. Now you don't have to worry about how it's going to scale. The AI platform is going to take care of that, and you don't have to worry anything about that, right? And these are the things that we haven't covered: the memory datasets, the larger datasets using TensorFlow's Turing system, synthetic features from our raw data to aid learning, feature engineering. We haven't done any feature engineering, by the way. How to improve model performance. And okay, so there's another particular service by AI platform, which is called the hyperparameter tuning. So basically, what we've done is that we've given a set of hyperparameters. Hyperparameters are the parameters that are not trainable, but they serve as, they also contribute to how well your training process has gone. So since we don't train them, we have to select them specifically, and the GCP provides a very good hyperparameter tuning platform on which you can actually fine tune your hyperparameters. You can give a range, and then it's going to fine tune it yourself. We haven't covered that as well. So let's see if the jobs have been completed. Yes, one of them has been completed. Only one is remaining. It should complete in a minute or two. Okay. So as I've said, this is a very basic lab, and the reason I've used TensorFlow Estimator is because it's a little more complicated than the Keras API. Now, if you have mastered this estimator, TensorFlow estimators, the Keras API is going to be a piece of cake for you guys. So I would suggest you go through the TensorFlow estimators while you're deploying your models or serving your models on the AI platform. And once you've done that, the Keras API, the Keras high level API is just a piece of cake. So you don't have to worry about that anymore, right? Okay, let's see. Still running somehow. Let's see the logs. Okay, one thing I have to admit is that the logs of GCP are not as well as the AWS ones, but they're still working on it, and it's still better than what they had before. Still much better than what they had before, and it's still getting better. But you have to be very careful while you're checking the logs, because some errors, so for example, there are 49 errors, but these are not your errors. These are the cloud ML job errors. You don't have to worry about this. You have to be very careful while you're checking out the logs. Preparing, also it's in the preparing phase, so it should not take much longer. Anyways, the lab is completed. If I ask it to check my progress, it's going to say I have not completed the task because one of my jobs is still running. Oh, it actually says I've completed the job. No, actually no. No, since one of my job is running, I cannot mark it as complete. So anyways, this is the main idea of training and deploying your models on the GCP. The other method is using the Kubernetes engine with a load balancer, but this is a more simpler way and a more efficient way. So I prefer you guys, if you ever come across this, use this one. Okay, I'm going to stop my sharing now, and if you have any questions, I'm open to them right now. Hey, Ramis.
Hello there. Nice session. I was listening to what you have to say and made use of everything you said. We'll wait a minute or two for questions, and then we'll move on.
Cool. Looks like there are no questions.
All right, since we have no questions, then I think we should wrap it up. It was a good session, Imran. I enjoyed it. And thank you for always being there to support GDG Cloud Islamabad. I've been a good member since the start, and we've always appreciated your leadership. And thank you for your contribution to GDG Cloud Islamabad 2020 as well. And we'll be moving on. Thank you for being with us, Imran.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to leave the studio now. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye, Imran. Nice having you. Now we'll move on towards a break. We've been having the DevFest streams for a lot of time now, so we'll be moving on towards a short break, and then we'll be continuing with one of the more anticipated sessions, which is GoLang versus Python, which language to use for backend in 2020, presented by Jawad Sadiq. We'll be back in a short break of 15 to 20 minutes.
Hi there, everyone. Welcome back to GDG DevFest. I'm Ershian, manager, GDG CLOUD Islamabad. So, I hope everyone is refreshed after this 15 minutes of break. Right now, I'm going to introduce our next guest, Jawad Sadiq. Jawad Sadiq is a backend engineer at Keep Truckin'. So, let me just add him in. Hi there, Jawad. Can you hear me?
Hi
Your
Ershian, क्या
mic
हाल
is
है?
बिल्कुल सही. So
आवाज
Jawad,
नहीं-
your session is going to be about GoLang versus Python. I just want
Yeah.
to take some time. It's always, technology domain is very dynamic and new
Yeah.
technologies are coming and going. What do you see, just as a one-liner, two-liner, what do you see as going to be the future of Python, and what is going to be the future of GoLang, and how they're going to go head-to-head?
Well, I think like all other languages and like everything has been in the past, both will have their safe place in the future. Python is not going away anywhere anytime soon, and Go is here to stay. So they both will be here.
And in your opinion, can you give any example of any technology that you thought that would, really hit the market, but it went out in a year? Any example you can give out of your mind?
Not in terms of software, but in terms of hardware, I was very excited about Google Glass back in
Oh,
2012. I thought this would change the world, but they just disappeared.
we're still betting on, AR to come out.
Yeah, yeah,
Really
yeah.
good AR to come out.
That is true. Yeah.
Yeah. For me, it was actually Adobe Air. I thought it would revolutionize, making of apps. Even you might not even have heard of it,
I
but it
think I've
was.
heard the name, but I don't know what it was. I thought maybe it was their way of like backing up your designs from Adobe Suite to the cloud.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So, Jawad, I will just share your screen and then you can
Okay.
take over.
Perfect.
Cool. Yeah, your slides are now visible. And now I will remove myself from the stream. You have the stage.
Thank you. Thank you, Shan. So, hey everyone, hope you've had a good Sunday today learning about code and all the Google technologies and anything else that GDD had on their agenda today. Uh, I hope I will not bore you with this talk, but Go and Python, for those of you who are programmers, are the two most exciting languages in the market right now. So if we start, let me see where my cursor is. Okay. So about me, I am a financial accountant turned software engineer. I did ACCA first because family की ख्वाहिश थी. I'm sure most of people from the local market hearing me would understand कि पाकिस्तान में आपको काफी कुछ family की वजह से भी करना पड़ता है. But then I was able to make the courage and make the switch from finance to software engineering, जो कि मेरा शौक था. I did an online degree from University of London. यहाँ पे Roots does this locally, but I did it privately. I am currently working as a backend engineer in Keep Trucking. I have almost 10 years of experience of working with startups and services companies, and now finally in a product company, which is a $1 billion startup for trucking industry in the US. In addition to that, I also manage DevNings. Some of you might have heard of it. It's short for developer evenings. Before Corona, we used to have monthly gathering of developers uh, and talk about new technologies and anything exciting that is going in the market. But Corona kind of put a hold on it, like most of things in our life. We've tried to do online events, but it's not the same thing as meeting people in person. And I know developers prefer online, and we're trying to figure out a way how to continue doing it. But until then, we're just looking forward to a post COVID time where we can meet in person once again. So today's agenda is just to compare Golang and Python on 5 different levels, which is performance, scalability, applications, execution, and the community itself. So we'll get straight to that. A bit of history of Python. Python is a general purpose programming language. In other words, आप इसमें तकरीबन हर चीज़ ही कर सकते हैं. It was created by a Dutch programmer in 1991, and currently it's powering Google's own search engine, a major chunk of it, YouTube, even some applications at NASA and the New York Stock Exchange. So when you know that a financial system as big as the New York Stock Exchange is built on Python, it is a pretty solid language. It's also an interpreted scripting language. It does not need compilation. It's interpreted at runtime. We'll get to more of that later if some of you did not understand that. So Go was conceived in 2007 and it was made public in 2009, which is almost 18 years after Python was available in a stable version for public. It was created by three big names at Google: Robert Greisemer, Rob Pike, and Ken Thompson. If those of you, if you've not heard of them, I would recommend, after the talk, go and search and read about them. They are the big names behind UTF-8, Unix, and the C programming languages. Go is compiled. It cannot be interpreted on runtime. You have to compile it before it can run. And it's also a statically typed language. And we will get back to more of this later as well. So let's get down to comparison. सबसे पहले I would like to compare the performance of both languages, and we can do that using mathematical functions, complex mathematical functions. Two of the most famous ones that can be used for comparison are Mandelbrot and N-body. I know this is not entirely fair to compare two languages released 18 years apart, one's interpreter-based, one's compiler-based, using a mathematical function, but it's fair enough when it comes to comparing the memory usage and time spent in solving a problem, and you'll see how. So Mandelbrot problem, those of you who not know, is from the fractal mathematics, where you have to write a program that just keeps calling itself in a recursive manner until a specific limit that you have to specify. This is how the Python code looks like. You can also go to rosettacode.com, and this problem, Mandelbrot problem, will be available in every language that's out there, almost all of the famous 50 ones. And जो भी आपको आती है JavaScript या PHP, आप उसका कोड देख के इसको रन कर सकते हैं. This is the code in Go. So Go ka code thoda sa in terms of syntax is longer, as you can see, but both of them are pretty readable code. And if we run these, I will not be running them right now, but I did the test using our 2017 MacBook Pro, which is Core i7 2.5 with 16 gigs of RAM, and दो दफा repair हो चुकी है feature tech से, because Apple just did not do a very good job with these 2017 models. So I ran it on them, and Python solved the problem in 351 seconds, whereas Go took 8 seconds. There is also another problem called the N-body problem. I've also added a link in the slides. I will be sharing this with Irum and Ershian and the GDG team, and you can get it from them to see the code. Python took about 900 seconds to solve this problem, and Go took about 25 seconds. And I was not able to set up my system to do a comparison of the memory units of memory used. But if you go online and search, I'll add the link in the slideshow as well. Go uses at least 35 to 40% less memory as compared to Python. So clearly, in terms of performance, Go is fast, and as compiled languages are generally faster, this is still more than what the proportion is between an interpreted and a compiled language. Next comes scalability. Now, everybody is in the industry right now. Writing a code that works is not a problem nowadays. You can almost find anything online and create a working solution. The question when it comes to investment for startups and when it comes for making more money out of your technological product is, will it scale? And this is where most of the people fail. Now, I would like to go back and talk about a note from the creators. In 2007, when they were originally talking about Go, they said that the computing landscape today, as in 2007, was very different from the time in the 70s, 80s, and 90s when all of these languages such as Java, C++, Python, all of these were created. So problems such as multi-core processors को deal करना, network systems architecture पे काम करना, massive computation cluster पे अपनी language को, अपने application को deploy करना, और जो web programming model जो आज की age में 2007 से लेके अब तक हम use कर रहे हैं, even though it's changed massively since then as well. ये सारी languages including C++ जो इनमें से कुछ लोगों ने बनाई हैं, were actually finding a work around it rather than natively being able to address it head on. Go was created to deal with these problems like by design. It's not like you don't have to find a way to solve it in Go. There is already a way available in it. To talk about it more, you need to understand a difference between concurrency and parallelism. Python supports parallelism. वो multiple tasks parallelize करके different threads में, अगर मल्टी कोर प्रोसेसर आपके पास अवेलेबल है तो वो उसको यूटिलाइज कर लेगा अच्छे तरीके से कि अगर आपके पास 10 टास्क हैं और 4 प्रोसेसर है तो वो तो 2-2.5 टास्क, ढाई तो नहीं टेक्निकली, बट लेट से 8 टास्क हैं और 4 प्रोसेसर्स हैं, सो वो 2-2 टास्क हर प्रोसेसर से जाके करा लेगा एंड आपका काम जल्दी हो जाएगा. Go, but if you have a single processor, then it will struggle. There might be a way of virtualizing threads, but then again, वो आप pooling कर रहे हैं एक ही processor के ऊपर. Go has the ability to concurrently, natively address problems with concurrency के आप application level के ऊपर आप एक वो task कर सकते हैं before you have finished another task. So at the same time, in a concurrent way. This native support in Go makes it a much better candidate for scaling. Not just जो अभी हमने प्रोसेसिंग का टेस्ट कंपेयर किया है कि गो का टाइम कंसिडरेबली जो था वो स्लो था, सॉरी फास्टर था, पाइथन का स्लो था. उसी तरह व्हेन यू स्केल इट एज वेल, गो इज वेरी easily scalable. And parallelism is like जो मैंने भी आपको बताया. So the number 3 comes applications. Application में I cannot say कि Python better है या Go better है, because you see every language has its own purpose. JavaScript is mainly designed for web development, and in my opinion, only for front end. I don't like it for a backend language, even though a lot of people will be angry at me. Kabhi Node बहुत superior चीज़ है, because that's how everybody calls themselves full stack developers, and I respect that. But I still believe that JavaScript was intended for the front end, and that's where it should stay. Similarly, Python is great for data analytics, it's great for web development, and it's great for AI. And it's backed by a huge community for that as well. कि बहुत ज़्यादा लोग आपको मिल जाएंगे कम्युनिटी में जो आपके सारे ऑलरेडी एनी प्रॉब्लम दैट यू फेसिंग इन टर्म्स ऑफ डेटा एनालिटिक्स, वेब डेवलपमेंट एंड एआई, आपको कम्युनिटी में बंदे मिल जाएंगे जो आपका वो मसला हल करा देंगे, और उसमें पाइथन का भी बना बनाया सोल्यूशन होगा, विच आई गेट टू द कम्युनिटी पार्ट इन अ मिनट. Go, because of its support for concurrency and it's statically typed and it's compiled, so it's very fast. If you say system programming and cloud computing में it's very in. और इन्हीं दो फीचर्स की वजह से, because web development model nowadays supports a lot of background jobs, Go has also become famous for web development as well, and it's currently one of the fastest trending language where all of the web developers and most of the software engineers are shifting towards. Then comes to execution. It's the same thing as before जो अभी हम डिस्कस कर रहे थे. Python जो है वो डायनामिकली टाइप लैंग्वेज है, इसका मतलब ये है, और Go statically type language है, सॉरी फॉर स्टटरिंग देयर. सो इसका मतलब ये है कि Go में आपको डिफाइन करना पड़ता है एग्जैक्टली एक वेरिएबल की टाइप. फॉर एग्जांपल अगर हम टाइप कास्टिंग की बात करें, statically typed language में variable types are declared explicitly for the compiler. तो बहुत जो आपके ट्रिवियल बग्स हैं, ट्रिवियल मतलब कोई बहुत छोटी सी चीज़ है जो बहुत बड़ा इशू क्रिएट कर सकती है, वो Go में अवॉइड हो जाती है. Whereas in Python, आपका जो इंटरप्रेटर है वो ऑफर करता है टू चेक द टाइप ऑफ वेरिएबल. तो उसमें हो सकता है कि किसी लेवल के ऊपर आपने कोई एक चीज़ टेस्टिंग में मिस कर दी है जो चलेगी प्रोडक्शन में, और कल को वहाँ पे जाके आपके लिए इशू बन जाएगी. And the fifth point that I would like to talk about is community, once again linked with application. Community with libraries of code make life of a developer easier. अगर अभी मुझे कोई Python के अंदर कोई एक टूल ऐसा बनाना है, let's suppose I want to do build an image recognition system जिसको मैं एक खाने की तस्वीर दूँ और मुझे बता दे कि इस डिश का क्या नाम है. Python में ऑलरेडी इस तरह की बहुत सारी लाइब्रेरीज और कोड और हर चीज़ अवेलेबल होगी, which I can just use and train on my images, and then that will be able to do the job. So Python is a clear winner here, with packages and libraries such as SciPy, Scikit, Pandas, and NumPy, and the web development frameworks such as Django. लेकिन to be fair, it has an 18 years of head start to it as well. Like 18 साल से लोग उस पे काम कर रहे हैं, whereas Go was released in 2009, but it really started picking up somewhere between 13 and 14. So Go, even though it's behind Python, it's picking up at a very fast rate. We've got excellent libraries available now for encryption, for web servers, and even for web development and query languages for the databases. So the verdict that I believe is that Python ने recently overtake किया Java को. Python is now one of the most popular languages, even better than Java since 2019. If you look at the developer survey reports from Stack Overflow, you look at reports from JetBrains जो IDEs बनाता है software developers के लिए. So Python is more popular now. But on the other hand, Go is also the fastest growing and fastest trending language out there. Python is most studied. A lot of university programs internationally are designed around Python. अब हमारे local universities ने भी शुरू कर दिया, even though I still heard a lot of universities are teaching C and C++, but काफी universities Python के ऊपर shift कर रही हैं because it's easily understandable, it's readable, and उसका जो learning curve है वो थोड़ा सा आसान है. Go will make it easier for newcomers to stand out, क्योंकि पाइथन तो ऑलरेडी लोग कर रहे हैं ना 18 साल से. आप अगर अभी 2 साल पाइथन पढ़ते हैं यूनिवर्सिटी में और फिर 2 साल का एक्सपीरियंस करते हैं, you will still be competing with somebody who has 20 years of experience in the market or 10 years or 8 years. Go actually sets the level ground. Like अगर आप as a student, if you want to learn something कि आप यूनिवर्सिटी से बाहर निकलें और आप in demand हो, I would prefer going with Go because it will give you a head start, and it is not going anywhere. It's here to stay. If you look at its history, who created it and what's it being used at, जिन लोगों को अभी क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग का आइडिया है, क्यूबरनेटिस पूरा गो में बना हुआ है. ठीक है. सो गो माइट सीम स्केरियर. अगर आप सिंटैक्स दोनों का कंपेयर करें तो पाइथन में हेलो वर्ल्ड आई थिंक इज 1 line एंड गो में इट्स लाइक 7-8 lines. लेकिन it is better in terms of maintainability, readability, and handing over code from one developer to another. Students universities में groups में काम करते हैं, and they would understand somewhat पेन के एक दोस्त ने आधी असाइनमेंट करके कोड दिया और अब दूसरा उसको कंप्लीट कर रहा है, तो उसको पहले उसका कोड समझना पड़ेगा, अनलेस उन्होंने पहले डिसाइड कर लिया था कि क्या करना है, लाइक इन टर्म्स ऑफ द कोड स्ट्रक्चर एंड सिंटैक्स. गो में वो चीज़ें जो हैं वो गो एज अ लैंग्वेज इटसेल्फ डिफाइन कर देता है कि भाई यही करना है आपने. ठीक है. आई कम टू द एग्जांपल फॉर दैट. फॉर एग्जांपल कुछ लोगों को जो फंक्शन के ब्रैकेट्स हैं वो अगली लाइन में पसंद होता है ओपनिंग ब्रैकेट, लाइक आपने फंक्शन का नाम लिखा है और उसके आगे ही ओपनिंग ब्रैकेट लिखा है, कुछ लोग वो ओपनिंग ब्रैकेट अगली लाइन में डालते हैं. ठीक है. बट गो जस्ट सेज कि आगे ही आएगा, ये नेक्स्ट लाइन में नहीं जाएगा. सो इट्स डिसाइडेड बाय गो एंड टफ एज अ डेवलपर यू हैव टू लिसन टू. This makes it very opinionated in terms itself. लेकिन जब आप किसी को कोड देंगे या आप किसी और के कोड पे काम करेंगे, you would immediately know what to expect, and there is like a very little जो आपका होता है ना transfer period होता है from one developer to another. And also I've heard people talk about saying कि जी सारी programming languages such as JavaScript, Java, Python ये regularly update हो रही हैं और उसमें बहुत सारे features regularly आ रहे हैं, they're very powerful. Go sets itself aside. It does not compete on features. All their 3 creators decided कि वो तीनों decide करेंगे तो कोई चीज़ add होगी. And it offers one way of doing one thing, like not multiple ways. So I know programmer कहते हैं कि जी नहीं मुझे ये तरीका पसंद है, दूसरा कहेगा नहीं मुझे ये वाला तरीका पसंद है, but Go would come in and say कि नहीं ये एक ही तरीका है, आपके पास option ही नहीं है. So in some ways, not having an option is actually a good thing. Because there's only one thing you have to do about it, and then you don't waste time deciding कि क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना है, बस जो है वो है. So for example you get if else, तो आपको ternary operator नहीं मिलेगा जो एक लाइन में आप if else का shorthand लिखते हैं अगर आपने उसके अंदर एक ही लाइन की कंडीशन लिखनी है. ठीक है. And then जो additional features हैं, once again instead of working on the problem itself, आप पहले बैठ के decide कर रहे हैं कि यार कैसे करना है. एंड देन वो रीडेबिलिटी भी हर्ट करेगी, बिकॉज जब आपको नए बंदे का कोड मिलेगा आपको देखना पड़ेगा अच्छा ये कैसे करता था, और अगर आप दूसरे तरीके से करते थे देन यू हैव अ मिसमैच देयर. गो अवॉइड्स ऑल दीज प्रॉब्लम्स. एंड नॉट हैविंग अ लॉट ऑफ फीचर्स या नॉट एडिंग थिंग्स फास्ट हेल्प्स यू अवॉइड दीज मिस्टेक्स कि आपने कोई ऐसी चीज़ डाल दी है जो आपकी पूरी कम्युनिटी परेशान हो गई है कि अचानक ही चल क्या रहा. So simplicity is not undignified. ये चीज़ I think last year भी मैंने mention की थी when I gave a talk about GoLang at the DevFest जो हो रहे थे कि कुछ developers अपने आप को senior समझते हैं based on how complex code they can write. कि ये इतना अखीर complex code है कि ये किसी को पढ़ के समझ ही नहीं आएगा तो मैं बहुत senior developer हूँ, which is actually wrong. You see, आपका code जितना simple है that actually makes you senior. आप ये नहीं कर रहे हैं कि आप अपनी जॉब सिक्योर कर रहे हैं कि आपने इतना फिट कोड लिख लिया कि अब कंपनी आपको हटा ही नहीं सकती और आपकी जॉब भाई पक्की है. ठीक है. आप एक्चुअली अपने आप को दूसरी अपॉर्चुनिटी से मिस करा रहे हैं. सो इफ द कंपनी कैन नॉट मूव यू, दैट मीन्स यू कैन नॉट मूव योरसेल्फ टू अ बेटर अपॉर्चुनिटी इफ देयर कम्स वन. इफ यू वांट टू मूव इट इन गुड फेथ इट वुड बी ट्रिकी बिकॉज आपको पिछला हैंड ओवर देना पड़ेगा, समझाना पड़ेगा, अगले में जाएंगे, यू विल बी इन टू बोर्ड्स, द ट्रांजिशन पीरियड विल बी वेरी डिफिकल्ट. And if you just do it, if you just take the new opportunity और पिछले company को, boss को, team को miss करा दें, तो भाई ठीक है मैं जा रहा हूँ, you're on your own, then that's bad faith, and then it will come back to you in the future. Okay, in your life there's only a certain number of people that you'll meet, a group, and if you do something bad to them, future में कभी ना कभी आपको काम पड़ेगा. ये सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियरिंग का कोट है जो आपको लाइफ में भी अप्लाई होता है कि एनीथिंग दैट कैन गो रॉन्ग विल गो रॉन्ग. ठीक है, तो अगर आपने कोड में कुछ लिखा है और आपको लगता है यार ये बग आएगा, लेकिन आप अज्यूम करते हैं कि नहीं यार शायद यूजर ये सिनेरियो ना करे, या शायद क्लाइंट टेस्ट करते हुए ये ना करे, वो होगा और वो फंसेगा. तो अगर आप एक कंपनी को छोड़ के जा रहे हैं ये सोच के कभी मुझे इस बंदे की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी तो मैं अगली कंपनी में चला जाता हूँ, ठीक है, ऐसा नहीं है. कभी ना कभी आपको उसकी जरूरत पड़ेगी. हो सकता है आपकी पिछली कंपनी का टीम मेंबर अगली कंपनी में आपका बॉस बन जाए, या कल को आप अपनी कंपनी भी बना लें तो उसके पास एक ऐसा प्रोजेक्ट हो जो आपको चाहिए हो टू सस्टेन योर कंपनी. यू नेवर नो. So it's always a good idea to do the handover the right way and write code that is readable, simple. This is the same thing over and over again. The second last thing that I would like to talk about is software engineering versus programming. इसका डिफरेंस लास्ट में मैंने एक्सप्लेन किया था, एंड दिस इज व्हाट आई ट्राई टू एम्फसाइज ओवर एंड ओवर अगेन, इज कि प्रोग्रामिंग का मतलब ये है कि बस आपने एक कोड लिख के एक बंदे को सोल्यूशन उसका प्रोवाइड कर दिया जो चल रहा है, ठीक है. बट सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियरिंग का मतलब ये है कि आपने ये सोचा है कि यार वो अभी तो चल रहा है लेकिन उसमें क्या कुछ चेंज हो सकता है विद टाइम, और वो कल को भी चलता रहेगा या नहीं रहेगा. सो प्रोग्रामिंग इंटीग्रेटेड ओवर टाइम इज एक्चुअली सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियरिंग. तो यू हैव टू सी कि यार लाइब्रेरी अपडेट हो जाएगी, ओएस वर्जन अपडेट हो जाएगा, रिक्वायरमेंट्स बदल सकती हैं, डेवलपर्स चेंज हो सकते हैं, आपकी हार्ड ड्राइव खराब हो सकती है, कोई भी चीज, टाइम कैन इंटरफेयर विद दैट प्रोग्राम दैट यू मेड. इज इट बैक्ड अप प्रॉपर्ली, इज इट होस्टेड प्रॉपर्ली, इज इट केटरिंग फॉर चेंजेस इन द कोड, आपने उसमें सारी एरर हैंडलिंग की हुई है नहीं की हुई, ठीक है, आपने उसमें चीज़ें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कोशिश की है कि वो डायनेमिक रहें, ठीक है, या आपने बस सब कुछ हार्ड कोड ही कर दिया है जो कल को अब कोड चेंज करने से ही वो चलेगा, बाय किसी फाइल में या वेरिएबल में नाम चेंज करने से वो चीज़ एकोमोडेट नहीं होगी. वर्जन कंट्रोल डाला नहीं डाला, कॉन्टिन्यूस इंटीग्रेशन डाली या नहीं डाली, ऑल दीज थिंग्स मैटर दैट मेक यू अ गुड सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर. गो इंश्योर्स ऑल ऑफ दिस, ठीक है. अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स जाहिर है, सो वर्जन कंट्रोल उसके अंदर बिल्ट इन नहीं है, बट दैट यू डू विद गिट, बट ऑल द अदर थिंग्स वो इनेटली आपको फोर्स करेगा टू टेक केयर ऑफ ऑल दोज थिंग्स बिकॉज इट हैज़ वन वे ऑफ डूइंग थिंग्स, एंड ओवर टाइम आपकी चीज़ चलती रहेगी. So this also makes it easier for code reviews, and जब कोड रिव्यू आपका आसान होगा, जब आपका कोड, मैं वही चीज़ें बार बार रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, जब आपका कोड हैंड ओवर आसान होगा, योर लाइफ विल बी मच मच ईजियर. एंड डाइजेस्ट्रा सारे स्टूडेंट्स को पता होगा, डाइजेस्ट्रा एल्गोरिथम सब ने पढ़ा है. उसका इज अ वेरी फेमस कोड दैट आई लाइक टू ब्रिंग व्हेनेवर आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट गो एंड पाइथन. Simplicity is a great virtue, but it requires hard work to achieve it and education to appreciate it. And to make matters worse, complexity sells better. Okay, you must understand what this is. And I would like to end this with my favorite comic that I always bring in when I'm talking about programming languages. It's called Get the Princess. I'm not sure how many people are watching right now, but we have a problem here that we need to rescue a princess, and we've got several different programming languages to help this. I have actually edited the comic as well. So if you have C, you need to go and rescue the princess from a castle with C. You have a library for a castle and you have a library for the princess. You will deploy it, charge, and you will rescue the princess, her dog, her entire wardrobe, everything that she has eaten, and also a null terminator. So if you are a C fan, you would know what a null terminator is. The joke here is that you just needed the princess, but you bought a lot of extra stuff as well, that was not really required. You've got C sharp. I used to say C hash, but okay, C sharp. So you've got C sharp. You spend hours trying to express your rescue operation in a single link query, but then you just give up and go to Stack Overflow and let John Speed rescue the princess for you. You won't do it yourself. You've got Lisp. Any Lisp fans here who have used this programming language would know about a lot of brackets. You won't know what you're doing, and in the end, you might rescue the princess, or the princess might rescue you. You've got Java. You quickly deploy the rescue to the mission, but then you realize that you've got two castles and there is no princess. You're lost. You don't know what you're doing. You've got JavaScript. A lot of people know that I am actually biased against JavaScript, so I'm going to enjoy this one. You spent hours picking up from thousands of libraries you've got, set up Node, build a framework for the castle, and by the time you're done, the castle will be abandoned and the princess will have moved to a different castle. So everything you've done has gone to waste. You have Python. Python may everybody is going to appreciate the awesome tools you've got. They can, while you try to learn your tool or train them on how to rescue the princess will just rescue herself. Tough luck. And you've got Go. Go का issue ये है, like I said, it's limited on features, so they will tell you that जरूरत नहीं है आपको princess rescue करने की, already Go में एक princess available है, you just use that. No need to go on a mission, waste time. There is already one available. And finally, PHP. Students love PHP, so I'd like to say this: कि आपने princess की rescue करना है PHP से, and you'll just decide to go meet her in the afterlife instead, like Romeo and Juliet. This is all from my side. Thank you very much. KT is hiring across the board. You can go to keeptrucking.com/careers and see for all the jobs that are available. And you can follow me on LinkedIn as well if you need anything. And if you have any questions, please let me know. We've got Ramis with us. Hi, Ramis.
Hello, Jawad. How are you?
Bilkul theek thaak.
Okay, so we had a small mini war going on in the comment section between YouTube and GoLang, and so far I think it's 3v3.
Between what and GoLang? Python and GoLang?
Yep.
So, देखिए, the conclusion that I would like to give students is कि भाई दोनों fit है. मैं ये नहीं कह रहा एक दूसरी से बेहतर है. Python is not going anywhere. So if you're spending time in Python, you know आपका future secure है, कोई मसला नहीं है. But Go is going to give you an extra advantage. It will level the ground. आपके पास ज़्यादा बड़े वो नहीं होंगे, senior बाबे नहीं होंगे to tell you that they know more than you. इसका डिसएडवांटेज ये है कि जब आप कहीं फंस जाएंगे तो आपके पास कोई सीनियर होगा भी नहीं गाइड करने के लिए, बड़ा मुश्किल से मिलेगा आपको खुद निकलना पड़ेगा. बट इट वुड बी वेरी रिवॉर्डिंग, यू नो, इट वुड बी गुड इन टर्म्स ऑफ मनी एंड यू वुड बी इन द फ्रंट सीट इंस्टेड ऑफ टीचिंग.
I like the comics जो आपने share की थी. That's really good examples, especially the PHP one.
Yeah. So I spent 4 years of my life, 5 years of my life in PHP, and then I got an opportunity. I was working in a startup, so I built an entire platform in 1 year, and then I got an opportunity to shift that into Ruby. उसके बाद मैंने Ruby सीखी. I did everything. I did that in 1 year in Ruby in about 20 days. So you can see the difference. And then I realized कि मैं PHP में क्यों था. So.
Alright, Jawad, I don't think we have any questions in the QA session now. I'd really like to meet you over lunch again. Last time we met, it was at Open Islamabad at the lunch break. And believe me, no one wants to be around us during lunch.
True that.
So, good session overall, Jawad. I really enjoyed the GoLang and Python differences, and we'll be moving on. Thank you for your contribution to GDG CLOUD DevFest 2020 Islamabad. And hoping to meet and hear from you soon, inshallah, again.
Inshallah.
Thank you for joining us, Jawad. All right, we'll take another short break and then we'll be moving on to the event, the highlight talk of DevFest 2020 by our manager, Irum Zahra. We'll be right back. All right, let's move on to the next session in DevFest 2020. We'll be having our manager, Irum Zahra, on board with us. Irum is a data scientist currently working with The Entertainer. During her past experiences, she worked closely with tech startup Anzen and led the team responsible for developing artificial intelligence surveillance solutions. Throughout her career, she has worked in diverse environments from startup ecosystems to SMEs to corporates. She loves to work on initiatives that allow her to empower and inspire others. So she co founded Islamabad.ai chapter in a hope to minimize the gap between academia and industry and to train students accordingly. Irum is leading Pakistan's first Google Developers Cloud, GDG CLOUD Islamabad, and also serving as a Google Women Techmakers Islamabad ambassador. All part of why DevFest 2020 is a big highlight in Islamabad. And recently, she was also selected in the silver tier I Am Remarkable facilitators. One of the I Am Remarkable workshops were facilitated by Irum yesterday in our non-tech talk sessions, which means she's the top 200 out of the 5,000 plus facilitators globally. She believes in advocating for true gender diversity, equality, and inclusion. I'm very proud to have Irum Zahra, our manager, on board, and she will be talking about coding in convolutional neural networks using TensorFlow.
Hello, Ramis. How are you? I'm good. Hello. Can you
Hello,
hear
yes,
me?
Irum, I can hear you. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much for the nice introduction, Ramis.
You're welcome, always. Thank you for being
Okay.
there whenever GDG Cloud needs you and being the chief and in charge of this DevFest. And I hope we always continue
Okay.
to work together in the same way. So over to you with coding in convolutional neural networks using TensorFlow.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I hope you can see my slides and you can hear me as well. If you can hear me. If you can hear me, please can you let me know in the comments? Hello. मेरी आवाज आ रही है सबको? प्लीज कमेंट बॉक्स में यस नो कुछ कर दें तो मैं आगे चल सकती हूँ. Okay. So hello everyone. Ramis ने मुझे पहले काफी अच्छा इंट्रोड्यूस करा दिया है. So I think I'll move forward to the actual workshop. Just a little bit of introduction. My name is Irum Zahra and I am a data scientist working at the Entertainers right now. And I have done my bachelor's in 2016 from Islamic University. Uske alawa, I am currently leading GDG CLOUD Islamabad, and today I'm here for this technical workshop. I hope आप लोग आज कुछ यहाँ से सीख के जाएंगे. And if you want to connect with me for any queries or anything, you can use my LinkedIn, Instagram, or Twitter. I will try to reply to your queries as much as I can. मेरी capacity में जितना हो सका. So today we are going to do some coding in TensorFlow, and we are going to move from basic machine learning to neural nets to CNNs. और मैं आपके साथ कुछ exercises share करूँगी इस course के बीच में जो कि आप बाद में try कर सकते हैं. Please do let me know अगर वो exercises आप जरूर try करें और उसके बाद आप मुझे बताएं कोई problems है या आप लोगों ने उससे कुछ सीखा. So let's start with traditional programming. Let's think a little about traditional programming and what it looks like from a very high level. If you have to create a financial software where you write code that gets data and does something new with it. There is a popular analytics called PE ratio, which is called a price to earnings. So code for calculating that would look something like this, where we have two variables, price and earnings, and then you can calculate using this simple formula, and then it will return some kind of a result, right? So now you should think in terms of three things. There is data, then you have some kind of rules that you write that act on the data and brings value because those rules provide answers, right? So rules जो होते हैं वो basically आपका input होते हैं और जो आपके answers आएंगे जो भी hard coded formula है उसके accordingly आपके पास कोई ना कोई output आएगा. लेकिन अगर मैं machine learning की बात करूँ, ठीक है? So like in summary, traditional programming looks like this, using previous explanation. You have rules and data that come in, and then you have answers that come out. Machine learning is just a reorientation of this diagram. Instead of us programming, instead of us programmers trying to figure out rules that will give us the answers, what if we can feed a lot of data with answers and have a machine figure out those rules, what those rules are, right? So that's what machine learning actually is. Get a lots of data, know what the answers are to that data, and that's the process called labeling, जहाँ पे आप अपने जो भी known answers होते हैं आप उनको label करते हैं और आप जो भी machine learning का model train करते हैं उसके साथ आप वो answers उसके अंदर feed करते हैं. और machine learning model खुद वो rules जो traditional programming में hard code करते हैं, machine learning model जो होते हैं वो rules खुद figure out करते हैं, data में relation खुद figure out करते हैं, and then they will give you the output for any data जो unknown होता है. So let me give you an example. ये simple एक example है जिसमें आपने activity detect करनी है. For example, एक बंदा है वो is he walking, running or biking, right? And अब अगर मैं ट्रेडिशनल प्रोग्रामिंग की बात करूँ तो हम उसके साथ क्या कर सकते हैं कि हम 3 तरह के ऑप्शंस रख सकते हैं. अगर स्पीड 4 से कम है तो बंदा वॉक कर रहा है, अगर स्पीड 4 से ज़्यादा है तो वो बंदा भाग रहा है, और अगर हम इसके ऊपर रख दें कि अगर स्पीड 12 या उससे भी ज़्यादा है तो वो बंदा रनिंग कर रहा है. बट व्हाट इफ I need to detect golfing, मैं इसके साथ golfing को डिटेक्ट नहीं कर सकती ट्रेडिशनल प्रोग्रामिंग में. क्यों? बिकॉज इट इज लिटिल बिट कॉम्प्लेक्स. अगर आप किसी ऊंची जगह पर जा रहे हैं तो हो सकता है आपकी जो भागने की स्पीड है वो मेरी वॉकिंग की स्पीड के इक्वल हो, राइट? तो मैं कभी भी ये इन रूल्स के साथ ये डिसाइड नहीं कर सकती सिंपली कि ये बंदा चल रहा है या ये बंदा भाग रहा है या ये बंदा गोल्फिंग कर रहा है, राइट? सो ट्रेडिशनल प्रोग्रामिंग से आपकी कॉम्प्लेक्स प्रॉब्लम्स जिस तरह एक्टिविटी रिकग्निशन का प्रॉब्लम है ये आप सॉल्व नहीं कर सकते. तो आप क्या करेंगे? अब आप दूसरा सिनेरियो ले रहे हैं. एक आपके पास डिफरेंट लोग हैं, आपने सेंसर्स अटैच कर दिए, उनके साथ जो शायद हर पॉइंट्स के ऊपर डिफरेंट मूवमेंट्स रिकॉर्ड कर रहे होंगे किसी इंसान की. जिस तरह इस स्लाइड के अंदर आपको नजर आ रहा होगा कि यहाँ पे कुछ डेटा दिया हुआ है और उसका लेबल हमने वॉकिंग कर दिया. अगर आपके पास कुछ डेटा सेकंड पिक्चर जैसा आ रहा है, जैसे आपको सेकंड पिक्चर नजर आ रही होगी मेरी स्लाइड में, अगर इस तरह का कोई डेटा आ रहा है तो उसका मतलब है कि यार ये बंदा रनिंग कर रहा है. इसी तरह बाइकिंग और गोल्फिंग का भी कुछ ना कुछ डेटा आ रहा होगा. एक्चुअली ये जो 110001 है, वी डोंट नो कि ये डेटा क्या है, इनका आपस में क्या रिलेशन है. ये वो डेटा है जो एक सेंसर रिकॉर्ड करके आपको देता है फॉर रनिंग, फॉर बाइकिंग, फॉर गोल्फिंग, राइट? अब इस डेटा we have the data and we have the labels for it, but we don't know the relationship between these between the data and those relationships. अब मशीन लर्निंग मॉडल का ये काम है कि जब आप उसको ये डेटा फीड करते हैं तो वो खुद उस डेटा के बीच में और एक्टिविटी के बीच में रिलेशंस जो है वो खुद ढूंढता है. वो कैसे ढूंढता है ये हम आहिस्ता आहिस्ता आगे अपने कोड में जाकर देखेंगे कि बेसिकली ऐसा क्या होता है कि मशीन लर्निंग मॉडल जो है वो समझना शुरू हो जाता है कि डेटा के अंदर क्या रिलेशनशिप्स है, डेटा के अंदर क्या पैटर्न चल रहा है, ठीक है? और यही सेम कॉन्सेप्ट है जो आपकी कंप्यूटर विजन में या आपकी एनएलपी के अंदर भी जो है वो इस्तेमाल होंगे. सो लेट्स स्टार्ट विद अ वेरी सिंपल सिनेरियो and consider it a hello world of machine learning. Yeah. So take a look at these numbers. There is a pattern that connects them. There is a relationship between x and y that holds for x-y pairing, each x-y pairing. x समझे आपका इनपुट है और y जो है वो बेसिकली कैलकुलेट हो रहा है, y आपका आउटपुट है, वो किसी फॉर्मूला या किसी रिलेशनशिप की बेस पे कैलकुलेट हो रहा होगा. So when your x is -1, your y is -3. When your x is 0, your y is -1. When your x is 1, your y is 1. So can you see what the pattern is? Like, I'll give you a moment to think about it and comment if you can see the pattern. क्या आपको नजर आ रहा है कि ये y किस तरीके से कैलकुलेट हो रहा है? If you can see the pattern, तो आप प्लीज जरूर कमेंट करें. Can you see the pattern in it? I'll give you a moment, like 30 seconds. You have 30 seconds. Can you see the pattern? X और Y का रिलेशनशिप आपको अगर नहीं समझ में आ रहा था नो लिखते so I can move quickly to the next slide. Okay, so the relationship is that every y is 2 times the corresponding x minus 1. If you had got the answer, how did you get it? Like for me, if I saw that y increases by 2 and as x increased by 1, so I guess that's y is equal to 2x, right? Or maybe uske saath plus minus something. And then I took a guess that it might be minus 1 because when x is 0, the answer is minus 1, right? I looked over all the numbers and found out that this relationship worked. That's almost exactly how a neural network does it. Let's explore this in code. But before that, let me explain you a little bit about neural network, uska structure kaisa hota hai. I was reading your comments. कुछ लोगों ने सही आंसर दिया, कुछ लोग close थे आंसर से, but good, you at least tried. Okay. So if you look at this structure, let me explain a little bit about neural network. Each of the columns in the red colors are actually layers. So in this neural network, we have 3 layers. Every yellow blob you are seeing is neuron. And every neuron in each layer is connected to all other neurons. If you see the red part in this diagram, you can see that har pichla neuron अगले neuron से connected है. So what this means कि in layers की आपस में जो connectivity वो dense है. These layers have dense connectivity, so we call them dense layers or dense networks. So आपको पता चल गया कि एक न्यूरल नेटवर्क के अंदर लेयर्स होती हैं, उसके अंदर न्यूरॉन्स होते हैं और कोई ना कोई सी कनेक्टिविटी टाइप होती है, जैसे कि यहाँ पे ये डेंसली कनेक्टेड है. So next, so here is an app that will figure out the relationship for us in code, जो भी हमने पिछली एग्जांपल में रिलेशनशिप देखा था, सेम वही वाला. So I know these are few new concepts here, so I'm going to unpack all of them one by one. First line is Keras or sequential, right? Keras is a framework within TensorFlow for making the definition of training and using ML models easily. Sequential basically tells us that we are going to define a sequence of layers. In the diagram I showed you earlier, we had 3 layers. What do you think? How many layers do we have here now? So we have 1 layer here because we have 1 line of code within the sequential. And what kind of layers are these? As you can see that we have unit 1, it means that we have 1 layer and the layer type is dense, right? So we have 1 layer with 1 neuron, jiski type kya hai? Dense hai. So it is the simplest type of the layer with 1 neuron in it. The next cheez aap dekh rahe honge input shape parameter. Input shape parameter जो है वो, sorry, I said input shape parameter tells us about the shape of the input on which we are going to train our model, and it is just 1 value for now. So we have a very simple neural net जिसमें एक न्यूरॉन है, इनपुट शेप भी हमें पता चल गई वो भी 1 है, and this is dense neural network. Second line अगर आप देखिए तो उसके अंदर हमारे पास है model.compile का फंक्शन. The core of how the network learns is in these 2 parameters, the optimizer function and the loss function, where all the maths in machine learning comes from. Don't worry, हम बहुत ज़्यादा maths नहीं खेलेंगे यहाँ पे. I'll just explain them broader level के ऊपर मैं explain करती हूँ. So basically the neural net जो हम यहाँ पे train करें has no idea about the relationship between the data and the labels, so it has to make a guess, right? So it can this neural network will look at the data and evaluates the guess. आपके data को देखेगा, उसके बाद neural network जो है वो guess बनाएगा. So the loss function is the way of measuring how good or bad that guess is. The result of this is then used by the optimizer function to make another guess. आपका neural network क्या है, वो guess करता है, उसके बाद उस guess को measure करेगा loss function कि वो guess कितना accurate था, और उसके बाद जो optimizer function आता है वो उस guess को optimize करने की कोशिश करता है. So that guess is then measured against the loss function again, with the logic being कि the optimizer can improve the guess basically. This is the process of training the neural network. So in code we are kind of doing it in a loop. Loop किस तरह का है? I'll explain you the last step जिसमें हमने epochs बनाए हैं. ठीक है। सो इस लूप के अंदर क्या होगा कि आपका न्यूरल नेटवर्क जो है वो बार बार गैसेस करता रहेगा और उसकी इफेक्टिवनेस को मेजर करता रहेगा विद लॉस फंक्शन और ऑप्टिमाइजर फंक्शन उसको बार बार ऑप्टिमाइज करता रहेगा और ये काम हम तकरीबन 500 टाइम्स करेंगे। एंड लॉस नीचे अगर आपको ईपॉक्स नजर आती है, ईपॉक्स इज इक्वल टू 500 का मतलब है कि हम 500 टाइम्स यही काम करेंगे। सो लॉस फंक्शन जो यहाँ पे हमने यूज किया है वो हमारे पास है मीन स्क्वायर्ड एरर, और जो ऑप्टिमाइज हमने यूज किया है वो SGDR which stands for stochastic gradient descent and will compile a model using these loss function and optimizer function। तो थर्ड स्टेप क्या होगा हमारे पास, नेक्स्ट वी विल डिफाइन आवर डेटा। यहाँ पे जो NP लिखा हुआ है np.array, basically NP is a Python library which makes handling data a lot easier। ये हमने अपना डेटा लोड कर दिया। नेक्स्ट स्टेप में वी कॉल आवर एक्सेस एंड वाइज, जो कि हमारा डेटा है और उसके लेबल्स हैं, एंड टेल्स द मॉडल टू फिट द एक्सेस टू आवर वाइज एंड डू इट इन अ लूप, राइट। जो हमने पहले भी बताया था 500 टाइम्स जो ईपॉक्स लिखे हैं उसको बार बार इसी लूप में चलाता जाएगा। मॉडल गैस करेगा, लॉस फंक्शन देखेगा कि वो गैस कितना अच्छा या बुरा था, उस हिसाब से ऑप्टिमाइजर फंक्शन उस गैस को दोबारा से ऑप्टिमाइज करता रहेगा और यही प्रोसेस आपका कंटिन्यूली चलता रहेगा। जब आपकी ट्रेनिंग कंप्लीट हो जाएगी, आपके सारे बॉक्स कंप्लीट हो गए, तो आपका फिफ्थ स्टेप, ये जो लास्ट स्टेप होगा यहाँ पे होगा, वंस द मॉडल हैज डन ट्रेनिंग यू कैन यूज इट टू प्रेडिक्ट और टू मेक अ गैस ऑन एनी अनसीन डेटा। तो आप इसको कोई भी अनसीन डेटा देके भी रैंडम वैल्यू देते हैं, यहाँ पे हमने 10 दी हुई है, तो वो आपको कैलकुलेट करके देगा उसकी क्या वैल्यू होगी। अगर अब आपको 10 के हिसाब से वैल्यू उसकी कैलकुलेट करे तो आप देखेंगे कि एग्जैक्ट आंसर नहीं आता आपके पास। वो क्यों नहीं आता? क्योंकि जो हमारा न्यूरल नेटवर्क होता है, it deals in probability, a likelihood that the answer is correct। आपको एग्जैक्ट आंसर नहीं मिलेगा, आपके पास हमेशा प्रोबेबिलिटी आती है। अगर आपके पास कोई कैटेगोरिकल मॉडल है जो चीजों की टाइप प्रिडिक्ट करे, तो आपके पास हमेशा प्रोबेबिलिटी होगी कि कौन सा आंसर या कौन सी चीज जो है वो सबसे ज्यादा सूटेबल है या सबसे ज्यादा बेस्ट आंसर होगा आउट ऑफ आई थिंक अ लॉट ऑफ आंसर्स। ये प्रोबेबिलिटी होती है, वो लाइकलीहुड बता रहा है आपको एग्जैक्ट आंसर नहीं बताता कोई भी मॉडल। अभी तक हमने यहाँ पे बहुत ही सिंपल किस्म का न्यूरल नेट डिजाइन किया था, इंतहाई सिंपल था, जिसको आप प्रैक्टिस कर सकते हैं। ये एक एक्सरसाइज का लिंक दे रही हूँ मैं, इस एक्सरसाइज को आप कॉपी कर सकते हैं, मैं कमेंट्स बॉक्स में भी ड्रॉप कर दूंगी ये लिंक्स। आप इस एक्सरसाइज को खोल के एक्सरसाइज यहाँ तक जब आप को समझ में आ जाए तो आप ये एक्सरसाइज खुद अपने हाथ से कर सकते हैं, ताकि आपको ज्यादा बेहतर तरीके से आइडिया हो जाए। उसके बाद so let's move on towards computer vision. Now we will look into how the machines can learn to see. So in understanding, computer vision is all about seeing and recognizing things in the field of view. आपको जो चीज नजर आ रही है आप उसको किस तरीके से समझते हैं और आप किस तरीके से उसको पहचानते हैं। सो इफ आई आस्क यू पीपल विच वन इज शू, और इसमें से कौन सी कपड़े कौन से जो है वो आइटम्स, वो क्लोथिंग आइटम्स है, कौन से आइटम्स जो है वो शूज है, यू विल नो राइट अवे, आपको फौरन पता चल जाएगा कि इसमें क्या है। बट हाउ डू यू नो दैट? And how can you teach someone who has never seen these items to recognize these items? What are the rules that make a shoe a shoe? आपको किस तरह से पता चलेगा कि ये जो ब्लू कलर में नजर आ रही है ये ट्राउजर है, जो रेड कलर में नजर आ रहा है वो जूता है। बट अगेन अगर रेड कलर फीचर है तो उसके और डिफरेंट फीचर्स भी हो सकते हैं। कोई हील वाला जूता होता है, कोई स्नीकर रोड्स हो सकता है, कोई कोट शूज हो सकते हैं, कोई बूट्स हो सकते हैं, लॉन्ग शूज हो सकते हैं। लाइक देयर आर सो मेनी डिफरेंट थिंग्स जो किसी एक चीज किसी शू को शू बनाती है, राइट। किसी बैग को बैग बनाएगी या किसी टी शर्ट को टी शर्ट बनाएगी, कुछ फीचर्स होंगे हर चीज के। सो टू ट्रेन मॉडल्स टू रिकॉग्नाइज इमेजेस, तो हमें उसके लिए क्या करता है, बेसिकली वी नीड डेटा एंड लेबल्स, एंड फॉर दैट वी डू हैव अ फैशन एनालिसिस डेटा, जो कि हमें कंप्यूटर विजन के एक सिंपल से एग्जांपल करने में हेल्प देगा। कंप्यूटर विजन बेसिकली होता क्या है? कंप्यूटर विजन इज अ फील्ड of taking pixels and recognizing what's in them. So let's move towards fashion analysis. तो ये हमारे पास fashion analysis data है जो आपको publicly available है, आप डाउनलोड भी कर सकते हैं। You can use it in TensorFlow very easily, जो हम आगे अपने एग्जाम्पल के अंदर देखेंगे। So इस डेटा सेट के अंदर हमारे पास 70,000 इमेजेस होते हैं, 10 लेबल्स हैं हमारे पास। इसका मतलब है कि हमारे पास 10 डिफरेंट टाइप के इमेजेस हैं, उसमें कपड़े भी हो सकते हैं और जूते भी हो सकते हैं। So there are 10 types of labels, और इन सब इमेजेस का साइज जो है वो 28 by 28 पिक्सल्स है। So 28 by 28 means कि बहुत ज़्यादा small images हैं but still they are recognizable, तो हम easily इसके ऊपर एक neural network train कर सकते हैं। तो सबसे पहला काम, अब हम न्यूरल नेटवर्क अपना ट्रेन करना चाहते हैं, तो सबसे पहला काम होगा हमें डेटा लोड करना है। सो इन केस देयर आर सम बिल्ट इन डेटा सेट्स दैट वी कैन लोड विद इन अ सिंगल लाइन ऑफ कोड। अगर इस लाइन ऑफ कोड को आप देखें तो इसके अंदर आपके पास डॉट लोड डेटा का फंक्शन है, जिससे आपका सिंपली डेटा फैशन एमएनएस डॉट लोड डेटा आपका डेटा लोड कर देगा। उसके बाद अगर आप देखिए तो आपके पास 4 किस्म के पैरामीटर्स आ रहे हैं, जिसमें आपके पास ट्रेन इमेजेस, ट्रेन लेबल्स, ट्रेन उसके बाद टेस्ट इमेजेस और टेस्ट लेबल्स है। ठीक है, अब इसमें से हमने 70,000 इमेजेस, 60,000 इमेजेस जो है हम रखेंगे अपने पास फॉर ट्रेनिंग पर्पस, और बाकी के 10K इमेजेस जो होंगे और लेबल्स होंगे वो हम अपने लिए अपने टेस्ट के लिए रखेंगे। अब why do we need train test अलग से और टेस्ट अलग से? आपको आपके मॉडल की एक्यूरेसी या आपके मॉडल की कैसी परफॉर्मेंस है वो तभी पता चल सकती है जब आप किसी अनसीन डेटा के ऊपर उसको टेस्ट करेंगे और उस अनसीन डेटा के भी आपको लेबल्स और आंसर्स पता होंगे। ठीक है, तो हमने इसी डेटा में से 60,000 के ऊपर हम लोग अपना जो न्यूरल नेटवर्क है उसको ट्रेन करेंगे, और बाकी के 10,000 जो हमने इमेजेस रखे हैं उसके ऊपर हम इसको टेस्ट करेंगे कि ये किस तरीके से काम कर रहा है, अच्छी तरीके से काम कर रहा है, क्या वो जूते को जूता ही बोल रहा है और कितनी एक्यूरेसी ये बोल रहा है, 90% है, 80% है या 10% है। दूसरी चीज आती है कि हमारे पास जो लेबल्स हैं वो 0 to 9 है। फॉर एग्जांपल अगर 0 है तो वो क्लोथिंग है, अगर वो 9 है तो उसका मतलब है कि वो शू है। सो व्हाई डू वी हैव लेबल्स एज नंबर्स फ्रॉम 0 to 9? ये एक और अगर नेक्स्ट एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज है जो आपको समझने की जरूरत है। इसमें की 2 रीजन हो सकती है। एक तो बहुत ऑब्वियस कॉमन रीजन है, कंप्यूटर डील्स बेटर विद नंबर्स। ये हमें पता है कंप्यूटर आपका नंबर्स पे डील करता है, राइट? सो कंप्यूटर, दूसरी चीज क्या हो सकती है, बाय यूजिंग स्ट्रिंग। जो स्ट्रिंग किस तरह की, फॉर एग्जांपल बूट के लिए बूट यूज करूंगी मैं, तो इट विल इंट्रोड्यूस अ बायस व्हिच विल रिक्वायर अ न्यूरल नेटवर्क टू लर्न सर्टेन लैंग्वेज। फॉर एग्जांपल इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज के लिए उसको इंग्लिश में बूट लर्न करना पड़ेगा और वो बूट किसी और लैंग्वेज में कुछ और तरीके से होगा, तो ये एक बायस इंट्रोड्यूस हो जाएगा फॉर इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज। सो आप जब आप अपना कोई भी न्यूरल नेटवर्क ट्रेन करते हैं तो यू नीड टू मेक श्योर कि आप किसी भी किस्म का कोई भी बायस इंट्रोड्यूस नहीं करवाएंगे अपने डेटा के अंदर, अदरवाइज इट्स नॉट अ गुड मॉडल जो सबके लिए अवेलेबल हो। Okay, so if you look at this code, now we have 3 layers. ठीक है, फर्स्ट लेयर जो है वो हमारी फ्लैटन लेयर है। फर्स्ट इज फ्लैटन एंड इट्स अ स्पेशल टाइप ऑफ लेयर एंड इट हैज नो न्यूरॉन। अगर आप देखें तो आइडिया इसका क्या है, the idea is to take the rectangular shape and flatten it into a one-dimensional shape that can be processed by the next layer. आपकी हमने भी इमेजेस देखे थे तो 28 by 28 हमारी जो इमेजेस थी उनका साइज था, और इसको फ्लैटन करके वन डायमेंशनल साइज के अंदर ले जाएगा। उसके बाद हमारे पास आता है डेंस लेयर है। अब इस डेंस लेयर के अंदर पहले हम लोगों ने जो न्यूरॉन्स यूज किए थे, एक था इसके अंदर 128 न्यूरॉन्स है, और जिसके बाद एक और हमें डेंस लेयर ऐड किया इसके अंदर, जिसके अंदर 10 न्यूरॉन्स है। तो ये एज कम्पेयर टू योर प्रीवियस न्यूरल नेट, ये काफी बड़ा आपका एक नेटवर्क बन रहा है। उसके बाद जो चीज नोट करने की, उसके अंदर 2 चीजें, एक हमने यूज किया एक्टिवेशन फंक्शन रेलू, और उसके बाद हमने एक्टिवेशन फंक्शन यूज किया सॉफ्ट मैक्स। तो रेलू, I'll explain it try to explain in a very simple words जहाँ पे ज्यादा मैथ्स इन्वॉल्व ना हो। सो इन एक्चुअल बेसिकली ये 2 चीजें हैं, रेलो और सॉफ्टवेयर, जहाँ पे सारे का सारा मैथ्स आपका जो न्यूरल नेटवर्क के अंदर जितना भी मैथ्स है वो यहीं पे इन्हीं 2 लाइंस के अंदर इन्वॉल्व है। तो रेलू बेसिकली क्या करता है, आपका अगर किसी न्यूरॉन का आउटपुट 0 से कम होता है तो उसको 0 पे सेट कर देता है, और अगर वो 0 से बड़ा होता है तो आपका आउटपुट जो है वो 1 पे सेट कर देता है। हम 0 पे क्यों सेट करते हैं, क्योंकि अगर आप माइनस में अगर नेगेटिव वैल्यूज आएंगी तो कहीं ना कहीं आपकी पॉजिटिव वैल्यूज को जाके आगे कैंसिल कर देंगी, जिसकी वजह से आपका जो मॉडल है वो सही तरीके से ट्रेन नहीं हो सकेगा। तो इसीलिए हम लोग यहाँ पे रेलू यूज करें, जहाँ पे आपकी किसी भी न्यूरॉन की वैल्यू जब भी 0 से नीचे जाएगी तो वो इसको 0 पर सेट कर देगा, और जब वो 0 से बड़ी होगी तो वो उसको 1 पे ही रखेगा। उसके बाद हमने यूज किया सॉफ्ट मैक्स। So आप सॉफ्ट मैक्स तब यूज करते हैं when you have to choose from multiple categories. आप क्लासिफिकेशन कर रहे हैं, फॉर एग्जांपल आपके पास डिफरेंट कैटेगरीज हैं और आपको उसके अंदर से चूज करना है. तो दो चीजें इसके अंदर नोट करने की है. एक तो ये कि हमने डेंस के अंदर अपने लास्ट लेयर के अंदर 10 न्यूरॉन्स रखे हैं. अगर आपको याद हो तो हमारे लेबल्स जो थे वो भी 10 थे. तो हर लेबल के लिए आपके पास एक आउटपुट आएगा, एक प्रोबेबिलिटी आएगी. और जो सॉफ्ट मैक्स है वो बेसिकली क्या करेगी, उन कैटेगरीज में से हाईएस्ट जो है वो आपको रिजल्ट निकाल देगी. क्योंकि नीचे वाली डायग्राम में कुछ ऑरेंज कलर में नजर आ रही होगी, उसमें आपके पास डिफरेंट प्रोबेबिलिटीज है. 0.02, 0.01, 0.02 अगेन आ रही है. और आपकी जो सॉफ्ट मैक्स लेयर होती है, जो उसमें से सबसे बड़ी प्रोबेबिलिटी होती है, वो उसको 1 कर देती है. और उसके बाद बाकी जितनी भी प्रोबेबिलिटीज होगी वो उसको 0 कर देती है. इसका मतलब है कि आपने एक आंसर चूज कर दिया है. जिसकी सबसे ज्यादा हाईएस्ट प्रोबेबिलिटी थी वो क्लास हमने डिक्लेयर कर दिया कि वो करेक्ट है. उसके बाद हमें यहाँ पे जो चीजें थी, हमने यहाँ पे जो ऑप्टिमाइजर यूज किया था, ठीक है, वो एटम्स है. उसके बाद यहाँ पे हमने जो लॉस फंक्शन यूज किया है वो स्पार्स कैटेगोरिकल एंट्रोपी है. ये चीज हमने यूज की. ये सब की सब आप अगर रीड करेंगे तो आपके पास डिफरेंट तरह के ऑप्टिमाइजर्स अवेलेबल है, डिफरेंट तरह के लॉस फंक्शंस अवेलेबल है. ये जो हम यहाँ पे लॉस फंक्शन यूज किए, ये स्पेशली डिजाइन होता है फॉर कैटेगोरिकल फीचर. जब आप कैटेगराइज कर रहे होते हैं आइटम्स को, देन यू यूज दिस लॉस फंक्शन. अब यहाँ तक अगर आप लोगों ने कर लिया है, आपको समझ में आ गया कि एक सिंपल न्यूरल नेटवर्क से आप एक आपने थोड़ा सा बड़ा, जिसमें से आपने जहाँ पे आपने इमेजेस को रिकॉग्नाइज करने की कोशिश की, आपने एक रिलेटिवली बिग न्यूरल नेटवर्क जो है वो बनाया है. अगर यहाँ तक आपको समझ आ जाए तो ये एक और एक्सरसाइज है जो आप यहाँ पर इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं. ये भी एक्सरसाइज का लिंक मैं कमेंट्स में भी ड्रॉप कर दूंगी और होपफुली आप लोगों को ईमेल में भी भिजवा दूंगी. I'll ask the GDG टीम कि वो भेज दें आपको. ये एक्सरसाइज है. जब आप यहाँ तक समझ लें इन चीजों को, तो आप ये वाली एक्सरसाइज इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं. इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करके देखें कि किस तरीके से आप, जो मैंने कोड आपको पिक्चर में दिखाया, वो कोड किस तरीके से आप लोग रन कर सकते हैं स्टेप बाय स्टेप. वो डिटेल्ड एक्सरसाइज अगर आप उसे खोलेंगे तो हर स्टेप जो है वो एक्सप्लेन हुआ होगा. वो सिर्फ कोड नहीं है. आप उसको पढ़ के जब एग्जीक्यूट करेंगे तो होपफुली आपको चीजें समझ में आ जाएंगी. स्टिल इफ यू आर स्टक समवेयर, आपको कहीं पे कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा, यू कैन ऑलवेज आस्क मी क्वेश्चन अबाउट दिस एक्सरसाइजेस ऑन माय लिंक्डइन. मैं प्रॉमिस नहीं करती हूँ कि मैं रिप्लाई करूंगी, बट आई विल ट्राई माय बेस्ट. अच्छा, उसके बाद क्विकली मैं आपको थोड़ा सा अब CNN का बताऊंगी कि कॉन्वोल्यूशनल न्यूरल नेटवर्क्स हैं वो किस तरीके से काम करते हैं. तो हमारे पास जो CNN होते हैं उसमें दो चीजें होती हैं. एक आपके पास फिल्टर लगते हैं और आपके पास कूलिंग लेयर्स होती हैं. आप लोग फोटोशॉप यूज करते हैं, हम डिफरेंट किस्म के फिल्टर्स यूज करते हैं. और फिल्टर्स बेसिकली क्या कर रहे होते हैं, सिंपल वर्ड्स अगर मैं CNN की बात ना करूं, किसी न किसी फीचर को एनहांस कर रहे होते हैं आपके फिल्टर्स, राइट. कभी ब्लर कर रहे होते हैं, कभी शार्प कर रहे होते हैं, लाइट बढ़ा रहे होंगे. जो CNN के अंदर जब आप फिल्टर्स ऐड करते हैं तो ये फिल्टर्स भी सेम यही काम करते हैं. आपकी डिफरेंट फिल्टर्स डिफरेंट फीचर्स को इंक्रीज करते हैं या एनहांस करते हैं. कोई फिल्टर आपका जो है वो वर्टिकल फीचर्स को एनहांस करता है और दूसरा फिल्टर हो सकता है कि हॉरिजॉन्टल फीचर्स को या एजेस को एनहांस कर रहा होगा. तो बेसिकली होता क्या है कि आपका जो CNN है ना, वो ये फिल्टर्स को लर्न करता है कि कौन सा फिल्टर जो है वो बेस्ट काम करे, कौन सा फिल्टर कौन से फीचर्स को एनहांस करेगा. क्योंकि मशीन लर्निंग या आपका जो CNN या जो मॉडल है वो फीचर्स को लर्न करता है. और जितने अच्छे, जितने बेहतर फीचर्स होंगे, आपका मॉडल उतना अच्छा ट्रेन होगा और उतना आसानी से और उतने अच्छे तरीके से इमेजेस के बीच में फर्क बता सकता है. तो ये नीचे का छोटा आपको रेड वाला बॉक्स नजर आ रहा है, तो उसके अंदर बेसिक एक यहाँ पे मैंने कोड लिखा हुआ, कोड नहीं, आई थिंक लाइक इट्स अ मैथ, जिसमें हमने फिल्टर अप्लाई किया हुआ. तो अगर आप अगर आप यहाँ पे ऊपर वाला बॉक्स देखिए तो यहाँ पे हमने एक इमेज का पार्ट सेलेक्ट किया है, जिसकी यहाँ पे 3x3 का आपके पास ये पार्ट है. और आपने जो फिल्टर सेलेक्ट करना होगा वो भी उसी साइज का होगा जिस साइज का आपने इमेज का पार्ट सेलेक्ट किया. तो अगर नीचे जो हमारा फिल्टर डेफिनेशन है, उस फिल्टर डेफिनेशन के अंदर जो हमने चीजें रखी है, -1, 0, -2, 0.5, 4.5, -1.5, ये आपका फिल्टर है. ठीक है. अब ये फिल्टर कैसे अप्लाई होगा आपकी इमेज के ऊपर, तो आपका जो नीचे वाला है उसके अंदर मैंने मैथ्स वाला फॉर्मूला लिखा हुआ है कि आपकी अगर फॉर एग्जांपल आपका जो करंट पिक्सल वैल्यू है 192 है तो 192 पे किस तरह से अप्लाई और आपकी नई पिक्सल वैल्यू किस तरीके से कैलकुलेट हो रही है। अगर ये जो फिल्टर है वो आप अपने इमेज के ऊपर रखें तो आप ये देखें कि जो -10 है वो 0 से मल्टीप्लाई होगा, 0 जो है वो 64 से मल्टीप्लाई हो रहा है, -2 128 से मल्टीप्लाई हो रहा है। इसी तरह आप इस तरीके से अपना फिल्टर प्लेस करेंगे अपने इमेज के ऊपर, तो ये चीजें कॉरेस्पॉन्डिंग जो भी उसके नीचे वैल्यू आ रही है उससे बेसिकली मल्टीप्लाई होती है एंड देन आप उसको ऐड करते हैं और फिर आपकी जो फाइनल वैल्यू है वो आ जाएगी आपके पास। दैट्स हाउ यू अप्लाई फिल्टर्स। सो अगर इस इमेज को देखें तो आपकी जो लेफ्ट साइड वाली इमेज है वो फिल्टर अप्लाई होने से पहले थी और जो राइट साइड वाली इमेज है वो फिल्टर अप्लाई होने के बाद में आई है, ठीक है। और जो आपका फिल्टर है वो बीच में जो ऑरेंज बॉक्स है बेसिकली में ये फिल्टर आपकी लेफ्ट साइड वाली इमेज पे अप्लाई किया था और उसके रिजल्ट में हमारे पास राइट साइड वाली इमेज आई है। अगर आप नोट करें तो उसमें क्या हुआ है, आपकी जो वर्टिकल लाइंस है वो एनहांस हो गई हैं इस इमेजेस के अंदर, इस इमेज के अंदर, और बाकी सारी की सारी लाइंस जो है वो कम नजर आ रही हैं, वो ब्लर है। इसी तरह कुछ फिल्टर्स होंगे जो आपकी वर्टिकल लाइंस को एनहांस करे, कोई और फिल्टर नेक्स्ट फिल्टर जो आप अप्लाई करेंगे वो आपकी हॉरिजॉन्टल लाइंस को लर्न करेगा या वो उनको एनहांस करेगा। तो इस तरीके से हमारे पास डिफरेंट फिल्टर्स होते हैं जो हम CNN में अप्लाई करेंगे और वो हर फिल्टर हर डिफरेंट फीचर को लर्न करेगा। उसके बाद हमारे पास आती है कूलिंग। अगर आप पिछली पिक्चर में आपने प्रॉब्लम नोट की होगी कि हमने फिल्टर्स अप्लाई किए थे तो उससे हमारी इमेज की जो है वो रेजोल्यूशन वो गिर रही थी, ठीक है। तो उसका ये तरीका होता है कि उसके लिए हम लोग कूलिंग का काम करते हैं। कूलिंग भी एक लेयर होती है। कूलिंग क्या करती है, अगर आपकी ये जो आपकी लेफ्ट साइड पे इमेज पड़ी हुई वो आपका इमेज की पिक्सल्स है, ठीक है। उसके ऊपर जो कूलिंग अप्लाई होती है वो किस तरीके से हो रही है कि आपके डिफरेंट फिल्टर्स हैं। जो कूलिंग के फिल्टर बेसिकली आपकी इमेज का पार्ट है। अगर आप पहला वाला पार्ट देखिए तो 064 48 192 ये 2x2 है और ये आप इसमें से कूलिंग किस तरह से इस पर अप्लाई होगी, आपने अपने पोलिंग लेयर का साइज सेट किया, वो उस साइज का चंक उठाएगा और उस पिक्सल में से जो लार्जेस्ट वैल्यू होती है वो उस लार्जेस्ट वैल्यू को अपने पास रख देगा। इसी तरह पूरी इमेज के ऊपर आपका ये फिल्टर अप्लाई होता जाएगा और वो हर चंक में से लार्जेस्ट वैल्यू को रखता जाएगा अपने पास और एंड रिजल्ट में आपके पास जो है वो जो फाइनल वर्जन आएगा वो आपके पास सिर्फ लार्जेस्ट वैल्यूज का है। तो ये पोलिंग है। अगर आपको ये इमेज नजर आ रही होगी तो इसके अंदर जो कूलिंग अप्लाई करने के बाद अगर आपने देखा हो तो पिछली जो इमेज है उसमें रेजोल्यूशन कैसी है और जो आपके पास कूलिंग अप्लाई करने के बाद रेजोल्यूशन आ रही है वो आपके पास बहुत ज्यादा बेहतर है। उससे आपको इमेज ज्यादा क्लियरली नजर आ रही है, उसके अंदर सारे के सारे फीचर्स जो है वो ज्यादा बेहतर तरीके से विजिबल है। तो ये बेसिकली दैट्स हाउ योर CNN वर्क्स। अब जो कोड लिखने का काम होगा वो सेम वैसा ही होता है जैसे आपने अभी पूरा न्यूरल नेटवर्क देखा है। ऑल यू नीड टू डू, आप उसके अंदर सिर्फ लेयर्स ऐड करेंगे, आप अपने फिल्टर्स ऐड करेंगे, दैट और आपका जो न्यूरल नेटवर्क है वो CNN वाला न्यूरल नेटवर्क है, वो आपका कोड बन जाएगा और वो ट्रेन हो जाएगा। ये आप आपने किस तरह से करना है, मैं आप लोगों को एक एक्सरसाइज दे रही हूँ, यहाँ पे मैं इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं करवाऊंगी क्योंकि कोड बिल्कुल डिफरेंट नहीं है। आपने सिर्फ लेयर्स ऐड करनी है, लेयर्स कौन सी ऐड हो रही है वो मैं आपको समझा चुकी हूँ। सो आई थिंक अब आपका काम है कि थोड़ी सी प्रैक्टिस खुद करेंगे आप। ये आपके पास एक एक्सरसाइज है, इसको सॉल्व करेंगे। उसके बाद एक और कोलैब है जो आप एक्सेस कर सकते हैं, आप इसको सॉल्व करें एंड आई एम श्योर कि आपको समझने में मुश्किल नहीं होगी क्योंकि ये वाली जो लैब्स है इसके अंदर भी हर स्टेप एक्सप्लेन हुआ होगा, सिर्फ कोड नहीं है। आप इसको एक दफा खुद करने की कोशिश करें तो हर चीज लिखी भी होगी उसके अंदर। उसके अलावा भी अगर आपको प्रॉब्लम आती है तो आई बी हैप्पी टू हेल्प। तो मेरा सेशन जो था वो यहीं तक था। मैं CNN को कोड नहीं करेंगे हम लोग यहाँ पे, आपको खुद करेंगे। उसके अलावा आपके पास कोई क्वेश्चन है मुझसे पूछने के लिए तो प्लीज आप वो पूछ सकते हैं। नो क्वेश्चंस, सब बाद में आएंगे क्वेश्चन, मुझे पता है। हेलो रामिस, मुझे आवाज नहीं आ रही।
Instead of waiting for questions, अगर एक दो questions हैं किसी के तो we'll answer them. Otherwise we'll move on.
ठीक है, हाँ मेरे ख्याल है अभी किसी के पास कुछ खास क्वेश्चंस नहीं है या हो सकता है एक साथ बहुत सारे आ जाए. What are the things that we need to learn to become data scientist? बहुत वास्ट किस्म का क्वेश्चन है ये जो कमेंट किया आपने. एक पहली तो बात ही डिपेंड करता है कि आप करंटली किस लेवल के ऊपर है. आप बिल्कुल बिगिनिंग में है या आपका बिल्कुल जीरो लेवल है या आप इंटरमीडिएट है. उस हिसाब से आप डिसाइड करते हैं कि आपकी नेक्स्ट स्टेप क्या होगी. दूसरी बात यह है कि डेटा साइंस जो है वो उसका कोई सिलेबस नहीं है कि मैं आपको बोलूँ कि आप ये वाली मशीन लर्निंग एल्गोरिथम से ये वाला सीख लें तो आप बहुत अच्छे डेटा साइंटिस्ट बन जाएंगे. बट अगर मैं जनरल आंसर करूँ उस क्वेश्चन का तो ऑब्वियसली आप मशीन लर्निंग से अगर स्टार्ट करते हैं तो पहली बात है जो डेटा साइंटिस्ट होता है वो सिर्फ मशीन लर्निंग इंजीनियर नहीं होता. हर डेटा साइंटिस्ट मशीन लर्निंग कर सकता है पर हर मशीन लर्निंग इंजीनियर जो है वो डेटा साइंटिस्ट नहीं होता. ये आपको चीज़ पहले समझने की जरूरत है. डेटा साइंस के अंदर आपको जो चीज़ें आना जरूरी है अगर आप डेटा साइंटिस्ट बनना चाहते हैं तो उसके अंदर सबसे पहली चीज़ होती है डेटा एनालिसिस. आप डैशबोर्ड्स आपको बनाने आते हो. आपके पास जो है वो एसक्यूएल जो हमें सीक्वल क्यूरीज होती है वो लिखने का नॉलेज हो. आपको थोड़ा बहुत अंदाजा हो कि डेटा वेयर हाउस में किस तरह से काम होता है. डेटा वेयर हाउस बनाना नहीं पड़ता आपको लेकिन ऑब्वियसली आपको उससे इंटरेक्ट करना पड़ता है. उसके अलावा आप उसके बाद आती है मशीन लर्निंग वाला पार्ट. तो डेटा साइंटिस्ट जो होते हैं वो मोस्टली ज्यादातर डेटा के साथ प्ले कर रहे होते हैं और कुछ पार्ट होता है जिसमें वो मशीन लर्निंग का काम कर रहे होते हैं. मशीन लर्निंग की जब बात आती है तो उससे भी डिफरेंट डोमेन्स हैं. ठीक है, आप एनएलपी की तरफ जा सकते हैं, रिकमेंडेशन सिस्टम्स की तरफ जा सकते हैं. ठीक है, आप प्रिडिक्टिव एनालिसिस की तरफ रह सकते हैं. तो ये आपके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है. दूसरी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ ये कि आप एक साथ सब कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं. तो आपको वन बाय वन एक काम करना है. आप अगर प्रिडिक्टिव एनालिटिक्स में हर चीज़ सीख चाहते हैं उसके बाद आप जा सकते हैं रिकमेंडेशन इंजन या एनएलपी की तरफ. और ये सब चीज़ें जब आप पढ़ लेते हैं तो आप कंप्यूटर विजन की तरफ जा सकते हैं. तो एक प्रॉब्लम को एक टाइम पे लें, उसको सॉल्व करें या उसको सीखें एंड देन यू कैन मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट स्टेप और नेक्स्ट लेवल. व्हाट आर द थिंग्स, ये तो हो गया. ये क्वेश्चन मार्क्स क्यों आ रहे हैं? शेयर ऑल एक्सरसाइज लिंक्स. मैं एक्सरसाइज लिंक्स आपको शेयर कर देती हूँ. ओके, ये आ गया आई थिंक आपके पास. बिल्ट इन फिल्टर्स, यस ऑब्वियसली आपके पास जितने भी बिल्ट इन फिल्टर्स होते हैं डिपेंड्स ऑन योर प्रॉब्लम. अगर आपका बिल्ट इन फिल्टर से काम हो रहा है तो आपको जीरो लेवल से स्टार्ट करने की बिल्कुल जरूरत नहीं है. ये जो एग्जांपल मैंने दी थी ये समझाने के लिए दी थी. मोस्टली आप जो लेयर्स और फिल्टर्स होते हैं वो जो बिल्ट इन होते हैं आप उसको ही ऐड करते हैं. कोई आप हाई लेवल काम कर रहे हैं जहाँ पे आपको फिल्टर खुद बनाना पड़े, दैट्स अ डिफरेंट थिंग. बट मोस्टली बिल्ट इन ही यूज करते हैं. जो एग्जांपल थी इसके अंदर वो इसलिए थी कि ये जो फिल्टर्स हम बेसिकली बिल्ट इन यूज कर रहे होते हैं आपको पता नहीं चलता कि ये हमने फिल्टर तो ऐड किया पर अप्लाई किस तरीके से होता है. सो वो एक डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन थी कि कोई भी फिल्टर जो है वो डेटा पर अप्लाई कैसे हो रहा होता है. और उसके अलावा आई थिंक क्वेश्चंस खत्म हो चुके हैं हमारे पास.
Yes, I think we're done for this session. Irum, thank you so much again for joining us. And we'll be providing the exercise links that Irum shared to the chat as well as you can see them on the screen. It was a good session. And as always, thank you for leading Cloud DevFest for the second time and being a part of GDG CLOUD Islamabad. And thank you for this informative session and your contribution to GDG CLOUD Islamabad. We'll be moving on and seeing you again another time soon, inshallah. So thank you
Thank you
for
so
being
much.
with us.
Okay, bye Ramis.
Bye. All right, moving on to the session which is most anticipated by everyone in this Cloud DevFest 2020, which is multi-platform app development with Flutter, with your truly. Giving you a simple introduction about myself. You can read on the event page about the different things that I've done, like working on the latest trends and technologies with active services and businesses, even during these difficult pandemic times, and which was never a hurdle for developers. Since the beginning, I've been part of communities, been passionately contributing for volunteer projects, for successful volunteer projects such as Hack ACM. I would like to highlight being the vice president of ACM NUST last tenure. I was having the privilege of hosting Pakistan's first SDG overnight hackathon in collaboration with many other partners and tech companies at the time. And today I will be focusing on the multi-platform app development. With multi-platform app, you tend to go towards the mobile application domain, which only includes iOS and Android in the major domains, but also Fuchsia OS and Symbian. But with multi-platform app development with Flutter, I am addressing all the mobile application platforms as well as the desktop application programs. We'll move on. I'll share my presentation slides with you. All right, I think it's visible to everyone what I've just shared. So let's begin. Today, I'll be dealing with multi-platform application development with Google's latest framework, which is still in development and with many cool features with the name of Flutter. So it was made using three things in mind: beautiful apps, speed, and responsiveness, as well as developer productivity and building an open developer environment by keeping all the Flutter toolkits and code open source. So Flutter is Google's UI toolkit for building beautiful apps for mobile, app, web, and desktop from a single code base. All the widgets you use in your mobile apps are also reusable for your desktop apps. All the widgets that you use in your desktop apps can be converted to widgets in the mobile app. So we'll get to every detail as I'm progressing through these slides, as well as the practicals when I move there. Firstly, Flutter enables you to build beautiful apps. Flutter provides a rich palette of tools that gives you control over every pixel on the screen. Designers never again have to compromise on their vision. Remember how you build prototypes of designs or ideas that your app will have a shape of some form of scaffold that covers the screen, some animations in the transitions, some interactivity over the app on the top left corner, or for example, the nav bar or the bottom right corner. Everything that you plan is possible in this while designing and development using Flutter. So Flutter includes a full set of widgets that deliver pixel perfect experiences across devices, and it enables the ultimate realization of Google's own material design library as well as iOS's Cupertino library. All the widgets that you build using Flutter will be compiled according to the platform you're building them upon. If it's Android, they compile to your widget material widget library by Google. If it's iOS, they compile to your Cupertino library by iOS. Whether you're building a highly tailored branded experience or a native iPhone app, you'll find Flutter provides everything you need to build a beautiful award-winning interface. Secondly, Flutter is fast. Oh boy, it's fast. It's powered to it's powered by the blazing speed Skier 2D graphics engine, which enables hardware accelerated graphics. From the start, Google has been architecting Flutter to be able to support glitch-free, jank-free graphics at the native speed of your display, which raises the question in some people's minds that while there are many JavaScript native or Android native or iOS native libraries and frameworks out there, why they need to come to Flutter? Well, I'm sure you'll have a change of opinion after you've viewed my presentation and the details about the advantages and limitations of Flutter while it still is in development. Flutter code is compiled to your native machine code. The Flutter language, Flutter framework language that we use for Android is Dart, and Dart also compiles to C++ on desktop, on Swift or Objective C for iOS, and For other platforms, we still have Flutter support ongoing. Even Flutter for Web is in currently beta mode, which will be out with a separate interpreter for web languages once the development time has finished. All right. Thirdly, the productive part I mentioned before. How is Flutter productive? Well, Flutter helps you to become productive. Flutter introduces a revolutionary new capability for developers and designers to iterate on their apps in real time. What this means is basically when you see this GIF I've added here, one change in the text doesn't require you to rebuild the whole application. All you need to do is press Control S, like you save a normal document, or you can use either one of these buttons to hot restart or hot reload your app. Hot reload builds the changes in the libraries to refresh the screen with your new additions. Hot restart restarts the app, builds all the states and widgets from fresh, introducing you to all the different things that lead you to the changes you see in the app. We call stateful hot reload because every widget has a life cycle in the app. And when that life cycle is associated with a state, you can only change the state without having to change the whole app. Now, this terminology might confuse you, but don't run away yet. States, widgets are all interlinked, and you'll get to know each and everything as we move on. Stateful hot reload transforms the way you build an app, and developers who use it makes them up to 3 times more productive. Because building an app once requires you to run large amounts of codes. Believe me, the settings, the manifests, the permission libraries, and it's a whole lot of things. But imagine having to just change one line and click one button to see all of that refreshed on your screen in just a second or a split second. That's cooler. And finally, everything on Flutter, including Flutter itself, is totally open source. So Flutter is currently, I believe, in version 1.2.4, included with Dart SDK 2.8.4. And every new update brings a whole lot of improvements and new things to try when you're going for development. So let's look at the stack of Flutter execution. Flutter moves the widgets that you build, rendering animations, gestures, navigations. So you have control over all of them. That is the part where Flutter framework itself has the authority. Then we move on to utilizing the views to build them in the Flutter engine that firstly interprets the Dart code that you use to write widgets, gestures, navigations, and all this stuff. And then it compiles the code to the platform specific runtimes like Skia, Dart runtime, Dart UI, C++, Swift, Objective C, and things that all platforms use for a faster, optimized build. Skia is as I mentioned earlier, hardware acceleration tool. It uses your GPU when available to boost your graphic rendering and performance. Any Dart code is always compiled to native code during compilation. So you don't have to worry about issues with using a third-party framework and then building to native code. All of that will run on your hardware, whether it's GPU on your desktop, whether it's ARM on your Android phone, or whether it's x86 Intel processors. All of that you can achieve with single code base using Flutter. And then we have the optimizations that Dart provides to Flutter. Dart in itself is a quite productive and quite an easy object-oriented language to build and practice upon. Half of Dart is what I say in my own terms, object-oriented, and half of Dart is declarative. The declarative part is where you mention the properties of your widgets that will display on your screens, the animations, the linking of navigation between them. That's where Dart comes into play. It is all based on the inheritance module. The widgets inherit states. The widgets inherit the material or Cupertino designs, and the states inherit the widgets. And when you're building widgets, you code in a declarative fashion, mentioning what you need, and Flutter will make it for you. But with the normal object-oriented approach, you will have been making classes and properties and methods which you can use all over the app. The stats of today says LinkedIn says Flutter is number one fastest growing skill among software engineers, and that's nothing to object, and that's definitely a fact. I mean, look at you guys. You're here for a Flutter session, and I mean, I'm already excited. I mean, even though we're not even getting started to the fun part, and LinkedIn already says that it's the number one skill in demand, so you're in for a good thing. Flutter is used by millions of brands around the world with millions of users. One really good thing about Flutter, when it compiles to native code and paired with good backend services, which are dynamic, it gives you the capability to never disturb your app time or runtime whenever you're adding new things. And that's one of the for me, one of the best features that I like about Flutter. Flutter is one of the top 15 GitHub repositories in the entire world. You can go check out the Flutter SDK and the Flutter repository on GitHub at any time right now. So my focus with the app is Flutter for multi-platform development. And by multi-platform, I will be focusing on apps since I myself am a front-end app developer. Although I would encourage you all take a look at the desktop applications as well built on Flutter. They have the same code base and they have the same ideology in the code and the same approach to things when they are rendered on screen. But today I will be discussing Flutter's flexibility with iOS and Android, explaining you throughout the way, step by step. You can either follow me, or if it takes you time, you can either come back and view the stream and follow the steps in the way that I perform them. After having introduced Flutter to you, I'll start from the very basics and get you to building your first Flutter front end or back end app using this short tutorial, which will allow you to do so. So let me show you. All right, the first things first. Whenever you're working on a framework, you need a good IDE. I recommend Android Studio to those people who have powerful systems. I have a decent system and I can run Android Studio and Android virtual machines. The plus point of Android Studio is the integration with version control like GitHub and the Android Virtual Devices Manager, which means that if you don't have your own phone to build and view the app upon, you can always use an Android virtual machine that Android Studio will build for you and build and compile your code on that phone, which you can debug the app on and later look at the release builds before proceeding with your final app. I'm currently using Windows, but I will still give some highlights and facts for those who are developing on Macs. So this is a view of a Flutter Android project in Android Studio. I will come to that part too. First things first, you have to install Android Studio. And as soon as you install Android Studio, you have the option of installing AVDs, Android Virtual Devices, to run your code on Android devices. If you're not in possession of a decent system to run Android Studio, let me give you facts about how Android Studio works. So I'm running two VMs, debugging my code and applications on both of them. And then I've got my phone attached to Android Studio. And while all of those three are running my app, 70% of my 24 GB RAM is being used. So if you can handle it, I would really recommend you go with Android Studio. But if you are in for a smaller or versatile and faster option for your code, which involves some time to set things up and deal with version control and co-editing, then I would suggest you go for Visual Studio Code. There are some basic shortcuts you need for Visual Studio Code that I'll be again showing you when creating new projects and building your first app. Again, these are just IDEs. You first need to install Flutter SDK as well. This is the install page for Windows. You can always download this Flutter Windows stable zip, save it to any folder where you can import this SDK from. Currently, I have it saved on my C drive under Flutter Tools, Source, and Flutter. This is SDK 1.7.1 1, I guess, which I was using to build applications using earlier dependencies. We now have Flutter Windows stable 1.22.2 version, which you can always look over the release logs to check which new things these new versions offer. So once all these things are installed, first step is to go ahead and open Android Studio. I'll come to Visual Studio after I'm done configuring Android Studio, because it's always, in my opinion, better to set up your Android virtual device with Android Studio first and then moving to Visual Studio Code. So here's my Android Studio. This screen pops up whenever I'm opening Android Studio. These are my existing projects I've been working on. So after opening up Android Studio, don't look at these options. These options will not be available for everyone. Like this start a new Flutter project is only available when you go to configure, go to plugins, and then when you search Flutter here, look, I have already got it installed here, and Flutter and Dart plugins. Dart will allow to lead your Dart code, and Flutter will allow you to create new Android Studio Flutter projects and enable Android Studio to work with Flutter development tools. So first off, before creating any project, make sure these two plugins are up with your Android Studio IDE. And when you restart Android Studio, you will have this option, create a new or start a new Flutter project. I don't recommend building from a repository like it's mentioned here, get from version control. I would recommend you start a new Flutter project, create a new dependency file, and then once you're done setting things up and you've ran your first build, then I would recommend you use Android Studio's version control GitHub plugin to synchronize your code with GitHub. All right, I clicked on the new Flutter package, and then I went here. Make sure you've got Flutter application selected. Click on next. Then you get a project name. Let's say DevFest Flutter app. Only underscores and letters are allowed here, and numbers as well, but it's like a variable name. So keep that in mind. This name will be used on your debug builds as well. When you debug them to your phone and you have an app icon and an app label, this will be your app label unless you don't have it changed it in your Android manifest. We'll come to that again later. All right. Then you have to locate your SDK, Flutter SDK. I've already linked it here. But for those of you who just have installed Flutter, you can go and wherever you have your Flutter SDK saved, you click on the main Flutter folder, select OK, select your project location. This is the default project location for all your Android Studio projects. My username on this device is Omen, and then I have a folder there having all my Android Studio projects. I click on next, and this is your package name that will show up on Android details whenever you open your application details page on your phone, or when you view the manifests inside the app, Android Studio IDE. If you're building for both iOS and Android, tick both these options. You have to include Kotlin for Android and Swift for iOS code, which allow Dart code to be compiled to native languages. Click on Finish. Here's a new Flutter project. We'll let it run, set all the files, and then I'll go through what initial files are set by Android Studio that are important when building your apps. It's a little bit slow because Android Studio is a heavy software and I've got multiple things running. All right, so it's here. The best recommended view, you have a list of views you can select from when you click over here. I would suggest you always remain on project view. When you open your module folder, you have these folders. If you're building on Android, this folder, it would be important to you when you're adding permissions, plugins, or making changes in the dependencies of the app. If you're on building for iOS, this folder will be important for you, where you look at this info.p list file, which is a list of permission files for list of permission strings for iOS, macOS, and Safari when you're building apps for the Apple platforms. When you're on Android, you go to this app source and then main folder. Over here, you have this document android manifest.xml. Over here, you can always specify using tags which Android permission your app will be using when it launches. For example, you have an app for e-commerce. You'll be accessing media libraries, location, background location, always location. So all of those permissions or uh, API calls to the Android kernels, you have to mention here as tags. I'll give you an example of the tags you can add here in another Android project after we're done looking at VS Code. I've showed you the info.plist as well. These are the two files. This is for Android, this is for iOS. And then this lib folder is where your Dart files or your screens or your widgets go. When you build your first Flutter project, this is the code that is added to your main Dart. Remember the material library. Oops. Remember that the material library are the Google widgets and the Cupertino library are the iOS widgets. So no matter what you import here while building your widget in the code, it always builds to the library that is suited to that platform. So for widget pages, you always have to include this line import package flutter slash material.dart. Alternatively, if you're only building an iOS exclusive app, then you could do the same as import package Flutter and the Cupertino dot file. This will give you a list of all iOS widgets library that will compile the widgets that you write in iOS widgets. So here's how it goes. Again, our main function is what triggers the app. In our main function, we are running a material app. You can see here that our first widget, our root widget of the app is the material app widget. It's the root or node of the tree of widgets that's set as soon as your app launches. So whenever that root node is material app, you always use this function run app in your main function to link to the class for which returns the material app, and it starts executing your material app from then and there. So this material app first calls the my app class, which is a stateless widget. I'll explain to you the difference between stateful and stateless widgets in an example using this code, using the default code that Android IDE builds for you when you start Flutter. Your my app which stateless widget calls a material app, and material app is given a theme data. A theme data is where you can specify your theme for text throughout the app. For example, I'll show you one text theme, and in text theme you can add the text styles. Remember, for every parameter and every object, Flutter library and docs and APIs always have an object-oriented approach to passing parameters, calling functions. So as you can see here, visual density, the property of theme data or material app, is also given a visual density object which contains constant for this parameter to go. This is the declarative part of Flutter which I was talking to you about before. Then this material app calls its homepage, which is the my homepage, and then my homepage extends a stateful widget. Whenever you make a stateful widget, this is the syntax. This was the syntax for a stateless widget. All your builds function. This function actually builds the widget for this class, widget build. So this you can include in the stateless widget body. But when you're building a stateful widget, you have to include a create state, which makes another state class that which builds the widget function. If you're lost here, I'll repeat it to you again. The widget build for stateless widgets, but for stateful widgets, you have to create another state class which has the widget build function that will rebuild as soon as you change the state. This state returns the state of the widget to this main class, and as soon as it detects a state change, it will rebuild on your phone's screen. When I run this on my virtual device, I'll let you know how this is going on in the background. So what our stateless widget is actually building on the page is a scaffold. A scaffold is the default screen layout widget for every material app that we build. In a scaffold widget, you always have an app bar with a title. You always have a body with a list of children as its childs, and children. And then you have a floating action button, or you can also specify the floating action button location with this new property that was added to Flutter recently. You could say floating action button location dot center docked. This will always make sure that your floating action button is at the bottom center of the page and always docked and not floating around the page like it usually does. So let's run this code and let me explain to you what stateless and stateful widgets are. If you don't have a device displaying here, there are two options. First of all, if you want to run it on a VM, you open this AVD manager. Look for a VM. If you don't have a VM here, let me show you how to create a new one. You go to phone and you select the phone for which you want to build the app, or if you're keeping it similar to the other phones, then select the one that is most relevant to you. Whenever I'm building my projects, I always go for the Nexus 6 because it's the most universal phone I could go for. And then you click on next. You always select the latest Android API that's available. I already have it downloaded, or else you will have a download button appearing right next to the name. After going here, there's only one more important change here that you need to keep track of. If you have a graphics processing unit in your systems, then always go for graphics and hardware GLES. This will make sure that your VMs are running in hardware accelerated mode and that they don't lag when you're debugging your builds or executing them to your VMs. So I already have Nexus 6 installed. I'm just going to launch it from here. It gives me a message unable to locate ADB. ADB is a tool of Android debugging uh, uh, functions that allows you to restart your phone through uh, manual connections and something like that. It's not needed here. So if you find this message when you're debugging your app, you most probably won't need it and you can always ignore this. So this is our default material app widget that comes when as soon as you build a new Flutter project in your Android IDE. So the state changes that I was talking about here, first of all, let me link the layout of this page to the widget tree that you've built in the state of this widget. So first of all, you have a scaffold. The scaffold is this whole screen body. Then you have the app bar. This is the app bar. And the app bar contains the title text, which is Flutter demo homepage. We've already, the title text has already been set somewhere over here. Yeah, when calling homepage, yeah, over here. You can always change it. You can do sample DevFest app. And now, whenever I run the app, oh, I'm really sorry. I haven't run the build. This is an old build that has been showing. Let me run it to you first. So as soon as I click on the VM here and then I run, you will see these messages in your terminal saying you're compiling Gradle tasks. And Gradle basically is a properties Android build file, which looks at all the given permissions to the app, all the dependencies it uses to um, build your widgets into the app. And it basically interprets your Dart code and then compiles it into native code based on your device. So this will take time. In the meanwhile, I can link this page to you to the widgets we've used here. The scaffold is the scaffold body of this whole screen. The app bar is this part, whose title we have already passed as a function to the text widget. Then the area beneath the app bar is the body, and we've said we only have a column. In that column, we have two widgets. This line is a text widget, and this line is a text widget. And we've centered the column on the page to show that since there are only two things, the alignment should be at the center. Now there's this floating action button over here, and the function of the state change of this widget is whenever I click this floating action button, I get an increase in the number of the times I press this button. And that happens whenever I click this button. It calls a set state function of the stateless widget, which always rebuilds the app upon setting states. So I've built the new app now, and I'll show it from scratch with the hot reload and hot restart functions. Remember, I changed the floating action button location here, and it's always center docked, so it's right here. You can all have other options as well, like floating action button dot end docked, and that would push it to the last without being docked. Uh, so I click on the button that calls the set state function. It adds to the counter that is in the middle of the screen, and it rebuilds the app with a new number, which is 1. And you won't feel that change because that's the interactivity Flutter gives. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and things like that. So for every change I make over here, ideally, Flutter should rebuild the whole app, right? But that's not the case. Now let me show you where hot reload comes into play. Um, I am not liking the debug banner that shows over here, and I also don't like that the app bar title is left aligned. So let me change those two things. First, I'll go to my material app widget. It has a property which says debug show checked mode banner, and I'll set it to false to remove this banner here. And then I'll center align my title by going into the app bar widget and setting its property of center title to true. Now, when I've done these changes, it won't show up because Android needs to recompile the code, but that's where Dart and Flutter help you. All you need to do is press Control S and all the changes are done for you. Or if you don't have that setting done, you can always just click on this terminal button which says Flutter Hot Reload and it'll do the same for you. If you've done a huge number of changes on the same page, like I usually make my pages completely dynamic as much as I can with the minimum number of lines, then I preferably would click on the hot restart. That will reload your app without having to recompile all the code. So we've built our app again with the same page, but now as you can see, since we've restarted, we've lost the value of the counter and it has reset to 0. All right, that is the intro to Android Studio project using Flutter. Now let me show you the same steps with Visual Studio Code, how to get started in Visual Studio Code using Flutter. So I'll stop it here. I'll save my Android Studio files. I'll not close this yet because I still have to show you the version control plugins of Android Studio. And I'll close this virtual machine as well. So I'll minimize that. And first of all, you need to install Visual Studio Code over here. Once you've done that, I have it installed, so I'll open it up. The same case as it was for Android Studio. This is the welcome screen that you will get on your Visual Studio Code. First of all, you have to go to Plugins. This is the Plugins button. You have to search for Flutter plugin for Android Studio. Flutter plugin, I think, is included with the Dart plugin, I guess. Yep. So Dart plugin is the one you need to install for Visual Studio Code, and it'll give you all the different plugin capabilities you need to use in VS Code when coding in Flutter. So the first thing you do for Windows, it's Control Shift P. The shortcut for Mac, it's Command Shift P. This will open a new terminal for you to run a task in Visual Studio Code. Over here, you write Flutter, and you have all the different actions that Flutter plugin will perform for you. So we need to create a new project, and there the setting is. I just click on this new project, and I'll give it a name, Flutter DevFest app. Now they're asking you to uh, save the project in a location. You select this folder, Android Studio Projects. It will save the whole. Now in the background, when you've done this, it's running flutter.create terminal function using the Flutter SDK, which will include Swift code for iOS, Kotlin code for Android, and all the basic things that were done in the same Android Studio IDE will be done here, as you can see in the terminal. And the last thing that it does is gets all the dependencies that are mentioned in this pubspec file over here. All right, the same things over here. And now you will be asking that if I run Visual Studio Code, how can I open my virtual machine for debugging? That's simple again. Control Shift V, Flutter, and over here you will have a select device. Over here you have these emulators that you've installed either using Android emulator or the Android website that provides you with the VMs. You just click on the VM that you want to prefer that debugs your build. This launches your VM, and again you have to wait for the VM to launch. Again, the VM is not an easy software to load. Once that's done, the Visual Studio will now be linked to the VM, and all you have to do is run your code. I'm going to skip this part because again it'll waste a little time, but the obvious result is the same thing that we saw on Android Studio will be happening here with the same terminal window. And the same thing, the Control S gives you the hot reload options, and the hot restart button is right here when you open your VM. So I'm going to close this all again. And I'm going back to Android Studio to show you how you can integrate GitHub or other version control to work in a group or whatever it is you do using your version control. So over here, you go to VCS, you click on Enable Version Control Integration, and you select Git, and then you are now linked to your Git repository. If this Git repository's location is where your folder was saved. Whenever you've made changes to your code, you can commit your code over here. These are all the different files that haven't been committed yet. You can always, if you've signed into Android Studio, you'll always have an email address over here that will show who has committed these files. So I'm going to select all of the unversioned files and then commit. Now, since we don't have GitHub still linked to this Android Studio project, we only have the option to commit here. Once you have GitHub included, then you'll also have the option to commit and push these files to the GitHub repository you've linked this project to. And that you can do by uh, import from version control and share project on GitHub. This will allow you to create a repository which has the same location as the project on your local device and will push all the code once you've committed it. So I'm going to end this tutorial here, and I'm going to move on to the other steps and other features that Flutter offers. I mentioned earlier that the Google material widgets that you write in Flutter are always compiled to the Android code. And these are the examples of the different material widgets that allow you to easily provide navigation and connection between widgets in your app without having to go through a hassle. First of all, you get the app bar, the bottom navigation bar, the drawer, the material app scaffold, and all the bars are part of this scaffold widget, which basically builds over your screen and provides a background for all the other apps. And then we have different buttons, which you can assign different on-pressed functions to. Then you have inputs and selections. For all these inputs and selections, you have custom widgets. I'll be moving to custom widgets right after I'm done here. And then the Cupertino library is where the iOS style widgets are built. Over here, you can see the iOS style action sheet, alert dialogues. Alert dialogues have their own custom strings, which you either can mention in the info.plist file, which I showed you before, or you can have your own custom message and keep the info.plist strings empty. These are all the different iOS widgets. Now, the one thing I love for you all to see is this simple Flutter widget home, pub.dev. Whatever you seek as whatever widget you seek as giving your app the perfect functionality is somewhat included in this open source library of widgets. Say, for example, I want to check if my app, during using my app, I am connected to the internet or not. So I recently found out a perfect plugin or widget plugin to use for that, and that is the Flutter offline widget. All you have to do is wrap your uh, whatever your widget tree on that page is into a simple offline builder widget that will check if your connectivity result is null, which means you're not connected to the internet either via Wi-Fi or via data. Then it will show an alternate message other than building your body message. Let's look at two or three others. I want to format my date time variables into text, which I can use all over the app. For that, you always have the datetime format library. I personally love this library. I've been using it a lot, and this makes you helps you keep your datetimes universal as one data object throughout your app without having to deal with strings, integers, and doubles. Another widget that I use a lot is the splash screen widget. I only have to mention the path of the logo that will load while your splash screen is running, and it will always just give you a simple loader, and you can always navigate after number of seconds. Um, this is the two properties that you will write here that will allow your splash screen to move to another screen once a number of seconds are done. So say, for example, I've mentioned 14 seconds, and after 14 seconds, I want to navigate to my new home after the splash screen, which I've labeled the after splash. And the title is Welcome to the Splash Screen. And the image that loads here is the logo or any other widget that you want to build that will be specified in the image property over here. These are some open source widgets people have made to easily integrate functions into the Flutter apps. You can always find more on GitHub. Not all of them are mentioned on pub.dev. As you can see, these are all sorted by relevance, and they're all having their own ratings and likes. So there might be some underdog packages that might be excluded when you're finding something on pub.dev. So it's always good to do a Google search, look at Stack Overflow, look at pub.dev, look at GitHub results to find the perfect widget for you. And if there's no perfect widget for you, you can always go and build a custom class in Dart and build your own widget tree that you can use via a single call throughout the app. So I believe we're running out of time, and I'd like to conclude here. These were the basics of Flutter, and I hope I have the chance of discussing Flutter with you in the future. Here are links to a few code labs for Flutter that you can use. You can write your first Flutter app. I've already helped you do that. Add Google Maps using Google Maps API to Flutter app, build a photo sharing app, which involves a little backend operations, and then building beautiful user interfaces with Flutter, and Firebase for Flutter, which is, in my opinion, one of the best backends as a service that there is in the market. You can always reach me out. My tags are mentioned here: Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. And if you're a gamer, you can reach me out in Discord, Origin, Steam, Epic Games, and Xbox. I'm an active gamer and I play a lot of recent games. One more thing I like to share before going away is before developing your apps, you'd like to design them with your group or yourself. So get Creative Cloud, get Adobe XD. This is my favorite tool to design widgets. I'll show you a sneak peek at the latest thing I've been working on. You can always get UI toolkits here. This is one of the examples of the designs I and my teammate we made for a project that we're building for our university. And this is a list of all the screens and the widgets on them. So here's a splash screen, here's a login page, here's a location page, and all the different properties that on a page if you've built a prototype well, you can match your expectations, but it can also go the other way. If you've built a prototype well according to your expectation and you don't manage to do that in your code, so it has both these effects, and you need to be aware of what you can achieve via the design when you're coding. Another good feature that Adobe XD has introduced in its latest version, which is limited but good, is you can enable co-editing. This is me and my teammate. Only two of us can access this file, and we're only limited by that by XD. So co-editing is whenever I select something and move it around here, he opens this window and it will move around in his screen too. So that's real-time co-editing, and it's a great feature from Adobe XD. You can always work Adobe XD and prepare designs that you can achieve in the code. All right, I'm going to go back to I'll share these links to you in the description, and you can always reach me out. Here are my handles for you to note, and that's it for my session. I'll be taking questions now if you have any. AVM option in Android Studio is not available. Any suggestion on how to fix it? Mostly when you're first launching Android Studio, there are a ton of different difficulties when you're launching your VM. AVD Manager is usually disabled when your Gradle property settings or your Android Studio is not properly configured. My first advice to you would be to keep all your things updated, keep all your plugins well set, keep all your directories and all your path variables well set according to the SDKs and all the things you're using. You can run Flutter Doctor in your terminal to know whether your Flutter SDK has been working. After you've done that and it still not works, then you have to go to the Android Studio options and check if Android virtual devices are enabled or disabled. There's one setting which I don't believe is included in the newer Android Studio update, but it's still better than trying nothing. Or else you can find out the similar issues other people are facing, and you can take their reviews, what they say about Android Studio. Or you can just go and download an emulator yourself from the Android or Google support pages. Kindly email the slides so we can refer to them later. Sure, I'll be sharing these slides with you. Always be sure to check GDG Cloud Islamabad, the social pages. All the material will be available to you, and also YouTube stream will be available to you to come back to whenever you're in the mood. Thank you for the informative session. Always a pleasure. Flutter is one thing I'm always excited about, and I'll be giving more sessions in the future, either extending this or building upon the same knowledge. So always keep DSC, Developer Student Club NUST, and GDG Cloud Islamabad social platforms checked so you can get updates on my Flutter sessions. How much do we have to know about any tech to start freelancing out of 10? Okay, by that question, I think you mean app development through freelancing. Now, Flutter is, as I showed you, it encourages developer productivity. It's not something that you can get offered when you're using native frameworks like React. Flutter tries to keep that um, that stress and that challenges away from you by helping you build universal code for all your platforms. I'd say for me personally, it took me 2 days. I was a beginner at everything to a professional at everything in just 2 days. You can be that lucky, or you can just spend your time and in your comfort zone to study all these concepts and practice them. But to be honest with you, it doesn't take that much time if you have the passion and the spirit. Any backend language that is best for Flutter? My opinion, Firebase. Firebase as a backend service is the best to integrate with Flutter, since Firebase gives you the advantage of inline backend coding. You can always just check for any snapshot updates using cloud Firebase databases. You can attach simple conditions to Flutter builders that will rebuild your state and widgets as soon as your backend updates. The Cloud Firestore, the Cloud Messages, the Cloud Push Notifications libraries for Flutter that Firebase offers are giving away generous amount of benefits for a limited area coverage. You can always be sure to check that out too. But even if you have uh, a backend that is independent of Flutter, that is either REST based or uh, server based, then you can always just use the different Flutter libraries for front and back end communication and attach builders to your code to build the apps as soon as there are changes in the backend. Or front end of Flutter is very dynamic. You can have all the things going on in one page using one Boolean variable that you can keep updating from your backend changes or from your own changes during the debugging of the app. Salman Iqbal has asked, Flutter or React Native, what do you prefer? To be really honest with you, my opinion, I'm not sure if others share the same opinion, but I'd like to stay away as much as I can from native development and REST-based APIs, just because I don't have the um, confidence for that. I think I can build them upon later when I try them. But as much as I've tried, I think this is more suited to me, and it's easier for everyone to pick up and build what they're thinking. I feel limited when I'm using native frameworks and technologies, but I would really like you to try both of them first and then deciding what you have to do. But if you're asking my opinion, then I would honestly prefer Flutter for development, whether it's mobile apps or desktop apps. Any other questions? Stay tuned, of course. We'll have GDG Cloud Managers session, which We'll brief you about swags, badges, and more. We'll have Irum and Ershian back after I'm done here. Feels feels good to be the moderator and a session having in the same DevFest. So I hope you guys enjoyed. I've not bored any of you. If there aren't any more questions, which state management architecture is best? Um, I'm not really sure. I don't actually have an opinion on these because I've not tried them out really. State management, um, I've only tried that one time because I haven't actually got towards state management too much. I've only done um, linking front end with back end for service apps, service or product apps, and I've always tried to keep my code as similar as I can, the widget tree that I build using Flutter as similar as I can to my designs in XD. Flutter with MySQL server. Yep, exactly. There are HTTP libraries. Over here, I'll show it to you again. As soon as you go to pub.dev, here is your HTTP library, which you can use for your REST-based APIs. Your MySQL libraries are here as well. There are other SQL user community libraries that you can always use to connect to your database services, and a ton of other features. If you ask me, if you just go and search here for what you need, you'll find everything you want. Any best resource to learn Flutter for Python developers? Python developers already have a good experience with modularity and object-oriented approach, as well as the declarative approach of code. So I'd really say if there's the Net Ninja. He has a series of 44 videos on YouTube. I'll share the link with you guys. That's the ultimate crash course you can have for Flutter in a series of everything you should know when you're starting with Flutter. That will give you the best kickstart you want when you're starting Flutter. I'll share the links here when I'm done with my session. But others asking the same questions, I will mention the link. The channel is the Net Ninja, and he has a series of 44 videos, each based on one concept or one widget of Flutter, and he links everything together in the perfect Kickstarter way you need. Always do remember to give your feedback to win swags from the GDG CLOUD Islamabad. We had a swag campaign for you guys. Be sure to check that out too. Any other questions? I'm here to answer them. What would you suggest to choose between React Native and Flutter for a web developer who doesn't have any prior experience of mobile development? Having no prior experience of mobile development means you've not been introduced to REST APIs or native development, and that would be the perfect reason to go towards Flutter, because Flutter is a framework that will allow you to declaratively code your widget trees, and that would build to your apps without having to deal with native code and the send or get requests that you'll need to do with the REST API. So Flutter would be a great start for you if you don't have any prior experience of mobile development. Congrats to DevFest 2020 management. Thank you so much. Thank you for being part of this DevFest, and we've all done this for you. And GDG CLOUD Islamabad is always good. Always glad to have our beautiful audience at every event of ours. Welcome back, Ershian and Irum. How do you feel about our DevFest this year?
Can you repeat?
I'm saying, how do you feel about our DevFest this year?
Really amazing. It was really great to have a different audience and very diverse set of speakers, both for our inclusion and diversity segment as well as for our tech segments. There were really interesting questions. I love the Go versus Python war that we started out in the comments with Jawad's talk, and it was really great session from you as well on Flutter. So these two were the amazing highlight of my thing that I saw from the tech perspective.
I would like to personally thank you for being the heads of all the effort that our team has put in and delivering these quality talks to all the audience that signs in to view this DevFest 2020. And Irum, I would like to appreciate your non-tech and tech talk as well, both on a single DevFest, which is another achievement for us. Um, uh, I'd like to I'd like to thank the audience who've been with us, who have contributed to the DevFest with their presence and have been focusing on all the talks.
For
And
2 days.
Yeah, and I'd like to thank the whole GDG Cloud Islamabad team for sticking together and managing this great DevFest. And I really had a great time, and I hope you do too.
All right. So coming from the management, we have got some swags that we really wanted to give out, and competition was held earlier before the DevFest even started. And even during the DevFest, we were noting how many people are giving their feedbacks. We have uploaded a feedback form as well, and we would really like if you can fill that in, because that is the base criteria for you to win any swag for any talk. If we don't see your feedback on any of the talk or sessions, your swag will, just be eliminated. Yeah, we are going to run a lucky draw, and if your feedback is there, then you're going to win the swag. Irum, any other details you would like to share?
Am I part of the giveaway?
Management is not included in the lucky
Oh, oh, I need the swag, man. Come on.
Okay, we'll think about you later. Okay, so the next thing I wanted to is that a lot of people are asking me for the swags. जो campaign हमने earlier launch की थी. We will be announcing the winners, 20 people who has won the swags right after our DevFest. Like 2-3 दिन का हमें please time दे दें, हम बहुत ज़्यादा मसरूफ थे DevFest के अंदर. मतलब हम लोग को time नहीं मिल सका वो sheet में से verify करने का चीजें, तो उस वजह से delay आ गया. So hopefully 2 दिन.
So all those people who have won the swag will be contacted via our team on email. And when you get the swag, just post a picture, tag GDG Cloud, and just show the world that yes, we actually give out a lot of swag for you guys.
And please correct me जिसको tag कीजिएगा. We are GDG Cloud.
Yeah.
CLOUD. GDG Cloud. इसको याद कर लो यार.
All right. So
before you continue,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt. I'd like to give a quick shout out to Eqra Khattak, who's here in the chat, who said, "Love the fluttering." Eqra, thank you for your contribution in the CloudSeekho non-tech talk today. And the session was really good, and I appreciate all the DSC leads and the university students who are stepping up to learn new technologies and cloud infrastructure to their personal and professional development.
So before we sign off, I would like to invite the team. We are right now in NSTP, National Science and Technology Park. We are sitting in the office of Khattak. They have a product by the name of Easy Geezer. We will be sharing the details in the description of this video later on as well. So we had a larger gathering yesterday, and we're taking all our precautionary measures with respect to COVID as well. Social distancing. This is the closest I think we have ever been in this session. So with this, I formally conclude this session, and it has been really great concluding this, having this session and having you guys as audience with us. So